Hello everybody, welcome along to Silverstone and welcome to the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy. It's the 22nd running of the world's premier event for Formula Ford 1600 cars, held of course in the autumnal conditions here at Silverstone. A big event then with more than 100 cars entered for this. You join us at the halfway point of the event. Ian Simon and Josh Barrett, your commentary team for the weekend's action. And of course it's on the 1.6 mile Silverstone National Circuit, as it has been for so many years, this Walter Hayes Trophy event. A lap of just over a minute provides some short, sharp action and great racing guaranteed. The weather, well, that might have something to say. This morning it's been foggy, the mist is clearing though, it stays cloudy, and although the forecast up to 11 o'clock is not too bad, I think there is rain on the way for later on this afternoon. So the Walter Hayes Trophy, a knockout Formula Ford 1600 event. We started yesterday with almost 120 competitors in 4 heats, and the best of those have already made their way through to the semi-finals, which we'll see later on this morning. We had wins yesterday for the likes of Julian van der Watt, for Max Esterson, Joey Foster and Josh Fisher, so we'll see them later on today. But those that didn't make it through in the top 14 do get another chance, or maybe two, because we've got a last chance race later on this morning, and we'll start the day's action with the progression race. And when that gets underway, there are going to be 2 green flag laps for it, because the conditions are a little bit different than we had yesterday. Josh Barrett is alongside me. We'll hear from him in a moment as we look ahead to the progression race. So yes, we've got the cars in the assembly area that we've released onto the grid shortly for this first race of the morning, a 9 o'clock start, bright and early. Josh Barrett, as I say, you're alongside me. Looking forward to a great day of Formula Ford action. We've got, I think, 7 Formula Ford races plus 3 other races as well, and we enjoyed the heats yesterday. Yeah, very much so, Ian. It's great to be back here at the Walter Hayes Trophy. It's a few years since I've been here, but this day in particular is one of the best days in British motorsport, isn't it? It might be right at the end of the year, the last race day here at Silverstone for the 2022 season, but it's absolutely brilliant. I think pretty much 120 Formula Fords here with drivers from all around the world. You've got the core British drivers, there's drivers from South Africa, from America, from Canada and from mainland Europe as well. So this is going to be absolutely fantastic to see, and as you say, working our way through the day, starting with sort of 2 progression type races to start the day off to basically get to the back of the grid for the semi-finals. And then it all gets very important at that stage of the day. Yeah, this is, as I say, the 22nd running of the event. In the preceding 21 years, we've had 16 different winners. 3 of those are here this weekend. No, 4 actually, doing my maths. We've got Joe Foster, Michael Moyes and Max Esterson, but we've also got the 2020 winner, Ollie White. He wasn't here yesterday, Josh, so we're going to see him out in this first race of the day, and he's got his work cut out to get through to the final later on. Yes, and he's not the only one, because we had drivers in dramas yesterday in those 4 heats that you mentioned, but Ollie White, sort of the main one, really, isn't he? Wasn't here yesterday, hasn't been in a Formula Ford all season either. He's been racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup this year, and he'll be starting right at the back of this opening race of the day, and the winner from 2 years ago. So it'll be very interesting to see if he can get through. The core thing for him is to get into the top 8, because they are the drivers that progress from this first race. And as you can see, the cars starting to leave the assembly area now. Then they go on to 2 formation laps. So they go out of the collection area just based by the BRTC grandstand, and it's very slippery, because the first car that comes out of the assembly area, which is the car driven by Neil MacArthur, has spun the car. So that is going to be the story of today, I think, Ian. It's not going to dry out, I don't think, even if it is dry all morning. No. And the conditions we saw yesterday were extremely slippery. Lots of drivers trying to work out where the grip is. We've got this new tarmac that was laid at Silverstone a few years ago, but now after a couple of years of racing, it's sort of weathered in, hasn't it? And we saw like the traditional racing lines, wet racing lines being used yesterday, which is very treacherous indeed. Indeed, and we had the added complication in some of the races yesterday of oil on the circuit as well. see how things shape up today. But yes, a spin for Neil MacArthur then, who was due to be lining up on the outside of the front row of the grid for this. Now, if he didn't fall to the back of the pack, and I don't think he did, then he will be able to retake his front row grid position during the course of the 2 green flag laps that we have for this race. Worth talking about some other drivers that have found themselves into this race. To qualify for this race effectively, you had to finish 22nd or below, or not finish at all, or not start your heat yesterday. So Ollie White was a non-starter in his heat. Some non-finishers yesterday that are worth a look. David MacArthur, son of Neil MacArthur, who's just had that spin, he's going to go from row 13, and he's pretty quick, Josh. I think he was third in his qualifying session for the heat yesterday. But let's just talk you through the grid now, as we have on pole position then, the number 141 car of Neil Richardson. And besides him should be the 116 car of Neil MacArthur, who has had another spin. He's certainly testing the limits of adhesion, is Neil MacArthur, on these green flag laps. On the second row, on the inside, it's going to be the 55 car of Luke Machine and 5 Adam Farfus is beside him. Third row, you've got Bob Scanlon's Crosley and Ted Pearson, number 63 in the Van Diemen RF88. On the fourth row, it's Ian Fernyhoe, and 50 Dave Porter, the former Slick 50 Road Saloon car racer. A South African driver, number 27, is next up. That's Alex Voss. He was one of the Kevin Mills Spectrum to spin yesterday, and the 60 car is that of Luke Rushton. On row 6, on the inside, you've got 46, that's Jerry Kane and Richard Axel, number 7 in the Casco and Van Diemen RF91 lines on the outside of row 6. On row 7, on the inside, it's the 131 car, that is Gareth Buckingham. Next to him is 44 Ian Rowley. George Ditcher 114, and the 148 car of Tim Fitzgerald are on the 8th row. The 9th row is number 91, that's Bob Hawkins, and next to him is 69 Alan Slater, 2 Castle 2 regulars. On the 10th row, on the inside, it's number 83 Sam Mitchell in the Merlin, and 183 Adrian Reynard, and a car of his own design, and the car almost 50 years old. The 88 is Nigel Thompson. He had a spin on the opening lap of his heat yesterday, and then next to him is going to be the car of John Svensson. On the 12th row is the number 30 car of Mike Epson. 147 is Dieter Hackel. Then on to row 13, that's Kieran Atwood, another Castle King regular, and Dave MacArthur, who we'll see coming through from the back. That's 243 and 115. Row 14, you've got the 99 car of Adrian, the Zach bench driver. Number 4, Richard Tarling, although he didn't take part in his heat yesterday, sitting out for the historic races. Row 15, you've got Joseph Arons, who went through a couple of engines yesterday, and the 76 car of Graham Gibson. But at the back of the grid, we should have number 94, Ollie White, in a Furman. So that's the way the grid lines up. We should have 31 cars. There may be 1 or 2 missing from that, Josh, but an interesting race in prospect, and a race that will go for a 10-lap distance.
Yeah, there you can see the pole position man, which is Neil Richardson in one of the Solely Motorsport Van Diemen's, one of the number of drivers who have come over from Australia who races in the Classic Championship out there. Neil Richardson started his racing career back in the 1980s in the Australian Drivers' Championship, and starting alongside him is Neil MacArthur, who's had that very dramatic green flag laps. But as Ian mentioned, you've got Alex Voss, watch out for him from row 5, the quick South African. And then a bit further back on the grid, you've got John Svensson, who had a dramatic day yesterday, a former Belgium Formula Ford champion. Got the ex-British touring car racer, Michael Epps. You've got Kieran Atwood, who Ian mentioned, a front runner in the Castle Coon, and David MacArthur as well, the front runner in the Northern Championship in the past, but very quick yesterday before an incident. And then right at the back, the former winner, Ollie White. So I suspect in lap 1 of this 10-lap race is going to see plenty of positional changes, and how the grid looked is not how the end of the first lap will look at all.
That's absolutely right. Yes, it should be a very interesting race. These progression and last chance races always are. We used to have 3 of these races. We have the Sunday Storm as well. There's a gap next to where Dave Porter's car is. That's Ian Fernie. No, it's a bit further back actually, isn't it?
Yeah, Ferniehoff. And then behind him is Alex Voss, who's missing, the South African in the Spectrum. Wait, I thought I saw it though on the green flag.
I think that is there.
Is it?
Yeah. So
oh, sorry, on the other. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the grid. But
apologies,
it's confusing us. But we've got the cars forming up then. 10-lap race. Yes, we used to have the Sunday Storm as well as a a third of these progression races when the entry was even bigger. But this is the biggest entry that we've had for a while. I think we had about 116 5 years ago. Not had such numbers since then until this year in the Walt Hayes Trophy. Masterminded, of course, by James Beckett. I think that's the first mention we've given him of the day. And the event run these days by the HSEC and promoted by Silverstone. So we've got the cars in position. We've got the green flag waving at the back. It's a 10-lap race, progression race for the Walt Hayes Trophy. And the anticipation mounts here at Silverstone on the outside of the front row, but pole position is the 141 car of Neil Richardson. It's Neil MacArthur in the 116 car next to him. And we are not far away from the start of this race. Slightly longer than I anticipated it might be. There are some gaps further back on the grid as well.
I presume there's been a delayed start here, Ian, because we've seen the green flag and now we've got a marshal onto the circuit, haven't we?
Yes, so there's obviously a driver that's indicated that they've got a problem with their car, and the marshal going to see what the problem is and see if they can offer some assistance. And so a delayed start to this progression race, and I wonder if this might mean that we have an extra green flag lap as well. There goes Faye Crook, Chief Marshal for the end, with the HSCC jacket on. She's running towards the scene as well. Oh, and there's marshals now descending from all corners.
I think it's David Porter. I thought he had his hand out the cockpit at one point, but he might not be the only one, might he, at this stage?
Yes, I think you could be right. Dave Porter on the fourth row of
we should
the grid.
This is the problem, isn't it? Alex Voss is ahead of him on the grid, which he shouldn't be. I think this is the problem. And I got confused with, which I'm glad it wasn't, because I would say I think.
So he's next to Ian Ferneyhoff, but Alex Voss should be behind Dave Porter. He should be next to the Luke Rushton Swift SE92, which you can see a little bit further back on the grid. Luke Rushton has some support from Simon Walker-Hansel, who's watching the live stream. Don't forget to let us have your comments and observations on the live stream on the YouTube feed throughout the day. Look forward to reading those, or some of them anyway. So it looks like Dave Porter's issue has been sorted.
I wonder if he was frustrated by not being where he should be.
Yes, I suspect he might have been. I think it's rather academic in this progression race, though, the way it pans out now. Faye Crook's having a word with someone a little bit further up the grid now, trying to work out who that is. Hard to tell from this position, looking up towards the grid from Woodcut. And I can hear a klaxon behind us, which suggests we might be getting another green flag lap. There's a minute to go board being shown there. What we can't quite see in the shot is what the symbols the marshal was giving, or signals the marshal was giving to the drivers. There is the view from Copse Corner down towards the grid. And we're not quite sure yet whether we're going to get another green flag lap or whether this will be the start of the race.
I'd imagine there'll be another green flag lap.
I would suspect it probably will, because it has been quite a long delay now. You can see there the 55 car of Luke Machane, the Crosley there, the 45F, a car from 1981, just lifting his visor up, and I think that's a symbol that we are in for possibly a bit more of a delay. So whether, well, it doesn't look like we're going to try and shuffle this grid, but that may be something that can be sorted out with another green flag lap and getting everyone into the correct position second time, or actually it'll be third time around, because we've already had 2 green flag laps. Yeah, we do think there will be another green flag lap, which isn't too much of a surprise, given the length of time that it's taken to get this race started. Conditions at the moment are not too bad. They might be as good as they're going to get all day, actually, in that we had fog early on. That has lifted. The circuit, of course, is damp and very slippery, as we saw on that green flag lap, but it's a cool, if not cold, day at Silverstone. It's overcast. I don't think the circuit's going to dry much. We were here last weekend, you and I, Josh, for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, and it did take a long time then for the circuit to dry out, even in warmer and brighter conditions. Yeah,
and it looked dry at times, didn't it? But actually, for the track to be properly dry conditions, full dry lap times, it took a lot longer than even from sort of the visuals would suggest. I think there's a few other drivers now in dramas because they're set on the grid for longer than what they were expecting. So the start line marshals are going back to work. There's a fantastic number of marshals here this weekend, which is great to see. It's a real tradition, isn't it, for the Silverstone Marshals end of season event. It's great to have so many of the marshals here this weekend, which should help the day proceed better than it currently is.
Yeah. I know you've got teams heading out onto the grid because cars will need to be restarted. So you can see them there with the equipment to fire the cars up again. So it is going to be a few minutes, I think, before we get this progression race underway. So possibly a bit of a chance just to explain in a bit more detail about the format of this event. So it is for Formula Ford 1600s. It's for Kent-engined cars, and it first ran in 2001 as a one-off event, so an orchestra race meeting when it was won by Neil Fowler in a Lola T100. 2 years later, it switched to a knockout format for the first time, where Joe Foster in the Reynard 92 FF became the first winner in that particular format, and he then won for the following 2 years as well. He's not won it since, although he's tried most years after that, and he's come close on a few occasions. And the event these days has 4 heats, and we had 4 heats yesterday with nearly 30 cars in all of them, and the top 14 drivers have gone through from those heats to the semi-finals. Now those are due to take place later on this morning. 11:25 is the approximate scheduled time for the first semi-final, and the 28 drivers that have made it through split into each of the 2 semi-finals there from their heats. The cars that finished 15th to 21st, they have gone through into the last chance race that is due off at around about 20 past 10 this morning, and then everybody else not included there is in this race, the progression race. The top 8 from this will proceed through to the back of the grid for the last chance race, and then from the last chance race later on, it is the top 16 finishers from that go into the semi-finals. So the 8 of them go into the back of the grid for each of the semi-finals, and then from the semi-final to the final, well, you need to finish in the top half basically. The top 18 in each semi-final make up the grid for the grand final, with the quickest semi-final winner going on to pole position, and the slower semi-final winner going onto the outside of the front row of the grid. But after today, basically, it is a knockout, so if you don't make it through, there's no more chances for you to progress to the semi-final. If you are a driver of an older car, there are some separate competitions for you as well. There's the Carl Hamer Trophy, that's for pre-82 Formula Ford cars, and the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy for pre-1999 Formula Fords. And those had pre-finals yesterday, and they will have their finals in the build-up to the Walt Hayes Trophy Grand Final later on this afternoon. So especially if you're a driver of an older car, you can potentially get quite a lot of action out of the weekend. While I've been saying all of that, Josh, there has been a bit of shuffling of the grid, hasn't there? Yeah,
that's right. They've moved David Porter and Alex Voss around, as we expected. For some reason, Bob Scannon's Crosley was being pushed back. I'm not really sure why. He's returning. He raced in Formula Ford back in the 1980s in a very similar car, so it's great to have him here. I was feared that they were pushing his car off the grid, but I don't think that's the case. Looks like he's still there on the third row of the grid, alongside Ted Pearson, who's out in one of the Duckham's liveried Van Diemen's, which is such an iconic sight over the years of Formula Ford racing. And Ted Pearson, an Alfa Romeo champion from 30 years ago. Yep. He runs the historic Formula Ford Championship nowadays with the Historic Sports Car Club. But he's got this slightly newer car, Van Diemen RF88, here this weekend, being prepared by Nigel Grant Racing. He starts there on the third row of the grid. But yeah, Duckham's Van Diemen, and it's such an iconic livery from, 20, 30 years or so of Formula Ford racing.
That's right. So, getting some more comments in on the live stream, on the chat there. A few people making observations about the formation of the grid, which the marshals are doing their best to sort out at the moment. There's also some support from Paul Smith for Sawley Motorsport, and as you mentioned earlier, Josh, they do have the car that's on pole position for this race. That's the 141 car of Neil Richardson, the Sawley Motorsport Van Diemen RF89.
There's a great number of cars in that garage, isn't there?
There are a lot of them driven by Australians
Absolutely
as well.
right, by some that race in the Classic Championship and older cars, but there's a couple of newer cars which we'll see out later, part of the Ecurie Australia move over to the UK for this event. Into that features as well the former V8 supercar driver Tim Blanchard, who we'll see out a bit later on in the semi-finals. Looks like there's some more adjustments going on this grid, I'm afraid. That looked to me like one of the older cars, possibly Peter Hannum's Nike, I think, being moved into position. So yeah, this hasn't gone terribly to plan, I think it's fair to say.
No.
This formation of this grid.
That's right.
But might have not been helped because of some drivers that were missing.
Yes, it always makes it more difficult for the marshals if you have cars that are missing. It does, as you're trying to get them into their correct position, sort of slightly put you in disarray as you are all in a rush trying to get them onto their grid spot. With the HSCC, we do run this format as well, with the cars being gridded in the assembly area and then doing a lap and a bit out of that onto the grid and then, in theory, going straight away, no further green flag lap. And this possibly one of the slight drawbacks of that approach, because it does mean that there's not a chance to get this right and then get everyone into their position with then the option of the green flag lap to allow drivers just to find their way back to their correct spot if they were slightly out of place. Originally, this does, I think, give us a little bit of time, Josh, to talk through a little bit more about what went on during the course of the heats yesterday. So 4 heats, as I mentioned, and probably the best of the heats in terms of an entertainment point of view was the one we had before lunch yesterday, and that was the one that was won in the end by Julian van der Watt, but it was a really good race, this one.
Absolutely right, Ian. The top 7 finished the 8-lap race separated by 1.5 seconds, which is super impressive. But yeah, Julian van der Watt, the South African, in one of the Margaux cars you don't see in Kent Formula Ford racing very much nowadays, took that first win from the American Sean Rashid, and then the Englishman Tom MacArthur and Chris Middlehurst behind. But then it was the American Elliot Budzinski, who was 5th. He started from pole position, showing how much those positions changed over the course of Heat 1. Yeah,
and in that race, I mean, Budzinski played quite a large part in it as well, because I think it was him, and he forced David MacArthur out wide at Brooklands on the opening lap of the race. He was a spinner, and okay, he spun, he was down the order, not great, but at that point it was all okay, and then he was collected, I think, by another car. I think it was Sam Street with his Swift, actually, and that broke the suspension on Dave MacArthur's car, and that was why he was unable to continue in the race, and that's why he is going to be starting this race from towards the back of the grid, row 13. So we'll see Dave MacArthur come through from there. He had planned to have a lie-in this Sunday. He says he's left the kids at home to have a lie-in, but those plans were scuppered rather early on in his heat yesterday. And in terms of the win in that race, as we are going to get this progression race underway shortly, it was Julian van der Watt, as you said, that took the win, but it was only right at the very end of the race, wasn't it, between Luffield and Woodcote, that Julian, the South African, who's won heats here before, that got ahead of Sean Rashid to take the victory. Yeah, they were side by side for a lot of the race, weren't they, those two, and then, as we said, people like Tom MacArthur came through a little bit, but yeah, shortly we're going to get this race underway. And just quickly, the other point to mention from that race was the flashpoint between Chris Middlehurst and Felix Fischer. Felix Fischer, who will be in the last chance race later on this morning, I think he was very aggrieved by what went on between the two. That was also up at Brooklands, but Chris Middlehurst reported to me, I didn't get to speak to Felix, that he came around Brooklands and found Felix almost stopped on the circuit, and that caused damage to Middlehurst's car, but he continued and finished the race in 4th position. But back to the race in hand, a 3rd green flag lap then for this progression race. As far as we know, it's still going to be a 10-lap race. Yeah, I think at this stage of the day we're probably okay, aren't we, to keep doing full distances, and hopefully that will be the way all the way through. There's possibly a little bit more spray than we saw, at least at the beginning of yesterday's races. Okay, it rained towards the end of the day, but it feels to me that perhaps the track's a little bit wetter than it was earlier. You can see there the Alexis of Ian Rowley, one of the only Alexis on this grid. The amount of different chassis manufacturers here this weekend is vast, and that is what Formula Ford 1600 is all about. It's about the only single-seater category, contemporary category nowadays, Ian, where you can have new chassis of cars. Okay, you've got much older cars on this grid, but there are brand new cars in the event as well. And the cars in the entry that go right back to 1967, which was the first year of Formula Ford 1600 as well. So that's what, 55 years of Formula Ford history.
That we just had that shot of quite a lot of the quick drivers all together at the back, didn't we? Headed by Mike Epps, and then Kieran Atwood and David MacArthur right behind him. So it's those three, in particular, how quickly they can come through the order, with actually John Svensson just a little bit ahead of them. So that's going to be the flashpoint in the race, watching those guys come through the field.
It'll be interesting to see what progress Mike Epps makes. I mean, I think it's his first Formula Ford race meeting. Of course, he drove the British Touring Car Championship a few years ago. He's done driver coaching and sim racing in the last few seasons. Does have single-seater experience in Formula V, was a race winner there. Against the likes of Martin Farmer in the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. And yesterday his race was short-lived as well, because he had a fire on the car. Retired from the pit lane as a small fire. That was soon put out, and the team have worked well, the Border Reivers team that he's racing with, to get the car out onto the grid today for this 10-lap progression race. And it is the second time we've got the cars being brought up to the grid at the end of their third green flag lap. There's support for Ollie White as well, I can see on the live stream, and he has it all to do from row number 16 of the grid. But I don't think either of us are doubting that he's going to be right up there at the end, Josh.
Well, he could win it, couldn't he? It's not out of the question. I guess the favourite should be really Alex Voss, because he's the furthest up the grid of those who had problems yesterday, starting there on the fifth row of the grid, the driver in the Spectrum, where everybody else is basically at the very rear of the field. But Alex Voss is less experienced than those at the back, really, although he's the front runner in the South African Championship. Those guys at the back are all regular, or some of them at least, are regular front runners in British racing. And of course Ollie White, the one with the most experience. And the only thing is he hasn't done much driving in Formula Fords over the last 12 months, but I suspect to be back into it fairly quickly.
He's not, but it was only, last year it was the Castle Combe champion as well. Anyway, 5-second board is up, and belatedly we're going to get underway here at Silverstone for the Walt Hayes Trophy progression race. The red lights go on, and for 10 laps of racing they go out now, and it's a good start, I think, by Neil MacArthur from closest to the pit wall. But we saw him in trouble on the green flag laps earlier on. I think it's going to be MacArthur that possibly leads into Copse Corner for the first time, but there is quite a lot of spray. As you can see, Ollie White is starting to make a move as well. You can see Mike Epps go through as well, but is Neil MacArthur leading then from the pole position driver Neil Richardson as they head down towards Beckett's for the first time. It looks like Adam Fathers in the black and yellow car is there in third position, Josh.
Yeah, here up the inside is the second of the MacArthurs. That's David, isn't it, coming through? Adam Fathers has got up to second, I can see. There's one of the Reynards have run out wide, but Alex Voss is being very cautious, and is Adam MacArthur off? I said he was coming up the inside of everybody. But a potential drama there. The 114 car also in strife, that's George Ditchfield, but it is Neil MacArthur that leads, but he's very tentative here as he turns into Brooklands Corner with Adam Fathers behind. Round the outside there is one of the picks. Look at Sam Mitchell in the Merlin. He started way back on the grid. He's up into fourth already. He started 19th. He's one of the oldest cars on the grid, Ian. Yeah, but well suited to these conditions, of course. I think he must have had some kind of drama yesterday. 2 spins.
Had a couple of spins, yes. Anyway, could be up towards the end of the first lap then, and it's Neil MacArthur that leads in car 116. Adam Fathers in second, but the race being stopped, red flag going out, and that is because of that incident that was down at Beckett's. Now, the car that we think was missing...
It was MacArthur.
It was David MacArthur. Wow. So that
and
is...
The other one was Bob Scanlon, I reckon, and the Crosley that started pretty close to the front.
Okay, so...
And White's got damage. Ollie White's lost the front end of his car.
Yeah, it just looks like bodywork damage. Hopefully nothing more serious than that, though, for Ollie White. But I suspect that the scrutineers will have a look at that as they come back round the grid, and we'll see if he's going to be able to take the restart, if they're happy for that. But it was down at Beckett's, we think, that they had the issue with the tangle involving, we think, David MacArthur and Bob Scanlon. We'll try and bring you more on that as we get it. And hopefully we'll get a restart, because we've not even had one lap completed of this progression race. It's not been the most auspicious start to the day. It can only get better from here. and I imagine we will get a restart, Josh, probably over a reduced race distance.
Everything went so well yesterday, didn't it? We had, I think, just one Formula Ford race, and that was one of the pre-finals with a safety car. But this does happen sometimes, doesn't it? Especially when there's quite a lot of drivers towards the back of the grid trying to work their way through. And through Copse Corner, David MacArthur done a great job, because I think he was well inside the top 10. And perhaps into Beckett's it just got all rather too tight. There's a part of one of the cars there. You can see that was damaged. That's on the back straight, the Wellington straight there. There'll be an original grid, won't it, when we do get restarted?
Yeah, it looked like, by the way, like we had 25 starters in the end. I think we might have expected 31 altogether, but we know there was a few that were missing anyway, so we suspected that the likes of Richard Tarling wasn't going to do the race.
There's the Bob Scanlon car that was the other car involved in that incident, I'm afraid, and the Crosley. So the Irishman out of the main part of the event. If the car's not too badly damaged, we'll see him get out in the historic final later on. But yeah, I think two cars that didn't take the original start in were Jeremy Kane and Richard Adsell from row 6 of the grid.
Yeah.
Then the next ones were Nigel Thompson, possibly, and maybe John Svensson. Looking at
Nigel Thompson was there.
Okay, where might I've lost?
But John Svensson, I don't think.
Assuming this time is screen's correct, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, like you say, Tarling was not. Graham Gibson was not a starter. They were two who didn't do the heats yesterday. Josie Faren's got out there. He's out there in an interesting liveried car, because that's in the livery of Raoul Bazell, isn't it? The Van Diemen RF80, who had, like you say, the real dramas yesterday. Yeah,
so they had to do an engine change after qualifying, and then the engine that they put in failed in the race. It may have just been an issue with the installation rather than a fundamental issue with the engine. But he's there. Is he run by Enigma?
Yeah,
I want to
that's
say.
right. Yeah.
So the Enigma Motorsport team done a good job there. That is the 69 car. That is Alan Slater, and he in one of the older cars on the grid, the 1969 Nike, run by Swift Cooper, and a regular as well in the Castle Combe Formula Ford 1600 Championship. So he is back out to start on row 9 of the grid for this restart. While we have this hiatus, we can probably make our way through another heat in terms of what happened yesterday, Josh. So heat 2, this was after the lunch break.
This, by the way, this race will be a 6-lap restart when we get going. But going back to heat 2, that was a very different type of race.
There's Dave MacArthur looking,
should have had that lay-in.
About what's gone on. He should have had the lie-in, shouldn't he? That's probably exactly what he is thinking. He's probably even thinking he shouldn't have come to Silverstone at all. But anyway, not a happy weekend, I'm afraid, for Dave MacArthur. He didn't even get as far in this race as he did yesterday. But back to Heat 2.
We get there in the end. Yeah, that was a very different race to Heat 1, wasn't it? Because that was, although the eventual winner had a spin on the first lap, Max Esterson dominated, really, didn't he? Had a collision with Andrew Rackshaw into Copse, the two drivers who were on the front row of the grid in Heat 2. But it was very quickly that Max Esterson fought his way back into the race. He's the winner, of course, of the event last year. Yeah,
and also the reigning Formula Ford Festival champion as well, which he won 2 weeks ago. And that shortened and slightly controversial final at Brands Hatch.
But he did lead every race of his.
He did lead every race, indeed he did. And he was also in last year's victory here. He won the final, but he also won his semi and he won his heat as well. So he did the clean sweep of race victories. And we're looking to do the same again, despite that incident at the first corner. Now that allowed in the early stages William Ferguson, one of the Team USA scholarship drivers, to hold the lead briefly, and he eventually came home in 3rd position behind the 2-time winner, 2017 and 2018 winner, Michael Moyers.
Yeah, that's right. Moyers in a different car, isn't he, this weekend? The car run by Simon Hadfield Motorsport, the Medina, but second place, a decent place, isn't it? I guess a concern that he was finished 4 seconds behind Max Esterson, but second place is sort of good enough. Anyway, and then Ferguson, like you say, 3rd, and Andrew Rackshaw recovered to 4th after I think he probably delayed more than Esterson was. Yeah,
and also one of several of the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrums in that race as well, and it wasn't a particularly happy race for them. There was one particular lap at Brooklands where 3 of them went off, 2 of them with each other, and Michael Eastwell came out next best of the KMR Spectrums. He came home 7th.
Yeah, he locked up, didn't he, into Brooklands?
He
and
did.
Went off on that particular lap.
but then you had Alex Voss, who came home 24th, and Josh LaRue, who was 18th. Those are the two that tangled at Brooklands as well. So both of them with work to do in this race and the last chance race later on. Nigel Thompson, he was one driver left frustrated in his Van Diemen RF88. He had a trip into the gravel at Woodcote Corner on the first lap, and great work by the marshals though, got him out of the gravel trap and allowed him to finish the race, albeit 2 laps down. And that was a feature yesterday, some really good marshalling to allow drivers to get back into the race and racing to continue. There you can see Ollie White's car at the back of the grid, number 94. The Furman being just pushed into position. What we can't see from this angle is what's happened to the nose.
And I see it's in a modern version of the Duckham's livery, isn't it? Like he has on his Porsche that he's been racing this season. So good to see that. And he's still in the event. He nearly, it seems, came to grief on that first lap. But yeah, I presume they would have just taken the nose off the car, wouldn't they? And he'll go from there. The other driver who had dramas in Heat 2 was Sam Mitchell, who I mentioned had a fantastic start to that race because he started 19th and I think was 4th or 5th, wasn't he, as he came round Luffield. But he had a couple of spins yesterday in his Merlin, the former historic Formula Ford champion. But again, he'll have to go back to his original grid slot for this race, and he's sort of the secondary person to watch, and going off that first lap, he could well make his way into the last chance race.
I think there's a very good chance, because certainly one of the contenders to have done that is now out in Dave MacArthur.
So the car there on the side says Matt Wrigley, but it's Matt Wrigley who's standing by the car, because for this event it's George Ditchfield who is racing that Reynard, but Matt Wrigley owns. He'll be out in his Merlin a little bit later on. But we can see there another car that says Duckham's on, at least, that's on the grid, and that's sort of in the middle of the grid. And pleased to say that incident up at Beckett's, I think, has been cleared, hasn't it? And that means we can get this race back underway shortly.
6 laps, of course, means less time for the drivers at the back to make their way through. And in a way, Josh, does that make it an even more desperate dash than it otherwise would have been, and possibly increase the chance of an incident even higher?
Well, we saw a bit of desperation, didn't we, really, on that first lap, how quickly, apart from Alex Voss, I guess because he knew he was so far up the grid, he knew he didn't have to be so rapidly coming through. But there was 10 laps, wasn't there? They didn't have to get past everyone on lap 1 of the race. Yeah. But there we go. But now, like you say, there is going to be that higher bit of desperation coming in, particularly knowing, OK, David MacArthur's out, but there's still a lot of drivers that could be part of that top 8, and most of them aren't at the front of the grid.
Absolutely. Just worth saying, Dave MacArthur is someone who we would have expected to feature strongly in the final. He was 12th in the final last year and also in 2019. So, green flag lap number 4 gets underway. Are you keeping count, everybody? And it should hopefully be the final of these, because we will hopefully just get our 6-lap race straight through this time. I think we've probably now got 23 cars that have started are going to start this race, having lost a couple from the original grid, and a reminder that it is the first 8 finishers that will go through. And I guess if there is anyone that's in that last chance race who's withdrawn, then we might squeeze a 9th or a 10th car from this. There will certainly be reserves for the last chance race, which in theory is only 3/4 of an hour away, but we've got 2 qualifying sessions for Monoposto and the HSCC All-Comers to squeeze in before then, so it might be a little bit delayed, one would think.
Just saw a shot there of another driver who raced back in the 1980s, is out in this particular race, which is Bob Hawkins, isn't it, who nowadays races at Castle Combe, another Combe regular out in this race. And he's sort of in the mid-pack, and he'll be looking to move forwards if at all possible. It's great to have some of these drivers in who raced sort of in the Hallican days of Formula Ford 1600 who are returning now that everything is getting pretty good again, isn't it? Over 100 cars here today.
I miscounted earlier when I said there was 4 previous winners. There are, of course, 5 previous winners here, because Neil Fowler is here as well, and thanks to Josh Barnett for pointing that out. Josh Barnett of Barnett Racing Engines, who have supplied some of the engines on this Walt Hayes Trophy grid, having built and prepared those engines. But Bob was certainly the dominant engine preparer.
Well, the drivers should know how much grip the track's got by now, shouldn't they? We've had, as you say, the 4th green flag lap and most of a racing lap.
Yes. yes, they'll have done as many laps that aren't part of the race as there are actually part of the race, nearly, by the end of this.
Didn't mention Adam Farvers, who's quite high up the grid there, the mainly yellow and black car on the left-hand side of your screen, the regular in Champion of Brands events in his Ray, and I think he'd probably prefer dry conditions, otherwise I expect he wouldn't have ended up in this race. But he had an off, I think, yesterday, didn't he, through the gravel. So again, he could be somebody that is able to progress, I think, into the last chance race.
Yep, certainly in with the chance of that, racing in the Champion of Brands, as you say, and the United Formula Ford Championship as well, which is also masterminded by James Beckett. So, 6 laps we will have for this restarted progression race on the national circuit at Silverstone. Good morning to you, or hello, wherever you're watching in the world. I suspect we do have viewers from overseas cheering on their countrymen in this and later races during the course of the day. 5-second board is up then, 6 laps ahead of us. Red lights go on, and they go out, and away we go. Bit of wheel spin there from the driver on pole position. That's number 141, Neil Richardson, as he heads down towards Copse Corner for the first time. It looks like he's going to lead. Adam Farthers has made a pretty good start too, and he is going to get into second position as they make their way through Copse Corner for the first time. We've seen Ollie White having already made a place. There's the 60 car, which is that of Luke Rushton. He's just pulling out of the slipstream there. Got Mike Epps, looks like he might have made up some ground already as well. They come down to the right hand near hairpin at Beckett's. Do they all make it through this time? Certainly the first half of the field has. Epps making up more ground, we can see, around the outside of Beckett's as they head down the Wellington Straight, Josh.
Yeah, well, he started way back, didn't he, on the 12th row of the grid. And look, he's already there inside the top half dozen or so. He's up the inside of everybody. It's the former BTCC man. He's getting past, I think, Alex Voss in all of that. Yes, he's second, I think. An absolutely amazing first lap of the race here from Mike Epps. He could lead by the end of the first lap because he's right on turn with Neil MacArthur. He's gone down the inside of MacArthur, but he's got the grip on the outside line. And it gets very, very busy behind, but I think X has done it then from row 12 of the grid to lead at the end of the first lap.
So a great first lap of this from Mike Evans. We didn't really get a chance to see what he was capable of yesterday. He was sort of 6th or 7th in qualifying for his heat, but we didn't really get to see what he could do in race conditions, and clearly he's had a very impressive start to this race. It looks like we've got the Kevin Mills racing car up into second place as well now. That's Alex Voss across the line in 5th position, but I think he might be up to second place now. Yes, he is. He's ahead of Neil MacArthur then, and it's Sam Mitchell in 4th place, Luke Rushton in 5th as they head down towards Magnus and Beckett's for the second time. And there goes Sam Mitchell trying to go all the way around the outside of Neil MacArthur. We'll find out in a moment if he's done it. The answer to that question is yes, he has. He goes 3rd.
Yeah, Sam Mitchell's on a charge, isn't he, once again in this early 1970s Merlin. He didn't have a great day yesterday with a couple or 3 spins, but he's absolutely flying this morning, and he's doing better than some of the accomplished racers out there. He's up in 3rd place. It's very tricky though, isn't it, on the brakes here, down into Brooklands. Car's getting out of shape, but it is then Epps from Voss from Mitchell, and then behind a spin, that's car number 60, which goes into the gravel. That's the car of Luke Rushton. He might, though, be able to get out of the gravel, and then it's behind the top 3, really, where we want to be looking here, because that is where the drivers who are trying to work their way further up the order.
Yeah, these 3, I think, probably have now booked in for the last chance race as we go on to lap number 3. The other driver that's making his way through there is
Adrian Lassac.
Adrian Lassac there with the number 99 car, so he's got his way ahead of Neil MacArthur now, so he's up into 4th position. What of Ollie White? He is in 10th place, so he needs to make up 2 more positions. There he is with his noseless Furman as he heads down to Magnus and Beckett's. He might make up these places by the time they get to the hairpin. We're watching Neil MacArthur there in the 116 car, but I think Ollie White should about now scraping up into the top 8.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We got John Svensson into this restart, so that's another person out. And here's Kieran Atwood, who was very much a front runner at Castle Combe this year, finished 3rd in the championship there. He's working his way with Ollie White, and Alex Voss has lost it. He spun here yesterday into Brooklands out of 2nd place. We said he's easily going to get through, but he's not. If he's going to spin off the circuit, Ian.
No, didn't need to push too hard. I think he probably is still going to make it through, is he? Because he's going to rejoin in about 4th or 5th. But he's, well, maybe make that 8th or 9th, but he has got time. He's got another 3 laps to go at the end of this to try and reclaim some of those positions that he's lost. He's certainly doing it the hard way. So we're coming through towards the end of lap 3 then. It's number 13, Mike Epps, that leads from number 83, which is Sam Mitchell in 2nd, Adrian Lassac in 99 is 3rd. fourth now is Dieter Hackle for 1:47 in the Van Diemen RF85.
Yeah, he's had a good start here, hasn't he? Because he had a retirement yesterday as well. So a bit like Sam Mitchell, one of the older cars working his way through. But Alex Voss did come through in 7th place, but it's massively sketchy on the brakes into Brooklands, isn't it? We've seen lots of drivers have moments there, and that was sort of the biggest, the spin there. So here's White and Voss, they're side by side now with Neil McArthur, who's lost out to both of them. So Ollie White gained another place in 5th, Voss is 6th. So really it's Kieran Atwood who we need to get into the top 8 now, who you might think is a likely person to do so.
Yeah, and he tangled, I think, with John Svensson at Cops yesterday in his heat, which is why he finds himself in this race. Meanwhile, for the lead, for second I should say, it has closed right up with Adrian Lassac now, having closed on Sam Mitchell. Yes, it's Mike Epps with a 4.3 second lead, probably more than that now as we come towards the end of lap 4 with just 2 laps to go. There's the pole position driver, Neil Richardson. He's heading out from the World Face Trophy. He is down in 11th place now.
Here's Nigel Thompson, who's going quite well, isn't he? Who was in the gravel yesterday. He started on row 11 of the grid, and he was inside the top 8 at the end of the previous lap. And since then, he's got himself up ahead of Neil McArthur. So another place gained there for Nigel Thompson, who back in 2009 was the Club Formula Ford pre-1990 champion, and back out again this weekend and having a much better time than he did yesterday. He's now 7th.
Mike Epps is on a 1:11.427. That's the fastest lap of the race. Of course, he's got a clear track at the moment. He may or may not get towards any traffic before the end of this race. There's only a lap and a bit left to go. There's Thompson, as you say, is just ahead of the final qualifying position. That's currently being held by Neil McArthur, but it's by no means a foregone conclusion that he's going to hold on to it, because he's got 2 quick drivers behind him in Adam Fathers and Kieran Atwood, who was 3rd in the Castle Cume Championship this year. I think Neil McArthur here is going to lose out to one or other of these drivers.
Yes, that would appear that way, doesn't it? Change for second there. So Lassac's gone through. For 4th, it's side by side. White versus Voss. But this is the one for 8th position. Adam Fathers goes down the inside then of Neil McArthur into Brooklands corner. Can he go through? Yes, he can. So Fathers is into 8th, but with a lap and a corner or so to go. It's a mistake in front. A car into the gravel, Ian.
Yeah, and who is the car that's gone into the gravel? It's Ollie White, and Ollie White is right on the cusp of losing out, and there's contact with Adam Fathers now as White rejoins the circuit. I think that might have damaged Fathers' car more than it has White. So where are they going to come through at the end of the lap? It's going to be looking for the top. It's going to come White 7th, Fathers 8th. So if they can both get to the end, they will go through, but that's some unnecessary drama for both of them.
Yeah, and Ollie White going off is a very rare thing, isn't it? He hasn't driven this car much, and perhaps it's shown a little bit. Wasn't here yesterday. So for Ollie White, a mistake there. Alex Voss is 4th. We just saw him ahead of Dieter Hackle, the German, then Thompson. But then for 7th position, Ollie White just about hanging on. But it's been a very dominant performance by Mike Epps. How far up the order can he get over the course of the weekend? He's going to be interesting. Kieran Atwood, though, he's getting 9th position away from Neil McArthur. But he needs another place, yes, Ian.
And I'm not sure he's going to do it. He might well run out of time. There they come. There's White. He is in 7th. There's Fathers in 8th. And Atwood is right behind him in 9th places now as they turn into Brooklands and towards Luffield for the final time. Meanwhile, Mike Epps has come through to take the checker flag. He's been so dominant. He's won the race already by nearly 10 seconds, his victory margin. Adrian Lassac, it is, that is in 2nd place. Sam Mitchell takes 3rd. 4th goes where Voss. 5th to Dieter Hackle. 6th to Thompson. 7th to White. And 8th over the line was Fathers. He just managed to hold on in the end from Kieran Atwood, who was 9th. So Atwood goes out. Ted Pearson goes out. Neil McArthur goes out. Luke Rushton, who was in the gravel early on, he goes out as well. But I think the majority of the fancy drivers that took that restart have indeed gone through. I think Atwood is the only one that you'd probably be really thinking that, yeah, you might have expected him to go through, and he just couldn't quite make that work at the end of that 6-lap race. Had it gone the full 10 laps, it might have been a slightly different story, of course. And these drivers now, the top 8 of them, will go through to the last chance race, which will probably be in around about 3/4 of an hour's time, because we've got 2 qualifying sessions before the last chance race, so it doesn't give the drivers or the teams much time to make changes to the cars. There you can see the 243 car of Kieran Atwood, Sawley Motorsport Ray GR07. So he, well, provisionally goes out of the World Hayes Trophy, but he will be the first reserve on the grid for the last chance race. Of course, the grid for that not known until the progression race has happened. It has now been completed. So Josh Barrett has left the commentary box. He's going to head out to talk to our 3 podium finishers at the end of that race. We're going to bring you full coverage of everything that's happening on track throughout the day here, though, at Silverstone, including the 2 qualifying sessions that are coming up shortly. The Monoposto, the T1 Trophy, and the HS6 All-Comers qualifying sessions. So we'll have those, and then it's racing all the way with a short lunch break, possibly even shorter now with some of the plays that we've had already during the course of the day, during which there will be a demonstration as well, and we'll talk to you more about that as time goes on. But let's head out to the pit lane and Josh Barrett.
So after that, a massively dramatic race to start the day, we're down here in Part 5. You can see the race winner there, Mike Epps, is about to be given his winner's trophy for this progression race, and he'll have some photographs. So let's start in 3rd place, I think, because while that's going on, Sam, an amazing race there for you.
Yeah,
the first lap was mega, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Well, the first lap on the first start was even better, but yeah, it really the car felt great, and tried a few new lines, and yeah, it seemed to work very well.
Yesterday didn't quite go to plan.
No, not at all. I was over exuberant on the throttle, I think, outside coming out of Luffield, and caught a white line and set me around. So yeah, it didn't quite go to plan, but today's a new day, and yeah, see what we can do.
Because I guess you haven't driven this car much in the wet, so is it learning how this car track's different to your normal one?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, brand new car, different setup completely. So yeah, it's about starting from scratch really. So yeah, no, but I think we found it now. So yeah, rolling for the rest of the day.
And try and get into the semi-finals now?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Just finals if we can.
Well, good luck. Well done. A great drive there from you. So that is our 3rd place man, which was Sam Mitchell. And 2nd was Adrian. Let's have a chat with him. Good drive there for you, up into 2nd. A good result.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be on the podium. I was not expecting to be there. Yesterday I had a technical issue and my hit, so I was not able to finish. And today I'm very happy that this continue. So thank you very much.
It was quite a complicated race, wasn't it, with the red flags and the delays early on?
Oh yeah, actually we did to do it 2 times to get to the podium, but actually it went very good for me, so I'm very happy. Thank you to the team for a great car today.
And a busy day for you, because you're looking now going for all the races, hoping to get to the final.
I will try to get to the final, but anyway, that's my goal. That's the first time I race here. I came from France to do it, so I'm so happy that it can happen today.
Thanks for coming, and good luck over the rest of the day. So we'll have a word with the race winner in a moment, Mike Epps, who's just having a chat with Alistair Douglas, who's doing the Silverstone commentary here for the spectators around the venue. So we'll have a word with Mike Epps, who won that race by something like 8 seconds in the end. And as we were saying earlier, all these drivers will be starting right from the back of the grid for the last chance race, where they'll be looking to move into the semi-finals over the course of the day. And we'll continue to explain how that will work. So I think we're ready now to have a chat with Mike. Mike, a really good drive there from you. Obviously, you didn't want to be in this race, but that went really well.
Yeah, he said, just in the other interview, he said it's not often people win by 5 seconds. I said, well, probably in the progression race it's been done before, isn't it? Yeah. So I know a couple of the guys out there were fairly fast, but it's a bit slipperier than yesterday. One of these guys has probably put some oil down somewhere, so it's interesting. But no, I jumped in the car Friday, having got back at about 2 a.m. from Spa-Francorchamps working on Thursday night, and I've never sat foot in a Formula Ford before. So I was literally like, well, this would be a baptism of fire, and it literally has been, because I've been on fire in the pits in the first race, and now I'm coming back through every single race there is today. So I was hoping for a lie-in this morning, catch up on some sleep, but that's not the way it goes sometimes.
So is it the first time you've driven a single-seater since Formula V back in the day?
First time since 2014,
Right,
USF
okay.
2000 in
Okay.
the States. Similar chassis, to be honest, a little bit narrower.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a bit wider, but yeah, no, having good fun, enjoying it. I think we're roughly on pace, seem to be about there, so I just now need the luck. Maybe not a red flag and like complete half an hour delays like that and overheating on the grid. A little bit of luck, get through the last chance race, get somewhere decent in the semis, and see if I can mix it with some of my friends from the past.
How did this deal come together? Because I know you were quite late to the entry list.
I mean, we entered on like Wednesday,
Yeah.
so yeah, I wanted to run. Well, I got to run one of my favourite race numbers,
Yeah.
so that's good. That's a little bit of luck, but yeah, we just need to get through today. That's all we need to do now. So I probably need to get back actually, because the next race is in like 20 minutes. Something like that.
Hopefully we'll see you back then. So there's our race winner. So that was my captain. Second place was Adrian Lazak, and we heard at the beginning in third position was Sam Mitchell. We can see there's some qualifying sessions going on. I don't think there's anybody else to have a chat with down here, so we'll go back to Ian in the commentary box.
Yes, we are already underway with the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy Championship qualifying session. It's already more than 5 minutes old, and we have just under 10 minutes left to go then. This is a championship. It's round 5 and 6, the final 2 rounds of the championship that we have here today. So we'll try and update you on everything that's going on with the points as well. As you can see from all of the different colours on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, we have a number of different classes in this race as well, so we'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on in all of them, because points are scored within the individual classes as well. So Monoposto is something that's been going in the UK for a very long time, since the 1950s in fact, a sort of kind of all-comers collection of single-seater racing cars, and its founder was Frank Tiedemann back in the 1950s. He sadly died in 2013, and since then the Monoposto Racing Club have run the Tiedemann Trophy. Now here we've got a problem for one of the drivers out on track, and that's the 98 Van Diemen R82 of Rodney Toft. Now his car has come to a stop between Brooklands and Luffield Corner, and here you can see the marshals doing great work to get down there to try and help the driver off, but it looks like the steering is broken, so they're just going to have to try and push him onto the grass if the car will go. He's clearly had some contact, I think, with another driver, because his nose cone has parted company with the car and the steering broken, but the marshals there getting him off the circuit onto the grass. Now, can they get him further off the edge of the circuit to allow the rest of the session to continue uninterrupted? Well, the marshals doing great work down there, of course. So we're just about halfway through this session. Fastest at the moment is the number 4 car of Gilles Chloé with the Dallara F308. He is in one of the invitation class cars, so not actually scoring points within the championship. Then we have in second place at the moment the 67 car, Robbie Watts, another invitation class car, another Dallara. And then the third car at the moment is the number 91 car, that's Samuel Harrison, his Dallara F397. He competes in the F3 class.
Yeah, going back to the Drivers' Company quickest here, Gilles Chloé, he's actually out in the Waterhouse Trophy itself as well, isn't he? So he's got a busy day. But it's great to have so many Formula 3 cars here, isn't it, today, whether it's in the invitational class for the newer cars or for the Mono F3 class as well. I saw the final round of the main part of the Monoposto Championship, was one of the F3 cars go off, which is Wayne Garrison, who won the last round of the main part of the championship. There was a good grid there as well of F3 cars, so it's great to have these proper 2-litre F3 cars from the past, from the days when the British Championship was so strong, out in Monoposto, and that's what this type of series is for.
Yep, that's right. As I mentioned, it is a championship that's being run in classes, and therefore leading the way, having been successful at Castle Kew and Sutton in the 1800 classes, Phil Davis. He has a total of 86 points. Second on 71 points is Will Cox. Third on 54 points is Jeff Fern. Fourth, 51, Carl Wallace. And fifth on 47 points at the moment is Nigel Howard. That's the way of things coming into this weekend's racing, final 2 rounds of this championship that is run as an end-of-season autumn competition after the main championship finishes in perhaps August or September. We do have this extra competition as well, and whereas for the main part of the season often there's 2 grids of Monoposto cars, not always but often, that all the cars race together, and you've got a mixture of motorcycle and car engines as well on the grid as well. It makes a really interesting mix.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We can see here Mark Harrison, who's out in the Dallara F302. It's a Toyota engined car, this one, but it's very busy around the circuit, as you can see here, heading up towards Brooklands, because the speed differential from the back to the front is going to be vast here. Because like you say, normally it splits, so sort of the faster cars generally in one race and the slower cars are in the other race, but that's not the case here. So you've got the really grippy, fairly powerful Formula 3 cars with lots of aero there, including George Line, who goes around the outside of the slower cars. You've got Formula Ford based cars, but there's some Z-Tech, Duratec cars out here as well. You've got Formula Ford 2000s, you saw the problem we saw from Rodney Toft. And there is one of the Formula Fords, that's Jeff Fern in a My Gal. I think that's a Duratec engined car from sort of the British Championship era about 10 years ago or so. So therefore, those cars are not going to have the downforce, are they, of the winged single seaters, particularly the Formula 3 cars like this one here, the Zalara of Amit Patel.
Yeah, that's the number 43 car. George Line, who you mentioned, he's up to second fastest now. He's pushed Robbie Watts back to third fastest in the number 67 car. Robbie, who's the father of Joe, who's out in the Walt Hayes Trophy as well this season.
You mentioned George Line, he's won all of these races on the road in the Tiedemann Trophy, those ones you spoke about at Castle Combe, there's a spinner there, at Castle Combe and at Snetterton as well. But perhaps with Robbie Watts and Gilles Clouet out in these newer F3 cars, he's going to have some real tough competition here at Silverstone. And actually, that Nigel Davis has gone for a spin as well. It was Patel before. Sam Harrison in a much older car, the F397, in these wet conditions, is able to keep right up with them in this qualifying session here.
Certainly is, and Sam's had a very successful season, of course. He's had 21 overall race wins during the course of this season across those different cars: Merlin Mark 20, Chevron B15, Brabham BT6 and this Dallara F397, which is more victories than anybody else in the country this season. Tops Autosport's chart of most successful national races so far this year. He's one ahead of Ben Short, who has won on 20 occasions in his Mazda MX-5, with not terribly many race meetings left to go during the course of 2022.
Yeah, Sam Harrison should have had one more win, really, because when he did the final round of Monopostos in this car, he led up to the last lap and had a car failure. And he won the earlier race in the day. So he has raced this car once or twice before, but yeah, he won the historic Formula Ford Championship, which was his sort of main season event, and then raced those historic Formula 3s and Formula Juniors as well. But for a few drivers, this qualifying session hasn't gone to plan. So that's Amit Patel, who's going to join Rodney Toft there at Luffield, and the whole host of marshals. So they're not going to be short of people to chat to down there, is it?
That's right. So 2.5 minutes left to go in this session. Gilles Clouet still fastest on a 1:00.524. So we're not quite breaking the 60-second barrier, which they, of course, would be doing comfortably in dry conditions, but still very rapid lap times indeed. Robert Watts now second fastest, number 67. Third fastest is Sam Harrison. Fourth fastest is George Line. Looking at the classes, Miles Castaldini, he is just lost out to Nigel Davis in their class, which is the 1000 class. I think that's the motorcycle engined cars. Phil Davis, I can see, who's the championship leader. He is the best of the 1800s at the moment. Eddie Guest, top of his class. Will Cox, who's second in the championship in the number 44 car, is the Van Diemen from the Vauxhall Junior chassis. He is top of his class, the 1600 class, and 16th place overall.
Yeah, that's right. So all they can basically do is win their class. There is Will Cox, who Alpha Life have picked up for us, as we were speaking about him in his Vauxhall Junior. It's great to have, again, this is what Monoposto is all about, isn't it? Bringing cars out from those single make series from the past into a grid here.
Of course, in the day, Vauxhall Junior cars did not have wings on them, but that's the other beauty of Monoposto, is that you can play around with your cars and add wings and take them away and change the aero and do all kinds of things. But yeah, that is something that we could do. Of course, there was the big brother of Formula Vauxhall Junior, Formula Vauxhall Lotus, later Formula Vauxhall, which was a slicks and wings category, but Formula Vauxhall Junior was really, I guess, a bit more of a competitor to, at the time, Formula Ford 1600 and Z-Tech Formula Ford as well, as it became in the early 1990s. It was a sport, the British Touring Car Championship as well for many years, Formula Vauxhall Junior.
New quickest time in the session, Ian, is George Line, the driver who won the 4 races we've had so far in the Tiedemann Trophy in his Volkswagen-powered Dallara, all of 83 1,000ths of a second quicker than Gilles Clouet, and then Robbie Watts and Sam Harrison not far behind either. Less than a second separate the top 4 as we pick up Mike Hatton's Volkswagen engined car as he turns his way through. He finished 6th this year in the main Monoposto Championship in the summer in the F3 category, because in the main championship you have points and you only battle against people in your class. You have each class champion rather than a full overall champion like we have here for the Tiedemann Trophy, the autumn-based series.
Checkered flag has gone out at the end of the session. There it is. So only laps that have already underway will count. So we'll see if there are any more improvements. It's George Line top.
Now him and Clouet go through, but don't go quicker, perhaps because of traffic. You can see there the Zetec engined Formula Ford of Julian Hoskins we saw just go through, and then the Duratec engined cars. We've got pretty much every engine of single-seat Formula Ford here over the course of the weekend. Obviously mainly Kent cars in the main water history. This event allows the other engined cars out there. Robbie Watts taken the flag. He has. So it's only Sam Harrison who might improve on the top positions.
He's yet to come through. I think he's just about to, though. And we'll see if he can improve.
That's him here.
Yeah. The answer is no. So he stays 4th. So we'll give you a rundown on the order. George Line it was that was fastest with a 1 minute 00.130. So just missing out on breaking the 60-second barrier. Second fastest was number 4. That was Gilles Clouet. Third fastest was number 67, Robbie Watts, and those 3 separated by about half a second. Topping the F3 class, Samuel Harrison, number 91, couldn't break into the top 3 on his last lap, so he did a 1:00.908. And then you've got most of the F3 cars together, so you've got the 22 car next up, which is that of Dean Warren, the Dallara F305. You've got Mark Harrison in number 10, long-time Monoposto racer, he's 6th. 7th fastest, you've got the number 36 car, Mike Hatton. 8th fastest, the number 34 car, Wayne Garrison. He had a spin, of course. 9th fastest, number 68, Malcolm Scott. Been competing in single-seaters for quite a long time. And then completing the top 10 is the first of the cars from the Mono 1000 class, the motorcycle engine class. That's Nigel Davis, just ahead of Miles Castaldini in Jedi Mark IV and Van Diemen RF94, respectively. Josh is in the pit lane and he's got an interview for us.
So after that Monoposto qualifying session, we're going to try and catch up with some of the drivers. Quickest in the session was George Line, so let's see if we can interrupt. George, quickest in qualifying there for you, but that only just 8 hundredths of a second. It's really close between the top 4, so actually we're going to make a good couple of races.
Yeah, sure. Obviously it's a small track, so obviously the time's going to be close. Just going to be a case of making no mistakes and trying to keep it consistent. But obviously happy with that session. We didn't do any testing at all, so just a case of remembering the way around, really. But yeah, pleased with obviously the car felt good, so yeah, see how we get on in the race. Obviously
it's going to be a very busy races with a good grid of cars here and massive speed differential between you and the back guys.
Yeah, so just a case of getting a good start, and then obviously the first few laps will be clear, and then it's just a case of getting through the traffic and obviously trying to get the best result we can.
And you've had a good few meetings at Castle Coombe and at Snetterton up to now?
Yeah, Castle Coombe went well, Snetterton went well, obviously the car's working well. It's just we haven't ran it in the wet for over a season now, so it's just a case of remembering the way around in the wet and yeah, go as fast as you can.
Is this perhaps a predecessor of a Monoposto next year to try and get these cars somewhere to race again?
Ideally, we'll see how it goes. For now, it's obviously just in the invitation class. It's restricted in terms of the airbox size, so it should be a little bit closer in terms of sort of the pace of the 07s or whatever. So yeah, the car feels good, and yeah, see how we go.
Do you know the history of the car? Who might have raced it in period?
I know it's next Carling car, and that's about it. I think it had a few crashes and it was put back together or whatever, but it's obviously running well now. We ran it in the F3 Cup before 3 seasons ago, and yeah, it's just getting better and better. So now we've run it for 3 or 4 seasons, so we know where we are. So it's just a case of me actually driving rather than the pace is definitely in the car. It's just yeah, like I say, no testing, so just remembering the way around.
Well, best of luck at the races. Hopefully we'll see you here a little bit later on. So that's George Lyne who's on pole. I think the quickest of the motorcycle engine cars was Nigel. Nigel, how was the session out there for you? Pretty slippery?
Yeah, pretty slippery. It's difficult with motorcycle cars, as you have to keep them up to like 10,000 RPM. So I had a moment round sort of Brooklands, but managed to keep it going. But yeah, it's just trying to find where the grip is and just keep it on the track, really. That's yeah, the idea of the game, yeah.
See, the car still got a bit of remnants from the end of the meeting at Donington Park, I saw, which didn't quite go to plan for you, did it?
Donington Park, no, I've had a few issues, but this year, it's been pretty good actually. Not too many failures. Just missed out on sort of a championship standing, but as I said, it was all right at Snetterton last couple of weeks ago, couple of firsts. But yeah, we're getting there slowly. So yeah, it's good fun though.
And a good grid here, which, as I was saying there to George, it makes a very busy circuit, so it's going to be a couple of really interesting races, I think.
It is sort of a mixed grid, isn't it? So speed differentials all over the place, sort of Formula Fords up to these quick guys here. They're sort of phenomenal around the corners, it's unbelievable. But yeah, can be busy. So, and it's quite a small circuit, obviously. So yeah, it's going to be some sort of traffic, I would think. So we'll see what the weather's doing later on this afternoon. But we're raining. Yeah, brilliant. But yeah, so it should be good fun. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having a chat. So that's Nigel Davids, and then over here is Sam Harrison, who was the quickest of the non-invitational class cars. Let's see if we can grab a word with Sam. Sam, I think fourth overall and right up with the big F3 cars. So that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, hopefully we can give them a little bit of a battle in the race, but it's just playing with years of difference, so yeah, hopefully.
And I saw you last week racing an MR2, it's a very different type of car, this.
Yes, it is very different. Back to the open wheels, obviously. It was good fun last weekend. This is slightly more, I don't know, it's just a bit different, very different.
And your season's been really good, obviously winning the historic Formula Ford Championship. You've raced other cars and won in those as well.
Yes, it's been an incredible season. Not what we could have hoped, more than what we could have hoped for coming into it. It's been absolutely amazing, yeah.
And going from the older cars then to drive in this sort of slicks and wings car, how did you have to sort of get used to driving that?
Well, we've got a 89 Dallara that I've driven in past, but I think that the historics, even Formula Fords, are a great learning curve, and it helps when you're jumping into something with a bit more grip.
Well, best of luck for the races, and hopefully we'll see you back here later on.
Thank you.
So there's our completion to our qualifying session for the Monoposto session. A few of the class pole sitters. We'll see them have a couple of races later on for the final rounds of the Tiedemann Trophy. We've got one more qualifying session to come, though, before we have racing. So let's head on to the circuit to find out what's coming up next.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Josh. And we've got a bit of clear-up work to be done after that Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy Championship qualifying session. There's Rodney Toff's Van Diemen RF82 Formula Ford 2000 car being recovered to the pit lane. Some damage to be repaired, not just cosmetic, not just the nose cone either. I think there was some contact that he had during the course of that qualifying session. So hopefully we'll see him out for the two Monoposto races. The first of them is due away in probably in about an hour's time, something like that, because we've got one qualifying session and one race before the first of the Monoposto races, the second of which comes after the lunch break. And that now means, with the circuit clear, that the green flag can be waved and the qualifying session can get underway for the HSCC all-comers. And this is the all-comers B race. There was an A race yesterday, but there is, it must be said, quite a lot of overlap between the competitors that we have on circuit in both of these divisions. Yesterday's race, that was won by the Super Tour of Vauxhall Cavalier of Tony Absalom. He won the race by more than 50 seconds from the car's former owner, Frankie Wilde, who is certainly out of this session in the BMW M3. And a great effort was made by Mike Williams with his Rover Metro to get his car up into third position overall against some pretty illustrious opposition. I think the conditions certainly did play into the hands of the front-wheel drive hatchback compared to some of the other cars that were out there. And he got the better in the end of Steve Watton's Turner, who took 4th position, but it was a very full grid that we had yesterday. I think we did, in fact, have 40 starters for the race. And I think we've got a big grid and a spectacular grid of cars here as well, Josh, for this second race of the weekend. It does notably include quite a few retros once again, as it did yesterday, but some pretty special cars as well.
Yeah, that's right. Just going through shot there, you see the Lola T282 of Chris Fox, which is a DFV engined car, so a Formula 1 engined car from the 1970s. So we'll talk about that in a moment. But it's a great mix of cars, absolutely fantastic. It's a real tradition of this event, isn't it, to have this type of race. And it sort of harks back to days of the past, isn't it, where you have an all-comers race, part of a meeting like this, and to have big sports cars that would have raced at Le Mans, to metros, and everything in between, really. Here is the Lola, that I think is been brought recently by Chris Fox. So I'm sure you'll hear it coming when it goes around. It's not in the full Gitanes livery, but you can see the sponsorship logos there. I think this is the car that has been raced by Leo Gorizardis over the years. You can certainly hear it come past our commentary position here, and Chris is going to take it, I'd imagine, fairly cautiously with all these cars around him, knowing the value of the car. But he versus Tony Absalom, who is here, the winner from yesterday, that could be quite an interesting battle against two totally different types of car. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how things play out, and how appropriate is it that we have this car with the Cosworth DFV engineered at the Walt Hayes Trophy, the man we'll talk more about later on, no doubt. But one of the things he was most connected with was the development of the Cosworth DFV engine, primarily for racing in Formula 1, of course, but also, as we can see, in this sports car as well. So currently quickest though is Ken Lark, who we didn't see out yesterday in his Volkswagen Corrado. Ken Lark, he's been racing for many years mainly in Volkswagens, and interesting to see he's quicker at the moment than the Super Touring Vauxhall of Tony Absalom, who I'm sure we'll get a shot of during the course of this session. Yeah, that's absolutely right. So there are a series of different classes within all of this as well, based I think on engine capacity rather than anything else. Chris Fox has gone to the top of the times now, the 108.052 on his first full flying lap of the session. That's 5 seconds faster than Ken Lark in the VW Corrado, who's done 113.089. Jack Ashton is third fastest at the moment in the number 98 Metro with a 114.399, and he's ahead even of the Super Tourer Vauxhall Cavalier of Tony Absalom, yesterday's race winner, who is fourth with a 114.426. But I'm sure we'll see more improvements to the lap times as this session goes on. How many cars have we got out there at the moment? Just have a look. We've got, I think, 34 cars have gone through. We've also got the Pro Sport 3000 car, which is that of Robert Nash, the Simon Sester driver. Of course, the Pro Sport 3000, also a big sports car that had its own one make championship in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Never had a huge amount of cars in it, but that was certainly spectacular at the circuits all around the country. So it's a big gap then, it turns out, for Chris Fox, who is quickest. Another interesting looking car there is Paul Napton's Maguire Stiletto, one of the super saloons here. And then just behind it is the super touring car, the Tony Absalom Vauxhall Cavalier. So we look out for yesterday's winner, Tony Absalom, out there. But up to second quickest in the session now has gone Jack Ashton in his Metro. So the Metro of Jack Ashton now quicker than the former British touring car Vauxhall, driven by Tony Absalom. A problem there though for Philip Barak, the Lotus 11, who we saw have problems yesterday as well towards the end of his race. The Lotus 11 with the aerodynamics on it, which certainly weren't there in period. But that car is in strife, been able to pull off the circuit, but there are yellow flags therefore needed on the run up towards Brooklands Corner. But for Chris Fox, he's done a 108.052. So nowhere near as quick as the much more modern single-seaters we saw out in the Monoposto session just now, unsurprisingly. But it's then the Metro in second place, Jack Ashton. There we see the Cavalier, Tony Absalom. Where's he? Fourth at the moment. So very different look with 3 new drivers at the top of the times compared to yesterday, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, Absalom has gone quicker in the session than he went in the race yesterday, where he did a 1:14.5 as his best lap of the race, and a 1:13.66 here, which suggests conditions are better. Not necessarily dry, I don't think, but probably less oily, because there was a lot of oil down during the course of yesterday afternoon. And I think that it caused quite a delay, didn't it, before the start of this race? That's what I thought. Kind of warning flag going out to car number 90. It's the black and orange meatball flag. That is John Foe's MG Midget. One of the older cars on the grid. But the officials have spotted some issue with an Ebrey white going into the pits to get that checked out.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. And interesting that it seems to be a bit of a faster grid than yesterday, doesn't it? Because a lot of the top 10 are different drivers who we saw yesterday. You've got Andy Thompson out there in his Seat Toledo, for example, as well, who's 6th fastest.
I think the original intention was that this would be more of a sports racing type field, but I think in the end, in the interest of getting as many cars on the grid, the HSCC were very happy to take anyone's money, I think, and that qualified for this all-comers race. Into the pits, we've got Chris Fox in the Lola, also to Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon, who's 6th fastest at the moment. Andy, who you'll often see out in these all-comers type races.
I assume Jack Ashton is in his hot hatch spec Metro, considering he's the best part of 10 seconds faster than sort of the normal series cars. Mike Williams, 12th fastest, because I think Jack Ashton is planning to return to hot hatch next year, where he raced a season or so ago.
Tony Absalom's just gone 2nd fastest, hasn't he? With a 1:12.723 now, so he moves ahead of Jack Ashton at the moment.
Here's Ashton carving his way through the traffic.
Yeah, that's the purple car. Let's see through there.
Quite a few sort of mod sport, special sports cars type thing, cars out in this group as well, isn't there? Which is interesting to see. There's the Fiat out there, the 128 of Paul Bowers, who we saw yesterday. You've got the Clubman's car, the Mallock, Alan Davenport there. There's Mike Williams and his Metro, who, as you say, he starred yesterday, particularly when it got really oily towards the end of the race, where he worked his way up onto the overall podium. But I don't think that's going to happen today, is it? He's currently 13th, 300th of a second ahead of Dick Trevitt in that sort of unofficial class of the Metro Cup competitors.
Yes, it's great to see them here in such good numbers to enjoy some end-of-season fun after their main championship has completed and before they start their 2023 campaign, which they'll be doing with the Racing Sports Car Club, having announced the move to organisation for the new season. There's the Absalom Super Tourer, that just goes through to complete another lap. It doesn't go any faster that time though, so it stays in 2nd position.
There's the Maguire Stiletto of Paul Napton, one of the special saloons I think on this grid.
Yeah, good to see those types of cars out. He is in the number 34 car and he's 12th fastest at the moment. He's just improved his time actually to a 1:20.867.
Just 3 minutes to go, and I think a slightly shortened session, as I think most of the races are going to be this morning after the delays we had at the beginning of the day. Another of the Metros there is Matt Simpson, who's just going to be potentially passed on the run up towards Maggots, and he is. The Toyota MR2's had a spin. That's Dean Trower, who I think had a quite dramatic race yesterday after starting a little bit further down the order than what perhaps you might expect.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes to go. There is the Pro Sport going through, the Robert Nash car. Saw that going through. Le Mans style prototypes they were designed to look like. And there is the little Stiletto Imp going through, and of course a full grid of these special saloons made a great sight. You can see he's just making his way out of Luffield through Woodcote Corner to complete another lap. Will he go any faster? He'd done a 1:19.663 in fact, so he does go a little bit faster now. Andy Thompson hasn't come out of the pit lane, I notice, so he has only completed 4 laps.
Looking here at Jack Ashton's Metro, who has just moved up ahead of Tony Absalom's Super Touring car, which is quite something, isn't it? With the Metro with the skinny tyres, which turns its way through Cops Corner, second quickest, 4 seconds off a Le Mans front-running car, and quicker than a British Touring car from the 1990s.
It's a great advert for Hot Hatch, if ever there was one. And Jack, with the 750 Motor Club stickers on the side of his car, you can see he was very competitive, wasn't he, in Hot Hatch in 2021?
This pace suggests that that's a bit of development's been done since then.
Quite possibly.
That might put it in a very good contention come the spring next year.
And the advantage that that type of car has against some of the more modern Hot Hatches is that it's so much lighter.
Yeah.
Of course.
So it's going to be a really interesting battle between him, Absalom, and today Frankie Wilde is keeping up as well, isn't he? Those 3 cars, actually with Ken Lark as well, 4 cars separated by just half a second.
Yeah, I mean, Wilde was second to Absalom yesterday, but the gap between them on lap times there is not as much as it was during yesterday's race, that's for sure.
And I wonder how Chris Fox would feel about doing a standing start in that car.
Yes, that's a good question. Certainly, I know some of the drivers in the Pumpkin Smash race yesterday were unused to doing standing starts in cars such as Radicals and so forth.
So this is the Lola T282. I think they're sending back to the pit lane. This is a 1973 car that raced in the World Sports Car Championship with the Ford DFV and raced drivers like René Vissel, the Grand Prix driver, raced that very car. But the session is coming to an end with the checkered flag, so that's qualifying completed. The Lola certainly quickest, but I guess we actually won't know until the race whether he will elect to start from pole position or from the pit lane.
That's absolutely right. We'll see what happens later on. Certainly we've seen that happen before in these types of races where someone has started from the pit lane rather than take up their expected position towards the front of the grid, because just for safety as much as anything else. So the session comes to an end then, and it is pole position then for Chris Fox with a 107.747 in the Lola T282. Second fastest number 98 Jack Ashton, the Rover Metro GTI. There's an unlikely combination. 1 minute 12.630. Third fastest number 67 Tony Absalom in a 1:12.723 in the Super Tourer Vauxhall Cavalier. Fourth fastest was 29 Frankie Wilde in the BMW M3, 1:12.748. Fifth fastest number 32 Ken Lark in the VW Corrado, 1:13.089, and same with the VAG. It's Andy Thompson's Seat Leon, sixth fastest number 14 with a 1:16 shot, sorry, I should say, 4:27, although he did only 4 laps in that session. Then seventh is the number 63 car, which is Roger Waite with the Malik. Eighth, number 27, which is the Spartan of Peter van Smieren. Ninth is the 13 car, which stopped on the green flag lap yesterday. I think Alistair Baptist's MGB GT. And rounding out the top 10 is Steve Watton, who was fourth in the race yesterday in his Turner. Number 16, Steve Watton, completing the top 10 at the end of that session. And what did we have in the end? We had, I think, 35 cars, yes, that eventually took part in that session. So we should have a very good field of cars for the all-comers race, which will be the last race before the lunch break. Now, we've obviously had some delays already today, and we know that the weather's closing in as well, so we don't want to fall behind before this afternoon's races. So already the officials have taken proactive steps to make sure that we don't fall behind on the timetable. So the last chance race, which is going to come up next, that's now going to be reduced to 8 laps rather than 10 as originally planned. And the semi-finals, which were due to be 12 laps apiece, they're now going to be 10 laps apiece. And the aim there is that we will catch up any of the time that we've lost already, because we know that between possibly about 12 and 3 in particular, there's some pretty bad weather forecast to head over Silverstone, and the officials therefore, with their eye on the weather radar, making some changes to the timetable for the rest of the day. Don't forget to keep your comments coming in it'd be good to hear from you during the course of the day on the track. And we will look forward shortly to the next Formula Ford 1600 action, the next Walt Hayes Trophy action, because the last chance race is coming up next, where we will see the top 16 drivers heading from that into the semi-finals. But let's head outside once again and see who Josh has got to talk to.
So we've come down to see who we can find, and Jack Ashton stopped. Jack, a superstar performance, because you out-qualified a British touring car, which isn't bad going.
Really?
Second overall behind the Le Mans sports car.
Oh, well, we'll take that. I think top 5 I was going to go, that's not going to be done looking at the cars here, but the car felt brilliant. Got some new tyres for the wet and they work a treat, so can't be happy really. That's pretty good going.
I've been doing the cars in hot hatch spec rather than Metro Cup spec.
Yeah, all fully weighted up to the hot hatch spec, so even I thought use it as a test day today. Yeah. I could go even lighter and try and beat the front runner. I don't know how far ahead he is, but
5 seconds.
oh, maybe not. But yeah, just trying to have a little test day today for next season. Hopefully get some good information in the wet, which is exactly what we've done already. So yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think you and the Cavalier are about a tenth of a second apart, so that's going to be a real battle against a car that I guess you've really cool to race against.
That should be quite fun. Yeah, I hope he's up for a good scrap. I'll be all over it.
Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you later. Thanks for stopping. So there's Jack Ashton, one of the stars of the all-comers race. But we move back to Formula Fords next, because the next race of the Walter Hayes Trophy is coming up right now.
Yes, indeed, and the cars are already on circuit for the for the next race, I should say, the last chance race, the Walt Hayes Trophy last chance race. As I say, this will be over 8 laps. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up for this one. So on pole position, it's Megan Jilks. She lines up alongside Rick Morris on the front of the grid. There's an interesting combination. Rick Morris having his first taste of contemporary single-seater action this weekend. Ben Stone, who was a winner here last weekend in the Birkett 6-hour relay race, he lines up alongside Andrew Skerfield on the second row of the grid. Then it's Nathan Yu in one of the Team Dolan cars alongside BM Racing's Drew Cameron on row 3. Steve Deeks, the long-time Silverstone instructor, and Mark Armstrong, another long-time Silverstone instructor, line up on the 4th row of the grid. Head of former LG Midget racer Dominic Mooney, and one of the stars of the event, former podium finisher in this event, Felix Fischer in the 226 car. Pascal Montbron, the French driver, and Paul Tucker line up on row 6. On the 7th row, it's another of the KMR cars. Josh LaRue there, alongside Gilles Clouet, who we saw out in the Monoposto qualifying session. Craig Curry in the Crosley, and Neil Hunt in the Mondale on the 8th row. Then the 9th row of the grid has got James Sweetnam and Bruce Connolly. On to row 10, the Swift Cooper Racing runs Swift SC94 of Paul Mason and Johnny Hayes Harlow. They make up row 10. Then it's Ben Tilley in the Lotus 51 and Peter Hannam next to him on row 11. Alex Ames, former star of the Midlands front runner, and Daniel McIntosh are on row 12 of the grid. Mike Gardner is an ex-classic Formula Ford champion. He's got Rudolf Ernst next to him on row 13. Derek Palmer, former British touring car racer, and another ex-BTCC man, Mike Epps, line up on the 14th row of the grid. Row 15, you've got Adrian Lassac and Sam Mitchell. Row 16, you've got Alex Voss and Dieter Hackel. Then Nigel Thompson and Oliver White are on the 17th row of the grid with Adam Fathers, and squeezing in right at the end, despite his 9th place finish in the progression race, it's Kieran Atwood that rounds out the 36 car field, Josh, and we should be in for a very exciting 8 laps. Who are we expecting to come through in this one, do you think?
Well, I guess a lot of the drivers we saw earlier, you mentioned right at the end there, people like Mike Epps, Alex Voss, Ollie White as well, perhaps. They'll be looking to come through, so they've got to get into the top 16 here, haven't they, to proceed to the semi-final. So there's some drivers to watch from the very back of the grid, and then looking further up, you've got Josh LaRue, you mentioned, in the Spectrum. Then you've got Felix Fischer, who's surely a driver to try and win this race in his Ray. And then the quick drivers at the front. Megan Gilks has been quick in Formula Ford. She's been a race winner this year in GB4. She's there on pole alongside the driver who won here 40 years ago at Silverstone in the SO Formula Ford Formula Ford Championship. Rick Morris, as you say, okay, coming back to contemporary racing 40 years or so later, yes. In this firm. And after his Royale got a bit battered a couple of weeks ago at Brands Hatch. So what can Rick Morris do there from the front row of the grid? It's very hard to call. First, he's going to win this race, and then if I guess it's 16 cars, it's not as sharp the order you need to get to, but there's, as you say, now only 8 laps, and there's a lot quicker driver to get past this time.
If you're a quick driver and you don't have too many dramas, you will get through to the semi-finals. So the main focus here, I think, is on who might make it right to the front. I think Felix Fischer stands a pretty good chance if he's out there, starting on row 5 of the grid. He was certainly fired up after the incident yesterday in his heat with Chris Middlehurst.
Looks like we may have got Neil MacArthur onto the back of the grid, mightn't we? So perhaps somebody's not started.
Yeah, looks like he has got through as the first of the reserves. Green flag at the back, 5-second board is waved. 8 laps of racing in this Walt Hayes Trophy last chance race is about to get underway. The red lights go out and we're off and running. And it's Megan Gilks on pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit. Next to her, Rick Morris. It's Rick Morris that's made a good start there, but I think it's Megan Gilks with the red and white car that goes through on the inside at Copse Corner. So I think she's going to lead as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Or is that the case? It is not, because it's the 37 car of Ben Stone, a winner here last weekend. He briefly led, but then down the inside, it's the 72 car that could well come through of Andrew Schofield, the South African. So we've had several different drivers in contention. Oh, but there's number 2, Rick Morris as well. But it is, for the moment, Ben Stone that leads the way, but there's several cars involved in incidents further back. Paul Mason is one of them. Into the gravel has gone Sam Mitchell, I think that was, who came through so well in the heat. And having stopped there, that is the 126 car, which is that of Gilles Clouet for John's racing team, John Svensson's team.
Yeah, Ben Tilley was another driver off in all of that, but it's Megan Gilks who leads. Ben Stone is second. Third is Rick Morris, and Felix Fischer's fourth already. Then it's Drew Cameron, who's side by side with taking that out. Look at Mike Epps. He's into the top 10, isn't he? Something like that already. A great start from him indeed. It was Drew Cameron and Mark Armstrong, I think, who were side by side I was getting at. But an incredible start from Mike Epps. He is after 1 lap, 10th position. He is amazing at these first laps in a car he's never driven before Friday, Ian.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, Felix Fischer is up to 3rd place and will be challenging, I think, Ben Stone as they head down towards...
There's Epps.
And Epps is off. Epps has got damage. So Epps has made contact as he comes through the field. He's going to go no further in this year's Walter Hayes Trophy, I'm afraid. It's been short, but relatively sweet, I suppose, the win he had in the progression race earlier on. But it's Gilks leading. Fischer is now 2nd. Ben Stone is 3rd. Rick Morris is 4th. 5th and 6th side by side. I think one of them is Drew Cameron, the other is Andrew Schofield, and there is Epps out of the race.
Was he being a bit too aggressive at the starts of these races, perhaps? He got away with it up to that point, but no more. Ollie White's made a better start to this race, I think. Here he is, just coming down towards Brooklyn, so he made a pretty good go at it. That's sideways, that's Pascal Montbaron, who's just got past Drew Cameron, the Formula Ford 2000 racer. Then you've got Mark Armstrong and Andrew Schofield, who did make a good start. He's lost some positions, though, as they turn their way through Luffield Corner. But Megan Gilks up front, at this stage, I think, is keeping Felix Fischer at bay. There's 7/10 of a second between them as they complete lap 2 of 8.
Yeah, Megan Gilks, someone who you might have expected to go straight through to the semi-finals. 6th in the GB4 Championship this year, 10th in the National Formula Ford Championship last season. She's also been a race winner in a non-championship W Series race as well in the past, so lots of experience for Megan Gilks. But here she's going to have to try to fend off Felix Fischer, who is coming through. There is Ben Stone. Now he is in 3rd position at the moment as they make their way around Beckett's. I don't think our timing tower has updated itself there, and indeed, yes, the whole thing seems to have frozen at the moment, so we'll go off our timing screen here in the commentary box for the race. So it's Gilks, Fischer, Stone and Morris Montbaron at the start of this lap, but I have a feeling, Josh, it's already changed, and it's certainly about to as they go into Brooklands.
Yes, Pascal Montbaron, I think, possibly up to 3rd. He started the lap in 7th, so not quite sure how he's made that work, but he's coming through. But here's the battle for the lead between Megan Gilks and Felix Fischer then. Two drivers who probably haven't really raced against each other very much. So they turn their way through Woodcote. I think Jilk's got caught up in that incident at Copson in her heat, but got to the end. But as you say, she's a quick driver, and her and Felix Fischer are quite evenly matched at this stage, but they're quite a bit faster than anybody else. So they're 4 seconds ahead of Pascal Montbaron, who's third. Yellow flags here for the Mike Epps incident from early on. We've also lost Gilles Clouet. We saw him in the gravel. So a couple of retirements from this race, which we got 33 cars into in the end. Into Beckett's, then turns Gilles, still leading from Felix Fischer. And I guess it doesn't matter actually if you finish first or second. You're going to start in the same place on the grid in your semi-final, whether that be in the first semi-final or semi-final 2.
Yeah, that's right. It just depends which one you end up in, because the drivers will alternately be sorted out into the first and second semi-finals depending on their finishing position. So we're on to lap 4 of the race now.
Felix Fischer's gone down the inside of Megan Gilkes now into Brooklands corner then to take the lead, but Gilkes fights back on the outside, so the Canadian tries to get her around the outside. She can't manage it though, so Felix Fischer has taken the lead of the race then in the TM Racing race. He started in 10th. The Castle Coombe champion from this year leads in the last chance race here at Silverstone.
Yep, Ollie White was 10th at the end of the previous lap. We'll see if he's made up any more ground now. Looking at Kieran Atwood, he's up to 19th, so as yet hadn't made it up into the top 16. We'll see if that improves.
Adrian Lessac's going well, isn't he? The Frenchman, he's up to 8th. Who we haven't seen him race huge amounts here in the UK. I think he races in French Formula Ford and he's done some Formula Renault racing as well. But he's up into 8th position then, and going well. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th in the race is very, very busy, isn't it? It's headed by Ben Stone in one of the oldest cars on the grid, the Titan, I think. And he's just ahead of Rick Morris then in the much newer Furman. There's Ollie White though, who's battling I think with Josh LaRue, but coming through better than all of them is Adrian Lessac as he turns his way through out of Beckett's in the Team Dolan Run Van Diemen as they make their way down the down towards Brooklands. It's still Stone in 4th. But here's Ollie White. He's trying to come up the inside of everybody. It's Josh LaRue in the Spectrum trying to go round the outside. So how are they going to work their way through Brooklands here?
Yeah, very busy for wide, weren't they, into Brooklands that time, giving a great view to the packed grandstand there already. That's the great feature, one of the many great features of the World Hayes Trophy, is the atmosphere in the packed BRDC grandstand, which is open to all spectators during the course of the World Hayes Trophy this weekend. So here's Ben Stone doing well here to keep potentially quicker cars behind him, but not necessarily for much longer, because it looks like Adrian Lessac is going to come through to relieve him of 4th position. Indeed he does, on the way down to Copse Corner. Then it's LaRue, Josh LaRue next up, he is in 6th. Then it's Rick Morris running out wide there in 7th, and Mark Armstrong, the other driver sort of in this group as well, another driver in the historic car, the Southern Hudfield Motorsport run, Merlin Mark 20.
Ollie White was very sideways there, and I think he's lost some positions in all of that down into Beckett. So 4th is now Lessac, 5th is LaRue, and they're battling hard. Then you've got Ben Stone, he's been losing out. There's Ollie White all over the curbs. He's got Alex Voss now who has caught him, who we saw out in the earlier race. So things aren't going as well as perhaps expected at the end of the day for Ollie White, but he is getting into positions where he needs to be, as is that Paul Mason, who's had a moment there. But Ollie White, he's lost a place there. The Spectrum's got past him.
Yeah, so I wonder if all is well with Ollie White's car. You'd expect him to keep moving forward, but maybe there's some issues with setup or something. He's just there ahead of Andrew Schofield at the moment. He's still comfortably within a qualifying position for the semi-finals. Remind us, the top 16 that go through, but not necessarily making the progress that we might have expected him to during the course of this race.
Adrian Lessac's lost out there to Josh LaRue on the last lap. Just at the fastest lap of the race, so that's pretty impressive stuff. He was this year's South African Formula Ford champion, 89 there. Josh LaRue just headed down towards Beckett. Meanwhile, behind him, it's very busy as they lap the Rudolf Ernst car, I think that was. Ben Stone's got Rick Morris trying to come down the inside of him. Ollie White's losing out potentially here to Alex Voss again. They're side by side. Voss in the Spectrum here on the outside gets back into 9th position. Ollie White, I think, did get again into Copse Corner as we're on lap 6 of 8 then, 2 to go at the end of this one.
We're actually on lap 7 of 8. We've had 6 laps already during the course of this race, so just 1 lap to go at the end of this. It's tight up there between that gaggle of cars from about 6th backwards at the moment. They're putting on a great show here, but it's a spin for Mark Armstrong, and that means that it tags the number 2 car of Rick Morris. His wheel is off, so those two look like they are heading out of the Walter Hayes Trophy. Rick Morris tried to go around the outside of the spinning car of Mark Armstrong, but just tagged the rear wheel, and the Furman is out of the race.
A real shame for Rick Morris. So wasn't able to take it forward in action quick enough. There's a potential change for a podium position in this race, because Josh LaRue, who's going very quickly, has caught Pascal Monbaron for third in this race. But because of that incident, that means Kieran Atwood has got himself up to 16th position in a qualifying position, which he only just made in the progression race earlier. And looks like he's just going to make it in this last chance race as well, as long as he can get through this final lap of the race. See there, Ben Stone has now dropped behind Alex Ross, but Ollie White can't get past him. He's still there in 8th.
That's right. So White with work to do to get an even better position for the semi-final. There is Fisher, though, who was on the podium, 3rd place in 2009. I think in the last couple of years he's been 10th last year, 9th the year before in the Walter Hayes Trophy final. There's always someone there or thereabouts, but he takes the checkered flag to win the last chance race here. The Walter Hayes Trophy. It's not a race he wanted to win, because it's not a race that he wanted to be in. Megan Gilks is 2nd. Josh LaRue up into 3rd position, because he has been rapid towards the end of the race. He's done the best lap as well at 1 minute 10.329. Not too many drivers into the 10s during the course of this race. 4th place goes to Pascal Monbron. 5th to Adrian Lazak. 6th to Alex Voss. 7th to Ben Stone. 8th to Ollie White. So he does make safe passage through to the semi-finals. 9th goes to Drew Cameron in the BM Racing 112 car. And running out the top 10 is another South African. That's Andrew Schofield, number 72.
Kieran Atwood's dropped out of the top 16 on the last lap by less than 1/10 of a second, Ian. James Sweetnam's just got past him. Another radical racer, but there, Ian, we see the sorry side of Rick Morris's car with damage and out of the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy.
Yes, not going to be a contender for outright victory, I'm sure, by his own admission. Rick Morris, especially getting used to a much more modern car that is used to be racing in. But a shame that his progress has come to a halt. He would have been going through to a semi-final if it wasn't that. There is Rick, 76 years of age, of course. And yeah, that's the end of his Walter Hayes Trophy for 2022. Of course, he raced against the likes of Ayrton Senna back in the day. And some good banter there with the marshals. So they will look to clear that broken down car just as soon as possible. Victory then went to Phoenix Fisher with 8 laps completed. 2.8 seconds was his winning margin over Megan Gilks, who was 2nd. Josh LaRue was 3rd, and Pascal Monbaron took 4th. Adrian Lazak 5th. Alex Voss 6th, then Ben Stone, Ollie White, Drew Cameron, Andrew Schofield, Dieter Hackel, Alex Ames, Nathan Yu, Nigel Thompson, Dominic Mooney and James Sweetnam at 16. So he'll be the last of the automatic qualifiers. But as we saw after the progression race, it's sometimes possible for drivers that don't finish in the automatic qualifying positions can make it through as reserves if anyone has dropped out possibly or can't make it to the grid for the semi-finals later on. There's the Silverstone recovery Land Rover coming to tow away Rick Morris's car. I think it might need to be lifted away, actually. There's Mike Epps, who was the winner of the first race of the day. He having a very short last chance race and is out of the weekend. Let's head down to Josh Barrett, who's got our top 3 from the last chance race.
So we're down here again in Park Foam after that race victory for Felix Fisher in the last chance race. 2nd place went to Megan Gilks and 3rd to Josh LaRue. We do what we did earlier, start in 3rd position, so we'll head over to Josh. If we can grab a word. Josh, 3rd position, fastest lap as well, so that went much better than yesterday.
Yeah, a lot better. I didn't even know I was in 3rd until I pulled into the pits. Had a spin in turn 1 due to contact, fell back. But yeah, I'm very ecstatic with my results, so hopefully you can do something similar in the semi.
And now you've seen what these conditions are like. What are they like? You out quite soon in the semi-final?
Conditions are still very wet, but I like the wet weather, so I'm very excited for the semi.
Tell us a bit about your journey getting here to Silverstone this weekend. How did you get here?
Well, 2 weekends ago I won the national championship in South Africa, and then just been relaxing and preparing for this weekend. Had quite a long flight coming down to England, and we've been testing for the past 3 days, getting used to the track, different car. So just been like very tiring and exciting as well, very, very exciting. So.
It's great to have you here. Well done on that third position. So that was third position went to Josh LaRue. We'll catch up with Megan Gilks in a moment because she's having a word with Alistair Douglas. Let's quickly catch up with Felix Fischer. So I know, Felix, you'll be wanting to head back to the back to your garage, but you didn't want to be in that race, but you did what you needed to do and won it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't deserve to be in this position, but that's the cards we've been dealt with. So yeah, like you say, that's the best we can do for now. On to the next one and see how far we can get.
And what are the conditions like? What are they like coming past people?
Horrible.
Yeah. Well, best of luck later, and hopefully we'll see you again because that means you're done very well. So there's Felix Fischer who won the race. Second position went to Megan Gilks. Like I say, these drivers will be out again in about half an hour's time, so they'll be going back to the garages down here, back to the masses of teams that we've got in the garages here at Silverstone for the Waterhose Trophy, and they'll be getting ready. Then we'll see them in the semi-final because I think there's only one race between. So let's quickly grab a word with Megan. Megan, quickly word with you. Second place there, Felix. A little bit too quick for you, maybe.
Yeah. I struggled a bit for pace in that one, but still happy to come away with second and progress to the semi-final in almost as good a position as I could.
Obviously, I guess with you again yesterday didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, yesterday was a tough one with some car issues that the team found after qualifying, and then in the heat race, 2 cars spinning in front of me and me having nowhere to go. So yeah, it's a good damage recovery and hopefully keep up that momentum for the semi-final.
Best of luck with that. You know, again, Meg's going to be heading back to her garage because we've got the semi-finals coming up before too long. But up next, we have one of our support racers.
Yes, and this is the first of 2 races today for the Reprise IT Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy, and it is the 5th round of 6 in the championship, the final round to be held later on today. 23 cars that we had out in qualifying not very long ago, actually. The qualifying sessions, checking the official timings, it finished at 10:01. It's now 10:47, and we're expecting the cars to come out onto the grid very shortly indeed for the first of their 2 races. So they've got 1 race now, and the second of the races is after the lunch break. But this multi-class format provides very interesting racing. We've got a good number of Formula 3 cars, some in the invitation class, some actually in the Mono F3 class itself. And a range of other cars as well, many of them sort of Formula Ford based, which is appropriate given the content of this weekend's racing. So yes, 23 cars it is that we'll have on the grid. George Line it will be that's going to line up on pole position in his Dallara F308. He's in an invitation class car, so not eligible for points in the Tiedemann Trophy Championship. The Tiedemann Trophy, by the way, named for Frank Tiedemann, who was the founder of Monoposto back in the 1950s. And here you can see now the cars coming out onto the circuit from the assembly area. The way this works is that they do lap and a bit out of the assembly area, which is just before Brooklands, and then go onto the grid, and then have the red lights go out to get the race underway. It's going to be a race that lasts for 20 minutes for this Tiedemann Trophy. So I would think if the conditions are similar to what they were for qualifying, it's probably going to be a 20-lap race, something like that we'll have for these Monopostos. Hard to tell at this stage because they're not up to racing speed, of course. There was quite a lot of spray in the Monoposto qualifying session. We'll see if that's the case during the course of the race. George Ryan, as I say, on pole position. Best of the F3 cars is Samuel Harrison, but let's have a look at that grid now. Pole position does go the way then of George Line in his Dallara, and then it's Gilles Chloé alongside him on the front of the grid. Gilles, who was an early retirement from the race that we've just seen, the last chance race. Row 2 on the inside, we've got the former 750 Place Club Formula Ford champion, that's Robbie Watts, and next to him is Samuel Harrison, historic Formula Ford champion this season. Dean Warren and Mark Harrison are on the 3rd row of the grid, and there's all Dallaras so far, and that's the same story on row 4 actually, where you find Mike Hatton and Wayne Garrison. Malcolm Scott lines up on the inside of row 5, and that is next to the Jedi of Nigel Davies. On the 6th row, we've got Miles Castledini and Phil Davis in their Van Diemen's. On the 7th row, we've got Eddie Guest in the Anson and Tony Cotton in the Dallara. The 8th row is the Vector of Julian Hoskins and Kyle Wallace in Formula Renault. And Will Cox, who's second in the championship, lines up on the inside of row 9 and is Van Diemen Vauxhall Jr. Next to Nigel Harris Van Diemen RF95. Completing the grid, we've got Jack Fern in the Magal Duratec engine car, Rod Toft in the Van Diemen RF82, although his car was damaged after qualifying, so may not be out there. Amit Patel's Dallara, Paul Bailey's Van Diemen and John Hare's Van Diemen complete what should be a 23-car field. And Josh Barrett is back alongside me in the comments box as the grid forms up.
Yeah, just looking at how the points are going to work here, and I would suspect that for Phil Davis he just needs to finish the 2 races and he will win the Tiedemann Trophy from this year, but that's obviously easier said than done.
Yeah, so we've got the cars heading on to the grid then. 20-minute race for the Tiedemann Trophy. Conditions, I think, possibly marginally have improved than when it was for qualifying. In fact, 15-minute race we're now being told, rather than 20, and that again is to catch up some of the timetable delays that we've had earlier on, although the officials have done a tremendous job and we are pretty much on time already as we speak. A reminder to drivers to get their rear lights on. You can see, I think most if not all of them have got the red rear lights flashing at the moment to allow the cars to be more easily seen through the spray. Phil Davis, as we've mentioned, he leads the championship and he was indeed the first of the 1800 cars. Now there's a driver waving from, I think that's the 2nd row of the grid.
Sam Harrison, possibly.
Possibly Sam Harrison. So yeah, a yellow flag waving next to him, but I suspect that that could be an issue. Now the driver stopped waving. Does that mean all is now well? And Marshall, no. Yes, Marshall's onto the grid. So it looks like that car may need to be pushed away, which I suspect, if that is the case, means that we will get another green flag lap.
This feels all very familiar, doesn't it?
It does. So we just need to see, is that the Harrison car? Yes, it is the Harrison car, the 91 car that is being pushed, presumably off the grid. And I think there's a gap in the pit wall that it can go through. Well, that's a great shame for Sam. If he's going to be unable to take this out of the race, I guess he might be able to join from the pit lane if he can get the car fired up.
And some of these Formula 3 cars are obviously quite technical, so therefore teams are trying to convince the marshals to let them onto the grid, but they're not going to be allowed because we need to get this race underway as quickly as possible. So hopefully everybody else still has a firing engine at this stage. No one's waving their arms around this time, so as you say, presumably another green flag lap. And then we'll try again.
Yes, indeed. So we've got George Lyon on pole position, Gilles Chloé alongside, green flag does wave. So we will get another green flag lap, but the car on the outside of the front race, Gilles Chloé, does not get away, does it?
No, and I feared that something like this may happen. Well, no, he's got going now, so that's good to see. And like you mentioned, right back at the beginning of the day, he's got going before the rest of the field, so therefore he should be able to reclaim his spot on the grid. You saw the pale blue car of Phil Davis make its way through there. That's the Van Diemen RF98, a car that used to race in the 750 Motor Club Formula Ford Championship in the hands of Paul Presgraves. But Phil Davis racing it these days, having this bit of winged guys these days. So looking forward to this Monoposto race. We'll see what the lap times are. In qualifying, the best lap time is a 1 minute 00.130 for George Lyon. Gilles Chloé is a 1:00.213. Robbie Watts a 1:00.606. So we'll see if we can get underneath the 1 minute barrier. I suspect we probably will do, Josh, because if it might be a little bit dry. I don't think it's rained, certainly, since these cars qualified about an hour ago. Yeah, and the other factor is they might get a clear lap in at some stage, which they weren't able to do in the qualifying session, I doubt. And it's going to be a really interesting race. Those 3 F308s are very evenly paced. They've got, certainly in the hands of George Lyon and Robbie Watts, they're both experienced drivers. I don't think Gilles Chloé's had much racing experience before the last month or so. But he's obviously pretty quick. He qualified second on the grid. So the battle between those 3, shame we're not going to get Sam Harrison part of it, but those 3 at the front in proper Formula 3 cars. Okay, they're restricted a little bit now, as we heard from George earlier, but 3 great cars, great to have here at Silverstone, and as they carve their way through the traffic, should be very spectacular.
Absolutely right. So cars forming up on the grid, as we say, 15-minute race, not 20, as originally programmed, as we try to make up time from earlier on in the day. Of course, we have had to have this extra green flag lap, so that's cost us about 5 minutes. Given that we were ready to start a few minutes ago. So, fingers crossed, with all of the cars back onto the grid, we'll be able to get going. Faye Crook has got a yellow flag in front of somebody there, but it's the one towards the back of the field. And I can see the 5-second board is being shown. So the race about to get underway. I wonder if it's someone who's starting with a 10-second penalty. That might be why. Red lights go on and they go out. And the race gets underway. And they head off down towards Copse Corner for the first time. And it is the 15 car of George Lyon from the pole position on the outside of the front row that leads away. Yes, there is a Union flag start for one car.
I think it might be Wayne Garrison, who did originally qualify 8th, but obviously must have got excluded from qualifying, which we haven't been notified about.
Okay, so that makes sense. Anyway, down towards Beckett's they go for the first time. It's George Lyon leading then. It's Robbie Watts in second position. The cars already fairly well spread out, much more than they were in the Formula Ford 1600 races that we've seen already, that's for certain. And of course there is quite a wide variety of different types of car and performance level in this Monoposto class, which is effectively a sort of all-comers for single-seaters.
Yeah, it's a very different type of race. This is a spin there for 76, which I think is the addition to the entry, which is John Hare's Van Diemen RF88, who was significantly slower than anybody else in qualifying as well this morning. So John Hare having a bit of a moment. Hopefully he'll be able to get back going, as George Lyon has already completed the first lap, a second ahead of Robbie Watts and Gilles Clouet, who didn't make the best of starts, but he's got back into third place ahead of the first of the F3 class cars, which is Dean Warren, who's there in 4th position ahead of Mark Harrison. Meanwhile, one of the older cars going through there is Edward Guest in the Anson, a 1980s Formula 3 machine. But we're on to lap 2 then of this 15-minute race. The top 4 have pulled quite a long way clear. So Dean Warren at the moment keeping up with the 3 invitational class cars.
Yeah, and leading the F3 class within this. Looking further back, Phil Davies, he's leading his class. That's important for the championship. Will Cox, I notice, has fallen behind Carl Wallace, though, within his class. And Will Cox is the driver that's second in the championship coming into this round. Oh, a spin for number 43. And that is Amit Patel. He had a spin, didn't he, as well in the qualifying session. So, the driver of number 43 found himself onto the grass there.
Yeah, that's right. Gilles Clouet, who's starting the fastest lap of the race and driving in 3rd place, is lapping quicker than the 2 in front, but potential dramas with that car off at Beckett's. Meanwhile, going through there is Julian Hoskins in the Zetec powered Vector Formula Ford from 1993, so right back at the beginning of the Zetec era of Formula Ford racing. So there is Julian Hoskins inside the top 10 overall as well. So that's probably the first of the non-winged cars out there, I think.
I think you may well be right. So 12 minutes or so to go. We've had 2 laps completed. Best lap of the race, you'll play that 1:00.213. So we are getting close to that 60-second barrier.
That's identical to his qualifying lap, to the 1,000th of a second.
That's brilliant. There you can see the marshals doing their best to get Amit Patel's car out of the way. That's Beckett's. Car's heading along the Wellington Straight. Presumably they've passed a green flag at this point.
And Phil Davis is about to lose his class lead, I think, too. Julian Hoskins is on the inside as they come down here into Brooklands. They've got Nigel Davis in the Jedi around them as well. But Hoskins has done it. He's taken the lead of the class ahead of Phil Davis.
Yeah, we saw Julian Hoskins in Formula Ford Zetec races at the Formula Ford Festival down the year, certainly. I'm thinking sort of Formula Ford Zetec Championship as well, if I remember correctly, when that ran. So he's now ahead of Phil Davis, so denying Phil Davis some points here in his quest for the Tiedemann Trophy Championship for 2022, this autumnal competition that runs after the main Monoposto Championship year. There's number 78, Miles Castledini, and he is there in his Van Diemen RF94, but it's in the Mono 1000 class, which means it has a motorcycle engine, like the Jedi of Nigel Davis just behind it.
Yeah, it's Kawasaki powered, this Van Diemen of Castledini. He turns his way there into Beckett's ahead of Davis. There's only 2 motorcycle engine cars in this race. We have a lot more regularly in Monoposto races, but they've both got themselves together in 8th and 9th positions overall. They're already, though, half a lap behind the leaders have gone through, and we're under a minute already, and suggested that would happen. Robbie Watts has done a 59.7. Meanwhile, is that Sam Harrison coming through? Yeah, so he started from the pit lane. He got to 13th at the start of the lap, and he's just passed the cars that were running inside the top 10. So Sam Harrison into the top 10, I reckon, Ian.
Yes, so this is an interesting question of how far up the order he can get now. He's certainly pushing on, isn't he? He's splitting Davies and Castaldini now, so he's up to 9th place. We'll probably get past Castaldini before too much long. He's going to have a look down the inside as they come into Copse. He's done it, so he goes up inside the top 8 now, but he's got about 14 seconds to make up on the next car, which is another car from the same class. Malcolm Scott is in 7th place overall, and that is the target for Sam Harrison now. Also coming through the field is Wayne Garrison, who had that 10-second penalty. He's now 14th.
Here's the motorcycle engine competitors. Miles Castaldini still ahead of Nigel Davies then. So those two cars battling for a class victory as they turn their way for the 6th time down towards Brooklands, but Sam Harrison has just bolted away from them. In traffic, his best lap's a 101.6, which is quicker than everyone bar the top 4. Here are the leaders, so we haven't seen them for a few laps. It's George Lyne who still leads, but it looks like Robbie Watts and Gilles Clouet are catching them as they catches him, and they turn their way past the back marker up towards Brooklands corner. But it is George Lyne then who leads in the Volkswagen engined car by just about a second over Robbie Watts, who's under increasing pressure from the teenager Gilles Clouet.
So 9 minutes of this race left to go. And it is Lyne, Watts and Clouet, the top 3. Watts the fastest man out there with that 59.751. No improvements from anybody on that lap, which was the completion of lap 6. It's more than likely going to be a 15-lap race, this, in the 15 minutes that we have allowed.
Well, we've known from watching Formula 3 racing over the years, and it's not easy to overtake in these types of cars, but with all that lap traffic that's out there, that's going to start to give opportunities. We've already lapped everyone up to 14th position, and surely it's going to be when the traffic comes, it's when the opportunities may arise, and Robbie Watts, probably the most experienced of these 3 drivers up front here.
Yes, he's certainly got a lot of experience in single-seater racing. He also raced a Renault Spider in 750 Motor Club Road Sports many years ago. And a spin for Phil Davies, the championship leader, gets a one wheel at least into the gravel trap at Luffield. Now, can he drive his way out of that? I think he should be able to, as the 57 car has his hand in the air.
Yeah, I reckon what happened there, Ian, was he just got down the inside to take the lead of the class from Julian Hoskins, and then didn't find as much grip as he hoped for. But he has got back going, hasn't he? Although lost of the time, 2 Hoskins is now going to lap down to the 3 leaders, which were separated by just 1 second after 7 laps of racing.
Off the circuit, there goes John Hare, number 76 in his Van Diemen RF88. He's had a couple of excursions now during the course of this race. But there's number 4, that's Gilles Clouet, as we say. He's out in the Walt Hayes Trophy, or he was out in the Walt Hayes Trophy as well until it ended in the previous race. Not got a huge amount of experience, as you say, the teenager, but getting some very useful experience in a Formula 3 car in the wet at Silverstone.
And here come the leaders into sort of a bit more depth of traffic now. We've got these 4 cars almost across the circuit in front of George Lyne. Lyne goes down the inside of the first 2, which he's dealt with successfully. That is all in part because Wayne Garrison is working his way through the order after that delayed start because of the penalty. But George Lyne, I think, has passed them all now into Copse Corner. But the good thing for him, bad for the others, is they haven't. So Robbie Watts and Gilles Clouet are going to lose a lot of time here, I would think. Yeah, Clouet with not much experience at all. The Formula Ford Festival 2 weeks ago was his first race meeting after testing cars in France and Belgium for a variety of different cars during the course of the summer. Robbie Watts seems to leave his braking quite late there. But Beckett, did he make it through? I think he did. Yes, he did get through there. And yes, certainly well into the traffic now, aren't they, as we work lap number 9 of this race. Yeah, that's right. The traffic, instead of actually presenting opportunities, is spreading them out just a little bit on this lap. Lap 9 of the race, which George Lyne still leads. Here's Clouet there in 3rd place. He has now got past the traffic, but had lost a lot of time to the other 2. So George Lyne and Robbie Watts are further up the road at the end of 9 laps in.
Sam Harrison's up to 7th now. He's got ahead of Malcolm Scott. So he was, what, 14 seconds behind him 2 or 3 laps ago. So he's closed in quite nicely. The next car he will be trying to catch then is the 36 car of Mike Hatton, the Dallara F305. And we're watching there the number 10 car go through. So that's Mark Harrison, isn't it? Putting a lap on Phil Davis, who's still there second in class 1800, the 1800 class, despite his spin.
Yeah, that's right. Sam Harrison's done the best lap in his class of the race, a 1:07, just 1 second slower than the outright fastest lap, which goes to Robbie Watts. And on this lap is Watts getting closer to George Lyon again, possibly. The gap went out to a second. They're turning their way up towards Laffield at the moment. There's the big gap back to Dean Warren, who's 4th. He's the first of the F3 class cars, and leads that class by 17 seconds. So actually, Dean Warren here has been doing a very good job himself in this race here.
Yeah, so he's picking up some useful points. I don't think he's been doing previous rounds in this mini championship, though.
Now, I remember he was caught up in incident in the final rounds at Donington Park of the main championship back in September, so perhaps putting the car back together, ready to get one last out in here, where we see Mark Harrison coming through now in 5th, who I think is only just ahead of Mike Hatton, who is coming through there in 6th position in the Volkswagen engined car. And then it's a fairly sizable gap back to Sam Harrison, but one that he's going to be coming down and down over the last 5 minutes of this race.
Yeah, so Mike Hatton's best time is a 1:04.5, and Harrison on 1:00.7, so about 1.8 seconds a lap faster is Sam Harrison, but he's got 10 seconds to make up.
Robbie Watts has just set the fastest lap of the race at 59.375. He's only 6/10 of a second behind George Lyon, who leads it now. So the battle for the overall lead between the Invitational competitors has got pretty close, with probably 4 laps of the race to go. There's just 4 tenths between them now as they flash past our commentary position on the inside of Woodcote.
There's Julian Hoskins, so he is still leading in the 1800 class. He's got the 10 car behind him. That's Mark Harrison coming up to lap him at the moment, though. Here are the leaders. They're down at Beckett's on lap number 12 of what we think is probably going to be 15. And they're just coming up to do some back marker lappery as well. That is the 68 car. I say back marker, that's Malcolm Scott, who's in 8th position overall. So he goes a lap down to the 2 leaders. Of course, Robbie Watts and Malcolm Scott, long-time battlers as well in Formula 4 in 750 Motor Club. But Watts there lapping Scott and trailing George Lyon here by only a few tenths of a second as we come into the final 3 and a bit laps of the race.
Yep, through Laffield they turn and get the power on. They've kept that gap to Gilles Clouet, who lost out when they had that massive traffic a couple of laps ago or so. That he is in 3rd place. The lead gap's gone out to 4 tenths on that particular lap. They crossed the line with just under 3 minutes to go, so there will be just the 3 further laps. There's the Royal Motorsport car then of Robbie Watts as they go up to lap the early Formula Renault car of Carl Wallace, a 1700cc machine, and they get past him with ease. That's the 2nd time they've put Carl Wallace a lap down, but another interesting car to have out on this grid.
Absolutely. So this race still up for grabs here, I think. I think Gilles Clouet, who's a couple of seconds behind, is probably out of it now, unless the top 2 tangle in the last couple of laps or so, and wouldn't rule that out completely. But Clouet there, a very strong 3rd and lapping in very similar lap times to the 2 ahead. In fact, he's the 2nd fastest driver out there, I think, after Robbie Watts, who is trying everything as he goes into the final 2 laps of this race to find a way past George Lyon. It has been Lyon that's led pretty much all of the way, though.
How much longer?
Well, very good question, because Watts here has a good run round the outside at Woodcote Corner. That's going to put him on the outside line for Copse. There's back markers ahead as well, and yes, Watts realises that and I think tucks back in behind George Lyon there.
Yeah, the John Hare car is significantly off the pace, isn't it? The car that they caught with quite an extreme rate there into Copse Corner. They dealt with that okay as they now turn their way into Beckett's once more. As they come out of Beckett's, they're going to have to lap the championship leader for the 2nd time, Phil Davis, who's still going around scoring good points. But it was just 92 1,000ths of a second that separated the top 2 as they started this 14th and penultimate lap of the race. They've got past Davis now, and Clouet trying to close that gap, but it's going to be a little bit too late for him, you would think. But for Robbie Watts, he knows he's got the speed. He had that go a lap ago. Can he get that same amount of grip in out of Luffield and try again?
Yep, so out of Luffield they come to start the final lap, and a mistake there from George Lyon. He got a wheel on the curb coming out of Luffield corner. That sapped his momentum. That allows Robbie Watts to get alongside through Woodcote corner. The two of them are side by side here as they head down to Copse for the final time. Lyon on the inside line, Watts on the outside line, and George Lyon just about holds on.
But is he going to run too wide? Can that give Robbie Watts the chance up towards Maggots? No, George Lyon's got back across in front, but Watts is trying everything as they go through Maggots, down into Beckett, down the gears, and George Lyon's run wide, a little bit wide. Can he find the grip there on the outside? I'm not sure he can, because Robbie Watts is fully alongside. Gilles Clouet's almost there as well, and it's wheel to wheel as they go down the Wellington Straight for the final time. Robbie Watts nose ahead, he's on the outside line, but no, he's through, but with 2 cars to lap, with 2 corners to go in.
There is, and is that going to play a part? The 3 leaders are right together as well. Which way do the leaders go? Watts goes to the outside of Julian Hoskins there, who's leading his class. I think it is going to finish in the same order because they've got past those 2 back markers fairly cleanly. They've got John Hare to come up and lap again, and they will come up to the finish line this time, and it's going to be Robbie Watts who has taken the lead on the last lap, who takes the checker flag. He's absolutely overjoyed with that. George Lyon led for 14 laps. He's less overjoyed to finish in second place. Gilles Clouet in third place. Top 3 covered by only 0.8 of a second at the end. A long way ahead of the next car. There you can see Phil Davis. He's come through to finish second within Class B. Here's the 4th place car of Dean Warren just going over the line now. So he takes 4th place. He's 23 seconds behind the winner. And 5th should be Mark Harrison. I think he's yet to come through. And then it is going to be Mark Hatton and Sam Harrison. They're the next 2 cars that are due through. We'll see which order they do so in. It's Mark Harrison, Hatton, and Sam Harrison. Yeah, he does come through in 7th place, so he couldn't get ahead of Mike Hatton. Just had too much work to do in the final few laps of the race.
Yeah, Will Cox didn't win his class either, did he? So, if anything, I think Phil Davis might extend his lead out to 17 points, and Will Cox can score 18, I think, in the later race. So it's just going to go to race 2.
It is. So that's the Tiedemann Trophy Championship still to be decided, we think, going into the final race, which is due to be the first after lunch, around about 1:40 this afternoon, although with a few delays earlier on and bad weather forecast, the timetable might be a little bit fluid for the rest of the day. So the Tiedemann Trophy cars, they now have a bit of a break after their qualifying and race in quick succession. So it was Robbie Watts that took the victory then at the end of 15 laps of racing by just over half a second from George Lyon in second, Gilles Clouet third. Those 3 all in invitation class cars. Then it was Dean Warren that was 4th in the first of the F3 class cars from Mark Harrison and Mike Hatton. Best of the Mono 1000 cars was Miles Castaldini in 10th place ahead of Nigel Davers. The top 1800 car was Julian Hoskins. The top classic class car was Eddie Guest. And the top 1600 class car was the Wallace entry. Kyle Wallace in his Formula Renault in 15th position overall. So that brings to an end the first of the 2 Tiedemann Trophy races. More single-seater action coming up next, though, because it's the 2 semi-finals for the Walter Hayes Trophy. Remember that those have been reduced to 10 laps from the scheduled 12 because of the timetable delays that we've had and the bad weather on the way. So 2 semi-finals and the all-comers closed rule race. Those to come before the lunch break, but for the moment we'll head outside to Josh.
So we're down here in the winners area after that great Tiedemann Trophy race from the Monoposto Racing Club with these really quick 3 Dalaras. Let's start in 3rd position with Gilles. Gilles, 3rd position there for you, a really close race.
Yeah, bad start, that's it. Was gaining a lot on them. Feel like I could have got them, but we'll get them next race. Yeah.
For your Formula Ford weekend hasn't quite gone to plan?
Nah, quite a bad weekend in Formula Ford. But so only my 2nd race weekend, so it's quite good. Looking forward to do it again.
And cars like this, is this what the sort of plan is for the future, slicks and wings cars?
Definitely wings and slicks, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Try to go to Le Mans and stuff. Endurance racing is the future for me, I feel. So yeah.
Good luck with all that. We look forward to following your progress. So great to have Gilles Clouet here who finished third. Let's have a chat with the race winner, Robbie Watts. How are you doing, Robbie? Well done, amazing race. There's only 3 of these Delaras here, but you're having a great scrap between the 3 of you.
I see Jules get sort of done behind the cut of the back markers, but as I just said to your colleague, very emotional. You know about the fire. We lost everything to come back a couple of years later and just get my 69th win. Let's try and do 70 later on, but we'll do our best.
And the move to take the win, you had a couple of goes into Cops and then you got it on Beckett's on that last lap.
Yeah, it was just touch and go. George was quicker in a couple of places than I was. I was quicker in one bit, he was quicker than it, and it was just a little bit cat and mouse, and he got caught up with the traffic, which I've had loads of times. I've lost loads like that, so a little bit of luck and kept your foot down in the wet. It's very difficult, but yeah, we all stayed on track and we're all back in one piece, which is good.
Great to watch. Well done on the win, Robbie. So a great win there for Robbie Watts. Second place is George Lyons. Let's have a word with George, who I suspect isn't quite as pleased as Robbie was. Came right down to that last time, you weren't quite able to hang him off.
To be honest, it was more about just staying on the track for the last 3 laps because we had a problem with the front brake, so I was sort of touching it and I was literally instantly locking up, so yeah, just happy to stay on the track, to be fair.
So that's something to look at, hopefully can get a fixture later.
Yeah, so we changed the pads for this meeting just to try something different, and obviously they're not ideal. I think they'll be fine in the dry, but they're just basically working too much. It's not a case of it like the fluid boiling up, it's just as soon as you touch them, the fronts just lock up, and I was winding the bias more and more to the rear, but yeah, obviously it's just trying to sort of stay on the track at the end rather than get any sort of pace out of it.
Sure. But it's a good race to watch anyway, and hopefully see similar later, and back to P1 later on.
Yeah, change the pads, and hopefully if we slow down it might be better.
Good luck. So there's our top 3. We heard there from our race winner earlier, that was Robbie Watts. Second, we just spoke to George Lyon, and our third position driver was Gilles Clouet. We move back though to the Walter Hayes Trophy. Up next, we'll head back to Ian.
We're getting towards the business end of the Walter Hayes Trophy now. The first semi-final shortly to get underway. It's going to be a 10-lap race, and it will be the top 18 drivers from this that make it through to the final later on this afternoon. And we've got the winners of 2 of the heats from yesterday on the front row of the grid. The fastest of the heats yesterday, Joey Foster, lining up, and then Julian van der Watt, who won the first of the heats in numerical order of the heats yesterday, who won the Barry Mason Trophy as well for that. He's going to line up on the outside of the front row of the grid. We didn't really have a chance to talk you through all of the different heats earlier on in the day, so we may or may not get a chance to do that before this race gets underway. But it's going to be very competitive. We obviously have the drivers that have come through from the last chance race as well, and I can see that the first of those is going to be Felix Fischer. He's going to line up on the inside of row 15, 2009 podium finisher in the Walter Hayes Trophy. He's got his work cut out, but you'd expect him to get up into the top 18. Probably Josh LaRue could be capable of that as well. He's also in this race, and possibly Adrian Lazak. With the form that he showed as well in the progression race, the first thing this morning, you'd be expecting those drivers possibly to make it up into the top 18 places to get into the final. Obviously, everyone at this stage is still pretty quick that's made it through into the semi-finals. Joe Foster, of course, on pole position, 3-time winner of the event. He won in 2003, the first year it was a knockout format, and 2004 and 2005. But that was 17 years ago, and he's not won it since. He's been back, not every year. He's had years where he's been injured, of course, and doing racing elsewhere. But certainly for the last decade, I think he's been back pretty much every year, and he's been close to winning it again, but has never quite managed it. He was 4th, for example, in 2018 it was. That he finished 4th, and also in 2015 and 2013 as well. So a few times he's been just off the podium in the Walter Hayes Trophy finals. He's sought the 4th victory, first driver to do so. There's only one other driver that's also had 3 wins in the Walter Hayes Trophy. That's Peter Dempsey, the Irish driver, of course, who was successful in the Walter Hayes Trophy in 2006, 2007, and then after a couple of years break, 2010 as well. So Joe Foster, the Cornish driver, it's going to be that will line up on pole position alongside Julian van der Watt, who won his heat yesterday, the first of the heats. He's going to be in the 181, and in one of the relatively unfancied Megals. He was the South African Formula 1600 champion in 2017 and has had good results in the past, as we see the cars come out of the assembly area in the Walter Hayes Trophy. In 2019 he was third in his semi-final. In 2018 again he was a heat winner and a semi-final winner as well, so that's probably the year when he came closest to Walter Hayes Trophy glory. So you sense there's some unfinished business for the South African. Josh Barrett is back with me in the commentary box. Any other drivers that you think we should be looking out for? Tell me in a moment, after we've been through the grid for this race. On pole position, as we say, it is the Joe Foster Furman, and besides him it's the Megal of 181, which is Julian van der Watt. On the second row, it's Cam Jackson in one of the older cars. Will that shine in these conditions? And Sean Rashid, the American, lines up on the outside of the second row, ahead of the two Toms, Tom Mills and Thomas MacArthur. On to the fourth row of the grid, that's where you'll find Ben Mitchell on the podium in the final last year, and Chris Middlehurst, who's always there or thereabouts in these end-of-season Formula Ford 1600 contests. Lucas Romanek for Oldfield Motorsport, and Elliot Budzinski, one of the Team USA scholarship drivers, lines up on row 5, with Neil Fowler, the historic ace and the winner of the first Walter Hayes Trophy back in the year 2001, and Tom Bradshaw, a former Formula Ford champion, on row 6. On row 7, that's where you find the New Zealander James Penrose and Doug Crosby. Row 8, you've got Callum Grant and Ian Campbell. The 9th row is George McDonald and Richard Higgins. On to row 10 of the grid. That's where you find the double Castle King Formula 4 champion Adam Higgins and Sam Street, the Aston Martin aerodynamic engineer. Row 11, that's Garbe Tesh, the American, and James Colborne, another Coombe regular. Row 12, Logan Hanna, the Scot, and Nigel Dolan. On to row 13, that's where you find Tom Hawkins and Ben Tinkler, Ben Maludi, the 2017 Formula V champion, and Peter Lucas. They line up on the 14th row of the grid. Then we get into the drivers that have come through from the last chance race. Felix Fisher and Josh LaRue on row 15. And rounding out the grid, the final 3 rows, Aidan Mazak and Ben Stone, Drew Cameron and Dieter Hackel, and Nathan Yu and Dominic Mooney. And now, Josh, I will give you the chance to tell me who else you think we should be looking out for in this race.
Well, Cameron Jackson was the star yesterday, really, wasn't he? In that 30-year-old car, the car that was raced by Thomas Winkelhock back in the day with the Walter Lechner team. He really took it to Joey Foster in that heat, didn't he? Almost got past at one stage, wasn't quite able to do it, but an amazing performance from him. He dominated the race, the pre-final for the pre-98 cars yesterday as well, so watch out for Cam Jackson. Sean Rashid alongside him, the American, who's coached by Johnny O'Connell, the Corvette racing hero, and Sean Rashid has been getting quicker and quicker all year. And then on to row 3, you've got Tom Mills returning to Formula Fords after being a race winner in GB4 this year, and Tom MacArthur, who raced well yesterday from a lowly grid position. Then you've got Ben Mitchell, who's really converted from historic race over the last couple of years and gone really well in this Wayne Poole run Van Diemen. He finished 3rd here last year, so he should be going well. And then we've got the first of the Team USA drivers out a little bit further back, Elliot Budzinski. He was on pole for his heat, wasn't he? And then the race didn't quite go to plan. And Neil Fowler's in this too, who was the other superstar in an older car, the March 709, finishing 6th in his heat. Be very interesting to see how he can get on. And then, like you were saying, watch out for the guys a bit further back. It's a slightly shorter race than we were anticipating, because it's going to be 10 laps now, which is going to be action all the way, I suspect.
It certainly is. Fowler, I think, briefly led his heat yesterday, didn't he, as well, if I remember correctly, but not for very long. You can see Joey Foster on pole position, the Cornish driver. You can see the Cornish flag on his helmet. He's positioned his car and pointed his car, in towards the pit wall there, so signalling his intent to move across to take the position away from Julian van der Watt, who's on the outside of the front row in the pale blue and white Megal. Then you can see on the second row it's Cam Jackson in the Van Diemen, and it's Sean Rashid in the red car. As the lights go out, the race gets underway, and is it going to be Joey Foster that holds on to the lead as they come down towards Copse for the first time? Looks like it's a good start there by Julian van der Watt from the position close to the pit wall, and I think it's the South African that's got into the lead of the race then as they head down through Copse for the first time of asking. 10 laps we have in this semi-final, and off goes, that's Ben Mitchell, number 82, is off into the pit wall in the Wayne Paul Racing Richard Hudson Evans' own Van Diemen. Quite a heavy hit into the wall there on the exit of Copse. He got spat out of the pack there, but it's Joey Foster leading then from in second place. Julian van der Watt, there's cars going off, going wide there. Good to see Ben Mitchell out of the car very quickly there. Marshall's rushing down to his assistance as well. But it is Joey Foster then from Julian van der Watt. They head into Brooklands for the first time.
Yeah, and it's 3 abreast behind him. But yeah, big impact there for Ben Mitchell. So very good to see him out of the car. He's had a troublesome weekend, really. Rashid's off. Sean Rashid, the American's off the road, I'm afraid. Tom McArthur's up to 3rd, so he's had a good start to this. Then in 4th position was Cam Jackson, just ahead of Chris Middlehurst, as the rest of the field work their way through Luffield. Behind Middlehurst it's Mills and Romanek, and then it is Basinski, I think, then Tom Bradshaw, another of the older cars, and Maludi, who was off at Beckett's, gets very sideways on the exit of Luffield too. So we get to the end of the first lap with Joey Foster leading by nearly a second, Ian.
Yes, we do indeed. 9/10 of a second is yellow flags, of course, at Copse. That's because just around the corner you've got that Ben Mitchell car off up against the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit. There are the yellow flags. They'll be passing green flags at Maggot, so Beckett's is still an overtaking opportunity, and it is one that drivers are trying to exploit as they go around the right-hand hairpin and heading back onto the Wellington Straight.
Tom Mills got past Middlehurst there as they went into Beckett's. Sean Rashid dropped to 17th after that off at Brooklands. So those are the two things that happened there. But there's Foster leading from Van der Watt. Here's Mills. He's getting past Jackson. He's trying to go past MacArthur as well. So Tom Mills is on a mission in the Spectrum, who started 5th, dropped some positions, but he's got 3rd just about. I think a touch there with MacArthur, who slides wide. So Cam Jackson comes down the inside, but then he slides wide. MacArthur back up the inside. Over to you, Ian.
Yeah, Mills was fastest in the first sector. MacArthur, Tommy Mack looks a little bit slow there on the exit of the corner, going wheel to wheel there with the 139 car of Cam Jackson. Up to the line they come to complete the lap. Tom Mills just the best lap of the race. He's up to 3rd position now. He's 6/10 behind Van der Watt, who is 9/10 still behind the race leader Joe Foster. But now it looks like it's Thomas MacArthur in 4th place, and he's trying to keep everyone else behind him. Chris Middlehurst is next up. Then it's Lucas Romanek and the American Elliot Budzinski.
Yeah, so Cam Jackson backed well out of that. I don't think he wanted to get involved in all of that. But Budzinski coming through. He's on the inside of Romanek, which gives him the outside. But he's going to the back of Middlehurst, so they both slide a little bit wide as they turn out of Beckett. Look at Mills go. He's caught Van der Watt already. Budzinski and Middlehurst survived that moment where they touched. They're still in the same order, I think, behind. But Tom Mills is flying. He's up the inside of Julian van der Watt as they break into Brooklands corner, and Tom Mills gets into 2nd. I think he was 7th at one stage, so he's up into P2 on only lap 3, but he's run wide. Lap 4, I should say.
Run wide, but he might hold on. He does hold on to 2nd position in the Spectrum, run by his father's team. Kevin Mills racing himself, a former and multiple Formula Ford 1600 champion down at Castle Combe, his home circuit. This really only Tom Mills' 2nd full season of racing. Been racing in GB4 for much of the season. And finished 6th in that championship. I think had a couple of wins along the way. Now he's chasing after one of the category benchmarks, Joey Foster. The gap between them at the start of the lap, 1.1 seconds. But at the rate he's going, he's going to close that down in perhaps about 3 laps.
Yeah, just at the fastest lap, despite having to make an overtake. For 4th, Middlehurst is through. He and Elliot Budzinski have got past Tom MacArthur, who's dropped to 6th. It's side by side between Cam Jackson and Lucas Romanek behind, and then Jackson tries to turn that into a move on the inside of MacArthur. I don't think he's going to quite be able to do that. No, and he's lost out actually to Romanek. And then just behind them, you've got Tom Bradshaw and James Penrose, who's worked his way up through the order a little bit. The New Zealanders into the top 10. But there are the leaders. And through sectors 1 and 2, quicker was Tom Mills. So he's bringing this gap down to Joey Foster on the 4th lap of the race.
Off goes Tom MacArthur there. He goes wide at Brooklands. It looked like that was on his own. He's just about stayed ahead of Callum Grant.
Tom Bradshaw in Callum Grant's car.
In Callum Grant's car. There we go. Yes, Tom Bradshaw, yes, who is in 9th position as things stand. Coming through then to complete lap number 4, another fastest lap for Todd Mills. The gap 9/10 of a second now to Joey Foster, so he's taken 2/10 out of it that time. So Julian van der Watt in third, Chris Middlehurst fourth. Brzezinski, a big moment there as he turns into Copse Corner, kept it on the straight and narrow, which is more than Chris Middlehurst has. And actually, he's gone wide on the exit, as have a few at Copse Corner. Middlehurst does come back onto the circuit, having gone all 4 wheels off the circuit there. He comes back onto it, still in 4th place.
Felix Fisher and Josh LaRue are 19th and 20th, so they're nearly in qualifying positions now for the semi-final, but this battle for 4th position continued. Right at the back of it is Neil Fowler in the old the March, who originally raced in Canada back in the early 1970s. This is the battle for the lead as Joey Foster sees Tom Mills getting closer and closer to him. Julian van der Watt's quite lowly in 3rd, then it's Middlehurst in 4th and Robinet coming through now. He's got himself back ahead of Cam Jackson, almost got past as a spin in the background for Tom Bradshaw, almost got past Brzezinski there, couldn't quite do it, and Jackson now comes back around the outside of Lucas Robinet, but the big moment there was Tom Bradshaw spinning out to 9th place.
And that brings up into the top 10 Neil Fowler, the 2001 winner of the Walt Hayes Trophy in that March. He won in his pre-final yesterday for the Carl Hamer Trophy.
Fastest lap for Foster there, Ian, so he's pulling away from Mills on that particular lap.
Only by about, less than a 10th actually, wasn't it? It's just over a second now, the gap between them. So Foster certainly has got the wake-up call, hasn't he? Bradshaw's dropped to 16th, but he has at least come through still in a qualifying position for the final. Felix Fisher now up to 18th place. Josh LaRue is now 20th, and has got George McDonald to try and find a way past next.
I think Ebrey Tesha had a moment on that lap. He's not come through, and I thought I saw yellows at Beckett's out of the corner of my eye. There he is. The Team Dolan driver, the teenager, I'm afraid, appears to be out. But the gap between the top 2 to come down significantly on this lap, I'd suggest.
Yeah, so this is lap 6 of the race. 4 more laps to go at the end of this one. There was a second between the Cornishman, Joey Foster, and Tom Mills at the start of the lap. It looks like it's less than that now, as they both run right up to the edge of the circuit at Luffield and now heading through Woodcote Corner to complete another lap. We'll very soon get a gap update on our screens. Yet it's half a second now, 0.5 seconds between them. Another fastest lap for Tom Mills, a 109.751. Can he do it? 4 laps to go.
Yeah, what will they also be keen to do, I expect, is not have a collision, because the first or second row of the grid is pretty good here. They don't want to do anything silly. Equally, though, they're 2 seconds ahead, and starting the front row of the grid is even better than the second row. So we'll see what Tom Mills can do here about Joey Foster as they turn their way through Beckett's and accelerate up the Wellington Straight once more. Meanwhile, Julian van der Watt is still lonely there in 3rd, and for 4th, Elliot Budzinski was having a go at Chris Middlehurst, so we'll look out for that as well as the leaders turn into Brooklands, with Foster still ahead, but Budzinski's done it. He's got past Middlehurst for 4th place, and Cam Jackson trying to come round the outside as well in the older Van Diemen. It's hard to know where to look here, and this is typical Formula Ford racing.
Yeah, there's not actually been too much cut and thrust right at the front. That might be about to change, though, because Tom Mills now is right with Joey Foster as they come through to complete lap number 7. Half a second was between them.
Jackson got Middlehurst as well, so Chris Middlehurst dropped to 6th on that lap.
And now there's just about a quarter of a second between the 2 leaders, because it's another fastest lap for Tom Mills, a 109.266 now, so he's right with Joey Foster. Julian van der Watt on his own in 3rd, Elliot Budzinski 4th, Cam Jackson is 5th. Christian Middlehurst has gone down to 6th, the former Formula Renault BARC champion, and Lucas Romanek, he's going to try and make it up into the top 6 as well. Meanwhile, Josh LaRue has now made it up to 17th place. He goes through to the final if he stays there.
Sean Rashid hasn't come through on that lap. He has now, but down in 26th. So he had one moment, worked his way through and had another, I'm afraid. James Penrose is going well over the last few laps, isn't he? He's up to 9th and joining in on this group of cars. The New Zealander, the double New Zealand Formula Ford champion. Meanwhile, it's side by side for the lead as Tom Mills goes around the outside of Joey Foster on lap 8 of 10 into Brooklands. Can he get the cutback on the exit to give him the better line for Luffield? No, he can't. So Joey Foster stays there, but then he switches back to the inside. He's understeering, and he just about avoids getting to the back of Joey Foster's car. So it's Foster that leads from Mills as they come out of Luffield.
Yeah, very good scrap this between the 2 leaders. I think the gap between them is going to be a bit larger than it was on the previous lap with the slipping and sliding that they've done on that lap. It was 0.268 seconds. It's now just over 0.4 of a second between them, but they're a long way clear of Julian van der Watt in third, and it's Chris Middlehurst back to fourth now because Elliot Brzezinski's dropping down the order. He's come through in 9th place, so Brzezinski loses several places.
As did Cam Jackson, who was right behind him. They've all lost out to Middlehurst, Romanek, MacArthur and Penrose, but they are still going in 8th and 9th. Jackson ahead of Brzezinski as Foster and Mills start lap 9 of 10, so the penultimate lap of the race, and it's the Furman ahead of the Spectrum as they accelerate out of there. So there's Van der Watt. There's fourth now. Lucas Romanek's ahead of Chris Middlehurst, wide over the curbs in 6th position is MacArthur, then James Penrose, and then a gap back to Jackson and Brzezinski, who obviously had that moment a lap ago. Meanwhile, for the lead into Brooklands, it's still absolutely together.
Yeah, pretty much side by side. It's the Don Hardman Racing Furman of Joe Foster leading the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum of Todd Mills behind him, and it's very close indeed between them. Kevin Mills has won this event 5 times. Don has won it on 3 occasions, all with Joe Foster. I think it was Adrian Campfield that was the first of the Kevin Mills Racing winners back in 2011, and he was something of a surprise winner that year. But we go on to this 10th and final lap of the semi-final. This to decide which of these two drivers, if either of them, gets a start on the front row of the grid. And it's Foster leading from Mills as they head down to Beckett for the final time.
Felix Fischer's up to 13th, so he's had a good race. Josh LaRue 15th, who we saw out earlier. But into Beckett's then turns Foster and Mills. Tom Mills has got a lot of understeer in the Spectrum, but it's got lots of pace as well, but not enough pace so far to get past Joey Foster. There's Romanek, who did get past Middlehurst. MacArthur's out wide this time, with James Penrose chasing him down. This is probably the best we've seen of Penrose this weekend. Struggled a little bit in his heat. Meanwhile, the leaders turn into Brooklands. Is Tom Mills going to give this another go, Ian?
He is. He's on the inside line now. What's he going to do as they come to Luffield this time? He's going to try and go around the outside of Joe Foster's, who's going to leave him no room there. So it's all going to be on the dash out of Luffield towards Woodcote Corner. Can Tom Mills dive out of the slipstream and make a late bid for victory? I don't sense that he can. I don't sense that he's particularly concerned about trying, because he slots in for second place behind Joe Foster, 2 tenths in between them at the end. So Foster it is that wins the first semi-final of the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy from Tom Mills in second, Julian van der Watt, a very lonely third place for him. Everything was going on for fourth and beyond though. Lucas Romanek fourth, Chris Middlehurst fifth, Tom MacArthur sixth, the Kiwi James Penrose was seventh, Cam Jackson eighth, Elliot Brzezinski ninth, and Neil Fowler in the first of the historic cars, completing the top 10 there ahead of Ian Campbell, Felix Fischer 12th, Tom Bradshaw after a spin 13th, and Adam Higgins and Josh LaRue.
So I guess the big person out of the Walter Hayes there was Sean Rashid, who was battling for that lead, had the spin, and then had a secondary spin or something went on, which meant he dropped down to 22nd.
Well, and Ben Mitchell as well, of course. He was on the podium last year. There's his car. That's why he's out of the race. Don't know how all of that started, but it happened coming out of Copse Corner on the first lap. You can see the red paint on the tyre. That's from where I think the car clattered into the barrier on its way out of Copse Corner. But it was good to see Ben Mitchell out of the Richardson Evans Van Diemen very quickly indeed, but a shame that his Walter Hayes Trophy has come to such an abrupt end. So it was then the win for Joe Foster in the Don Hardman racing car. But let's have a look actually at the incident that happened on the first lap again. Let's see if we can see that now. So here they come through Copse Corner. This is the start of the race, so you can see a big pack, lots of spray. And yet we just saw Ben Mitchell car. He came from the far right of the circuit to the far left. So I imagine he had a touch on the left rear or something like that. That sent the car spearing across the track. And I think the most fortunate thing about it, if there is anything fortunate about it, is he didn't collect anybody else and take anybody else with him, because that could have been an even nastier accident for Ben Mitchell. Just to say then, it was Joe Foster then that won in the Don Hardman Racing Furman from Tom Mills in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum in second. There was 2 tenths between them. Third was Julian van der Watt in the McGar. Fourth was Lucas Romanek and the Oldfield Motorsport car. And then it was Chris Middlehurst and Tom MacArthur. But Josh Barrett has got our top 3.
So we're down here in Parc Fermé, or the winners area after that race, and Joey Foster here has just won the first of 2 semi-finals for the Walter Hayes Trophy, and James Beckett's got the winners' trophy to give him in second place was Tom Mills, and in third place, Julian van der What. A good crowd of people down here, some of the teams, some of the photographers as well, but Joey Foster out of the car, and James Beckett is going to give him the winner's trophy for semi-final one. We'll let Alistair Douglas have a word with him for all the spectators here at Silverstone. Let's have a word with the driver who finished in second place, which was Tom Mill. Tom, a great drive there from you. You had a good few goes at Joey, but I guess no point taking too many risks at this stage.
Yeah, it was exactly that. Once I got to the back of him, I was thinking, if it was the final, I probably might have had a bit more of a go into left field. Every lap I was showing my nose, hoping for a mistake, and he's experienced, isn't he? I think they made one error on the last lap, just touched the black paint around Brooklands. If I'd been closer, I might have got an overlap, and then you just don't know. But it's a semi, there was no need to do anything silly. And whenever you go down the inside here, it's so slippery, you just risk taking both of you out. So I just played it safe, and I'll save those moves for the later.
The pace was mega, though, because obviously you had to overtake quite a few people, and then you caught Joey very quickly.
Yeah, the car's a lot better than yesterday, I must admit. Yeah, we were struggling yesterday, all of us, but yeah, we've made a few changes and it's really come alive again today. So if it's the same conditions in the final, I think we've got a good chance. So yeah, thanks to the team for working so hard overnight to give me a car to compete. So yeah, thanks.
Well done on second place. Joey Foster was our winner, so let's grab a word with Joey. Joey, well done. You led every lap, but Tom gave you plenty of pressure at the end.
Yeah, certainly did. These races, you never make a break, and although I was hoping to at the start, and I've got a few car lengths between us, but Tom had some pace and he closed up, and obviously made it interesting to the end, but kept her head down and obviously managed to bring it home. So
he had a couple of goes into Luffield and got quite tight there. Were you nervous at any point?
Yeah, especially because he sort of made the move towards the inside, and I know that brings you to the outside. So I was trying to give him space and trying to keep the rear end of my car away from his front end. But yeah, it was all fair, and yeah, I'm sure we'll have a good race in the final as well.
Now, I guess you're going to see who you're going to be racing against on semi-final 2 in a few moments. So well done on that. Good luck for later on. Then over here is Julian van der Wat, who finished third. Julian, these two were pretty quick, but third's a good result there.
Third's a very good result. We had a good start off the line. Good tussle with Joey the first few corners. Sort of stuck on his pace, could keep up with him. But, you know, watching my mirrors, I saw Tom was very quick. And there was a big gap behind him, so I thought, you know, let me not fight with Tom, let the whole field catch up. Let me just let him go. Hopefully him and Joey have a bit of a come together and I can pick up a position or two. But, you know, it was one of those races where there's a lot more to lose than what there is to gain. Sure. You know, all the semi-finals about is getting a good starting spot in the final, which I think we did. So, yeah, it was a good race.
And obviously a great number of you guys coming over from South Africa for this event. So, obviously bringing everyone together, that must be a good atmosphere between you all.
It is. As you know, with teammates, there's good rivalries and all that sort of stuff. But it's great to see all the South Africans are here. We're doing really well, really enjoying it. You know, big thanks to Ian Schofield who organised this whole event for us. But yeah, it's really an amazing weekend, and you know, we want to come back every year.
And out in the Miguel, and I think you've got the only ones out there in the whole field. So what's that like?
You know, when we started testing earlier in the week, it was quite tricky. We were a decent amount off pace, a good second, but we've just been working at it every session. You know, getting a couple tenths on the competitors, and you know, we found ourselves qualifying second, winning the heat. So, yeah, I think with a bit more testing, if we can sort of start Silverstone weekend off, you know, where we finished in terms of testing, you know, then we fine-tuning the car and we're going to be much closer. But I'm really impressed with what we've been able to do with the Miguel with very limited testing.
Well, thanks for bringing it in and for coming, and good luck for later on. So there's Julian van der Wat, who finished third position in semi-final. 1 second position was Tom Mills, and the winner was Joey Foster. Up next is semi-final 2.
Yes, the second semi-final of the 2022 Walt Hayes Trophy coming up next. Already safely through to the final then, Joey Foster, Tom Mills and Julian van der Wat, our top 3 finishers from the first semi-final. Second semi-final, we've got the cars that took part in heats 2 and 4 yesterday. And so we have the winner of the second heat yesterday, Max Esterson, and also Josh Fisher lining up on the front of the grid here. There is what is left of Ben Mitchell's car after that very heavy shunt at the beginning of the first semi-final. But it was great to see that Ben, who's a very experienced racer, despite his tender years, in all kinds of racing, particularly historic motorsport, but latterly he's also been racing more contemporary cars as well, including Formula Fordsters at Castle Combe. But his Walt Hayes Trophy is over, I'm afraid. So we'll see, as I say, Max Esterson and Josh Fisher lining up on the front of the grid for this one. Josh Fisher actually didn't win his heat on the road. That was heat 4. By then, the track was very oily indeed. It got oily as the race went on. I think one of the cars was putting some fluid down on the circuit, and so treacherous was it that Rory Smith at one point went off the circuit and was deemed by the officials to have gained an advantage in doing so, and was given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits on too many occasions. And as a consequence of that, he was pinged back to 4th position, which promoted Josh Fisher. It promoted Luke Cooper to 2nd place, who had been on pole position for that heat. So lots of Castle Coombe experience in that particular heat. And Andre Lafond was moved up into the podium spots as well, driving his team Dolan Van Diemen BD22. Mitchell therefore 4th, so he's at a bit of a disadvantage for this race. Rory Smith in the number 45 car, the winner of the Formula Ford Festival in 2020. But the cars are now being released out onto the circuit for this race. It's going to be another 10-lap race, this second semi-final of the Walter Hayes Trophy, and with a bit of luck we'll be able to give you the grid for that in just a moment. In fact, here it is right now. So on pole position we have Max Esterson, the American, the winner of the Formula Ford Festival a couple of weeks ago and the winner of this event last year as well. Alongside him is Josh Fisher, who has been the bridesmaid on more than one occasion in the Walter Hayes Trophy. He's still looking for his first win. Michael Moyers, double winner in 2017 and 2018, but it's a new car for him. He's on the inside of row 2 in the Medina, besides Luke Cooper, the double Castle Coombe Formula Ford 1600 champion. On the 3rd row, it's the Team USA scholarship driver, William Ferguson, and Andre Lafond in the Team Dolan car. He lines up on the outside of row 3. Row 4 on the inside, it's another South African. It's Andrew Rackstraw in a KMR Spectrum, and Rory Smith, who was aggrieved with his penalty that knocked him back from his heat win yesterday. On the 5th row of the grid, it's the Northern Irish driver, the champion there this season, David McCulloch, and Kevin Foster, the Canadian, next to him. Row 6, you've got Jake Cowden, another of the Canadian scholarship drivers, run by GBR, and Thomas Schrag, the Team USA scholarship driver. Row 7 is Michael Eastwell, returning to racing towards the end of this season after a little bit of a layoff. He's in the KMR Spectrum, and Tim Blanchard, the V8 supercar driver, he lines up on the outside of row 7. With, on the 8th row, James Clark in a new old Van Diemen, and Robert Volk at the 2nd of the McGall driving South Africans. Row 9, you've got Brandon McGorkin, the Northern Irishman, and Miles Griffiths. Then on row 10, we find Sam Gornall and Will Lowing, another of the Australian drivers. Row 11, on the inside, you've got Joe Watts and Lewis Fox next to him, the 2 teammates. And then on row 12, it's Robert Wainwright and Gaius Ginn. On to the 13th row, that's where we find Richard Davison and Ivan McCulloch, David's brother. The 14th row, Jake Shortland and Matthew Wrigley. The 15th row is Megan Jilks, who came through from the last chance race, of course, and Pascal Momberon. With on row 16, Alex Voss and Oliver White. Row 17, Ian Schofield and Alex Ames. On the 18th and final row, Nigel Thompson and James Sweetnam. So 36 cars that we have on the grid, Josh, and who do you think we should be looking out for?
Well, how Max Esterson dominated his heat yesterday, you'd think he's going to be difficult to beat here, but we shall see over this 10 laps, because he's racing against people he hasn't raced for, hasn't raced against, in the likes of Josh Fisher and Luke Cooper, who went very well yesterday, the 2 former Castle Coombe champions, and then the double winner of this event in the past, Michael Moyers, between them in this different car, this Simon Hadfield Motorsport prepared Medina that's having its first outing. But yeah, Esterson has felt like the favourite off of yesterday. But as we heard from the drivers there, changing the setup from yesterday. Tom Mills was like a completely different car, and I suspect, particularly perhaps for Moyers in a car that he's not raced before, they would have seen how yesterday went in similar conditions to the heat then. Can he go with Esterson this time? And there's lots of quick drivers, like we say. And Andrew Rackstraw, who was involved in that incident with Esterson yesterday, he was quick, came through the field. He goes from row 4. So I'm sure it's going to be very exciting again, just like the first heat was. Interesting how heat 1 was dominated by 2 drivers, whether something similar or we'll have a bigger pack this time, we shall see.
A lot of it will depend on the start of the race. Of the course, if Max Esterson can make a good start, he may well get away, but Josh Fisher certainly will have something to say about that. He's been very experienced here. He's in the Wainpool Racing Van Diemen RF99. He was 5th last year, 7th the year before. Didn't make it into a top position in the finals in 2019. He was 8th in 2018. He was 2nd in 2017. 3rd the year before that. He's got tremendous pedigree. Josh Fisher there. That's the blue car with the orange nose cone. And don't bet against the likes of Luke Cooper. He was pretty happy with his pace yesterday. And the race didn't quite go so well for him in the heat because he made a mistake in the early stages and had to try and bounce back from that. And we also need to watch out for Michael Moyers, of course. Lots of experience, 2-time winner. Had bowed out of contemporary Formula Ford 1600 racing, but immediately has come back to try and secure his 3rd title and become the 3rd different driver to do that. Michael Moyers in that South Simon Hadfield Motorsport Medina, only 29th last year, 6th the year before, 2nd the year before that. We've got one driver, Josh, though, in trouble.
I think that's Gaius Ginn, who came to the grid late, and then there was quite a bit of attention around him, which then went away. But as the green flag was waved at the back, we've got this situation that's happened a few times today, where drivers, yes, it is Ginn, isn't it, in that Reynard, with his arms out of the cockpit and the marshals potentially ready to push that car to a place of safety.
Spectators watching on all around the circuit. I think those down at Beckett's watching on there. The BRDC grandstand at Brooklands will be absolutely packed as well. Start delayed board, and surprisingly, so I think we'll probably get another green flag lap. Look at the grandstand there. There's not a seat to be had, I don't think. Maybe one or two. But yeah, really packed there. The atmosphere there, tremendous. A few not even attempting to find a seat up against the guardrail there. Slightly more limited view of what's going on. And yes, extra formation, that is the sign from the gantry there. So we are going to get another green flag lap ahead of this race. We are a little bit actually ahead of time, which is good news. It does mean that we shouldn't lose any distance from this 10-lap race, already shortened as it was from 12. There's the 182 car, Robert Volk, on the outside of row 8.
He's a 4-time South African Formula Ford champion, but not recently, 2004, 2005, 2008 and 2010. He's also a double South African touring car champion, so probably the most experienced of all the South Africans here this weekend, and he goes from row 8.
Yeah, and he's been in the touring cars this season, hasn't he? So switching back to single-seaters for this weekend. We'll see what progress he can make. Can he make it a bit further up the order, as we saw his countryman did a little bit earlier on. It'll be interesting to see what Thomas Schrag can do here as well. From the outside of row 6, the Team USA scholarship driver. He went pretty well at the festival, didn't he?
Yeah, he finished 4th there. He was this year's US F1600 champion, which are based on Honda engined cars. But yeah, he's just 17 years of age, so the youngest of the 3 Team USA scholarship runners. And Team USA have had a good run here over the years at the Waterhays Trophy. Obviously Max Esterson went in last year, and then you go 10 years ago, Tristan Nunes with the winner. A bit before that, Connor De Philippi and Connor Daly as well. And all these drivers who have got careers now. Connor Daly racing in IndyCar. Connor De Philippi is a works BMW driver, I think. And Tristan Nunes has been racing in the IMSA Sports Car Championship as well. So these drivers go on to great things.
It shows the value of this Team USA scholarship that Jeremy Shaw does so much to put together. Of course, the other Team USA scholarship driver in this race is on the inside of row 3. That's William Ferguson, the 18-year-old from California, who began racing karts in 2015, and this season he has finished 2nd and took the Rookie of the Year honours in the Toyota's Formula 1600 Championship in Canada as well. So he went well yesterday, getting 3rd place in his heat. Again, he briefly led at the start, didn't he, when Max Esterson and Andrew Rackstraw had that incident at the first corner. So we'll see what William Ferguson can do. I think he was very pleased to finish on the podium in the heat yesterday. So we've had an extra green flag lap here because of the issues for Gaius Ginn, who's been pushed off the grid. I wonder if that means that we'll get a reserve in.
I'm not sure if they got him back into position, Ian.
Okay.
We'll see if we can check that out in a moment. But it looked like that yellow Reynard may have been back there again.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Near him on the grid is the ex-Jan Magnussen Van Diemen, isn't it? That won the Formula Ford Festival 30 years ago. Joe Watts at the wheel now, who goes quite well in the RF92. There it is, in the Duckham's colours.
And Joe Watts last year won the Ron Collins pint for the last classified finisher in the final. I'm sure he'd want to get to the final. I'm sure he'd want to do even better than being the last classified finisher in it, though.
And at the back there, I think we see Andrew Schofield, isn't it? Who I think was one of the people that are keen to get all these South Africans over to this event this year.
Absolutely. He puts all of this together. So, last few cars coming into position. Green flag there waved at the back. 5-second board is shown. We'll have another go then, starting the second semi-final of the Walt Hayes Trophy for 2022. Red lights go on, and out they go, and it is a pretty good start by Josh Fisher from closest to the pit wall. He moves across, and he takes the lead of the race then from the pole position car. Max Esterson, there's some contact further back, including Guy Skin and Ivan McCulloch as well, who was coming through.
Rob Wainwright's the third car.
Rob Wainwright also involved, so a few cars there. I suspect that might involve some kind of interruption to this race, but it's Josh Fisher leading for the moment, then from Max Esterson in second, Michael Moyers third, and Luke Cooper fourth as they head down towards Beckett's for the first time.
Yeah, that's right in, so a dramatic start, but Fisher's got in front. Interesting from not the racing line, which you'd think is the slippery side of the track, but yeah, absolutely, red flags are going to come out here. Hopefully everybody sees that in good time. But yeah, that's not a surprise, but good to see Ivan McCulloch out of the car.
And Guy Skin as well.
Yeah, he wished he was pushed away, wouldn't he, there, but well, everyone's learned how to get the cars off the line now, and the red flags are needed, obviously, with those cars on the track.
Yes, so that incident, that happened sort of from about, row 12 was Ginn, wasn't he? Wainwright, who was also involved, he was also on row 12, and Ivan McCulloch was just behind on row 13 of the grid. We didn't necessarily see how it all started first time around, but certainly there was cars everywhere, and cars with broken suspension and steering stuck on the start and finish straight, and so we will have a restart. I suspect it will be over a reduced race distance. I'm guessing maybe 7 or 8 laps or something like that for this second semi-final. You can see the medical car heading to the scene. That's perfectly routine. That will always happen whenever there's been a driver making contact with each other or a pit wall. There'll be medical checks by the doctors at the circuit to make sure that they are safe and relatively well, given what has just happened to them. There you can see Oliver White going through. He's a driver with some work to do. Well, he's got rid of 3 cars ahead of him now, but he starts from 32nd position, the winner of the 2020 event. There you can see the cars involved. Guy Skin, the yellow car, up against the pit wall there. Ivan McCulloch, the Northern Irish driver, who has been a 2-time Formula Ford Festival winner. Left front is broken on his car. Then I think the other car involved, as Josh said, is the Robert Wainwright number 31 car, the Mondial 90S. That's just a little bit further up the road. So there's those 3 cars that will need to be recovered by the recovery vehicles. There's one of the trucks already making its way onto the scene, having driven up from Beckett's, and hopefully quite soon we'll get those cars cleared out of the way and the race can begin. For the moment, the weather here at Silverstone is fine, but we know that bad weather was forecast to arrive not too much later into the day. I was trying to see if I can have a look at what the latest situation is as far as the rainfall radar is concerned. It may well have an impact on the Janet Cesar Memorial Final, the Carl Hamer Trophy Final, and of course the Walt Hayes Grand Trophy Grand Final, which is to come later on this afternoon. We're due to get the Grand Final underway at around about 3:15 this afternoon. In terms of the rainfall radar, I'm just trying to get that up on my phone now. So there is a lot of rain out to the west, the worst of it sort of over Wiltshire at the moment. It's heading up from a southwesterly direction, and it's going to get here at around about 1 o'clock, I think. Could get pretty heavy, and I reckon it might be around for an hour or so. So with a bit of luck, quite a lot of the worst of the weather might be when we're due to have a lunch break. So we'll see how that pans out. It might be that it all happens when there's not too much actual racing going on, but that's what we're expecting. Rain probably around about an hour from now here at Silverstone in this Walt Hayes Trophy. cars forming back upon the grid have all been shuffled in the order on that half a lap of racing that they did. And the marshals will need to get them back to the original grid, because it will go back to the original grid, which had Max Esterson on pole position and Josh Fisher besides him. And you can see, I think there's now 3 recovery trucks up on the scene there as well. So I think quite quickly the Silverstone recovery crews will get the cars out of the way, and we'll be able to go again for this restarted race. Of course, it was Josh Fisher that made a very good start from closest to the pit wall, which is where second on the grid is here at Silverstone. He got the jump on Max Esterson. Michael Moyers it was that held on to third position, and Luke Cooper was fourth just before the red lights. But Josh Barrett has made his way out onto the grid, and I'm sure he's found someone to talk to.
So we've come onto the grid while we've got this red flag delay for the incident up at Copse Corner. So let's see if we can grab a word with Max, if that's okay. Max, a good race yesterday, a dominant win in the heat, so looking forward to do, I guess, the same here.
Yeah, be nice to get going at some point. But yeah, pace didn't get the best start, but I mean my pace on 3/4 of the lap seemed good, so yeah, looks good.
Did you learn anything from that start to try and make a better one next time?
I think so. Yeah, hopefully a better one.
Best of luck, Max. So that's Max Esterson from pole position. Alongside him is Josh Fisher. Let's see if we can go over word with Josh. Josh, red flag not great for you. You had a really good start there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the worst side of the track, and I managed to, get a really good start. So I guess I've got to try and do it again.
And obviously you would have seen yesterday how quick Max was in his heat, so I guess you know it's quite important to be ahead of him, do you think, during the course of this race?
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's quick, but there's a lot of other quick boys behind me as well, so I'm not too worried about anyone in particular, to be honest.
And through the heat yesterday, that went quite well. Obviously Rory got that penalty, so you ended up with the win.
Yeah, it went well. I mean, the conditions were probably the worst of the weekend because of all the oil, so the car didn't feel obviously as good as I did in testing, so but I'm confident I got a good car under me, and yeah, I mean, if I can get top 3, top 4 in this one, it's all about the final, so try and play the long game.
Best of luck for that. I think shortly we're going to get the race restarted, so back to Ian in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, you can see that those broken cars have been cleared now. The clerk of the course there in the Silverstone Clio. There you can see the cars have in fact been cleared then, and the clerk of the course in the Silverstone Clio is making his way back to the paddock. We think we've had some of the reserves come out of the assembly area, so possibly to join the back of the grid, so that could well be the 243 car of Kieran Atwood, 505 Steve Deeks, and number 5 also reserved for this one, that's Adam Fathers, and 101 which is the car of Ben Tilley, of course, in the Lotus 51. Those are the drivers that are reserves. We can see on the back there, Adam Fathers is certainly there, as is Kieran Atwood. So it looks like they're both getting into this race as well, as a result of the unfortunate incident that took out 3 cars, Ivan McCulloch, Robert Wainwright and Kai Ginn. It means that these lucky losers, if you like, from the earlier race will get back into the Walter Hayes Trophy, and who knows, maybe they could even battle their way through to a final position. They need to be in the top 18 to do so, of course. So we heard there from Max Esterson on the grid, and we also heard from Josh Fisher. Michael Moyers, two-time winner of the event in 2017 and 2018. It was an event that he was always very keen to win, had had various heat wins up until then. He was 6th in the final in 2012 as well, which I think was his first appearance in the Walter Hayes Trophy. He's very keen to get the win, which he finally did in 2017. Repeated the feat with a straight hat-trick of heat, semi-final and final win in that particular season, and then was only 2nd in 2019, 6th last year in 2020, and 29th last year after an early incident in that race. So he's determined. Luke Cooper, number 61 in the Swift Cooper SC20. He was 16th last year, non-finisher in the final in 2020. but has had a best finish in the final of 6th in 2018, so he's always rapid. And then, of course, new drivers too. William Ferguson in his first season of car racing in the UK, certainly, and Andre Lafond next to him on the 3rd row of the grid. And don't write off the likes of Andrew Rackshaw and Rory Smith, who obviously won the heat yesterday on the road, but then got that penalty. Josh Barrett has made his way back into the box as well. Yeah, Rory Smith certainly is one we can't discount with the success he's had in the past in knockout events.
Yeah, and he was quick here yesterday, wasn't he, despite that penalty. So he is certainly one to watch. See the green flag waved at the back. The last few team personnel just leaving. We've got some of the reserves at the back as well. Not sure if you've had a chance to speak about that.
Yes, we have, yeah.
And in the pit lane was James Clark. The team were busy trying to get the car fired, which they did. But now that we've got reserves on the track, I'm not sure what may happen to James
it depends
Clark.
how many reserves there are there, because I can only see 2 of them. We know we'd lost 3 cars from that race, so he may well get back into this. That, of course, is a car that he was, as we get a green flag lap, was on the podium with in the Janet Cesar race yesterday. He said it's the first time that car has run in race conditions since 1990, was that he built up and finished on Tuesday, I think. So it's been sort of dormant for more than 30 years. We've had support on the live stream for Team Canada, and of course they've got Kevin Foster and Jake Cowden in this race, and they line up on rows 5 and 6 respectively. They were also in action at the festival as well, Josh.
Yeah, they're both 18 years of age. Kevin Foster hasn't really done any racing. I understand he's won the feed race in France shootout to be racing in French Formula 4 next year, and he's got some sort of backing from Jack Villeneuve, I think, the 1997 Formula 1 world champion. And Jake Cowden was the Canadian F1600 champion this year. So he beat William Ferguson to that championship, who's higher up on the grid today. And Jake Cowden won all the races at the Canadian Formula 1 support races, Canadian Grand Prix this year. So 2 quick drivers looking to move forwards, I think, during the course of this 10-lap race. It looks like we're still going to get the full distance, which is good to see.
Yeah, and they're being run by GBR, Graham Brunton Racing, the 2 Team Canada Scholarship drivers. A very successful front-running team, also for the cars in, I think, F4 this season as well.
It's good to have them back, isn't it? Because during COVID years we missed Team Canada over to the UK, and they're with a new team, so Graham Brunton must be pleased to have picked that up for this year, and things have gone fairly well there, because it's probably a new thing for him as well, having to bring people over from a long way away we've never worked with before for these big events at the end of the year.
Yeah, and it's great that it is such an international field as well. As I said, we've had 5 different nationalities win the Walter Hayes Trophy for England, the Republic of Ireland, a few USA drivers, as you were mentioning earlier on, Northern Ireland with Wayne Boyd, of course. I think it was in 2014 that he won it, and Scotland, of course, Graham Carroll also winning it as well. So I guess getting a 6th different nationality winning it might be a bit of an outside bet, but if it is, that's one of the Canadians.
South Africa?
South Africa, yeah, as well. Yeah, that's a good shout as well. In particular, Julian van der Watt, given his result in the first semi-final.
The other thing, obviously, here for Andrew Rackshaw, is we saw what Kevin Mills did to Tom Mills' car to get that quicker from yesterday to today. Surely it's the same setup that's gone on to Rackshaw's car.
You would think so.
And he was last year's South African champion of Formula Ford, so I mean, yeah, he's the one to watch, I think, to see if that same kind of progress is made. And obviously we saw earlier on, didn't we, how quick, I think Josh LaRue it was, wasn't it, from yesterday to today. So those veterans do seem to be having a better Sunday so far.
Can Kevin Mills get his 6th Walter Hayes Trophy success and go level with Cliff Dempsey Racing, who had 6 Walter Hayes Trophy wins, 3 for Peter Dempsey and 3 for Team USA Scholarship drivers. You can see there is a slippery surface flag. There's obviously some fluid or something that's been spilt with that incident that happened on the original start. The timing screen is still showing this as a 10-lap race, so I don't think we've lost any more time out of it compared to what we were expecting. So hopefully everyone's got enough fuel on board. 5-second board goes up, and semi-final 2 of the Walter Hayes Trophy, for the second time of asking, gets underway. Now the lights go out, then it looks like another good start from Josh Fisher. Great start, he's ahead of Max Esterson on the run down towards Copse Corner. Esterson tries to switch to the inside line, but I'm not sure he's even going to hold on to second. You see, he might just about hold on to second, but he got Luke Cooper trying to come up on the inside of him there in the Swift, We'll see how they've all made it out of Copse Corner in just a moment. They head down to Maggots, but there's one spinning off to the inside there. It is Josh Fisher leading, Max Esterson second. Luke Cooper's being mugged there. He's down to 6th place. Michael Moyes, there is green flags on the exit of Copse, so someone has gone round there, I think. But for the lead, it's 3 cars making a bit of a break with Team Canada up to 4th place.
That's Kevin Foster, and it's a Team USA car off. Megan Jilts has spun as well. I'm not sure which of the USA scholarship cars it was. It's 20, so it's William Ferguson who went well yesterday. He's right to the back, but it's Josh Fisher that leads as they turn their way into Brooklands then for the first time. And he's got Max Esterson behind him. Really interesting to see how Fisher's made those 2 good starts from the slightly wetter, you'd think, side of the road.
Yeah, no, he was slightly bemoaning the side of the grid he was starting on, but he did make a good start first time around. The question was, could he do it again? The answer was resoundingly yes, he did. So Josh Fisher in a great position here, the former event runner-up, looking to try and make it through to the final on the front row, and that's Pascal Monbron, the French driver, that's off into the gravel trap, I'm afraid. So he is out of the race. We are on to the second lap then, and we've got the cars coming towards us. One has gone a little bit wide. That is the number 26 car, which is Kevin Foster, but the fight very much on for the lead of the race here, Josh.
Yeah, but Fisher's holding on, and for 4th, Rackshaw is that who's come through, I think it is. Michael Eastwell in there as well in the other of the Spectrums. So they all flow through. It's very hectic behind. Luke Cooper's dropped loads of places, and that's Miles Griffiths off the front running historic race. A multiple Goodwood winner, I'm afraid, is out of this as well. That was at Copse, I think. The 3 come through. Yeah, it's Rackshaw in 4th, 5th is Lafond, and then Foster after that that wide moment at Copse. He's in 6th, but Michael Moyes is sliding around in 3rd place. We're going to get a safety car though, I think, at the end of this lap here.
Yes, that's showing on our screens, and there you can see the boards and the flags. And there are a few cars scattered liberally around the circuit at the moment. So we do go safety car conditions then. It is going to be the start of lap 3 of the race. The question is, how long will the safety car be out? Josh Fisher, until they come across the safety car, it is that controls the pace of the field then. Gives you a chance to have a look at the order as Bonbron's car is pushed away. Fisher then it leads from Esterson in 2nd, Moyes 3rd, Rackshaw 4th, Lafond 5th, Foster, that's Kevin Foster 6th, Rory Smith 7th, Michael Eastwell 8th. Luke Cooper, you mentioned, he dropped right back down to 15th position, hadn't he? So he had gone the wrong way. Ollie White, of course, coming on the other way. He looking to get into the final. He's moved up to 22nd position. He needs to finish in the top 18.
Well, we know who's going to start on pole now for the final, don't we? Because Joey Foster's race went the distance without a safety car, so that'll be the faster of the semi-finals. But whether does it matter?
Well, Josh Fisher's just proved it doesn't.
Exactly, yeah. But I guess that's fair, really, isn't it? Because you're both on a semi-final each. Weather conditions are going to change by the time you get to 3 o'clock this afternoon, we shall see. But we've only lost the 2, haven't we, in the end? Pascal Monbron and Miles Griffiths.
Yeah, but everyone else has got going again, haven't they? So Megan Jilts, for example, she was involved in one. James Clark has managed to join, possibly from the pit lane by the end, look of it. The 53 car, Will Lowing, the Australian driver. I'm sure some drivers will be tuning in from the other side of the world to watch him. He's in 29th at the moment. Kieran Atwood's, he's had a good start to the race, considering he was a reserve up to 25th. So he's had a good start there. But we just need to watch out for Ferguson as well. Where did he come through? Yeah, he's still in 31st position, and he's losing opportunity here to gain places.
But he lost so much time that I should think the safety car should work in his favour. Like you say, you are losing laps, but he was lost probably more time than anything. So that's probably not the worst thing that the safety car's come out.
He's got 13 cars to pass. Yeah, he's going to have at most 6 laps to do it in.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? So the other car, so we lost one at Copse, didn't we, and one at Luffield.
Yeah.
And that it's all. So whoever the spinner was, possibly Jake Shortland, as is at the back at Copse on lap 1, got back going. But it is then Josh Fisher, who hasn't done that much racing this year, because he did the first couple of rounds at Castle Combe and then hasn't been in a car since this week. But he said to me he blew the cobwebs off in testing, and now he's well and truly ready, and he's proving to use his years of experience in Formula Fords now. 3-time champion at Castle Combe, once a runner-up at this event in 2018, once in 3rd place in 2016, and I think some podiums further ago as well. He's trying to get that win here this year. Then you've got Esterson, the returning winner, front runner in GB3 this year. He took a race win at Donington Park earlier on this season in that championship. It's great to see him come back to Formula Ford, isn't it? So we see that now and again, don't we, at the Monoposto Trophy? I know Jamie Chadwick did it one year. Good to see Max Esterson with nothing really to prove, winning it last year, but electing to come back again this season. It looks like the safety car might be coming in because Josh Fisher is back in the field up. The first few are together, then there are some gaps which will need to be closed in.
Yeah, absolutely right. But the top sort of 10 or so are in pretty good order. Back to Volk in 10th position, so it's with Fisher now to control the pace. Safety car peeling in, so this is going to be the end of lap 4, so 6 to go. And it's all going to be down to this restart. Can Max Esterson get a good restart here and steal a march on Josh Fisher as they head down towards Copse for the first time as we go back into green flag racing? Well, no, he can't. It is still Fisher leading from Esterson second. Moyes has lost a few car lengths a bit there to in third place, and he's got Andrew Rackstraw and everyone else queuing up behind him.
Yeah, it was Tim Blanchard, who should have lots of experience with safety car restarts, that was the one who had the gaps. I'm not sure if all is well for him, but here comes Esterson up the inside into Maggots. Fisher has to give him room, which he does so, and then they turn in behind. Rackshaw had got third, but for the lead of the race, Esterson's drawing up alongside Fisher, but Fisher's just in front. Rackshaw's up to third, so he's gone past Moyes as they now stream their way up towards Brooklands. Can Max Esterson have another go, Ian?
Oh, and problems there for the treble 5 car. That's Andre Lafond, one of the front runners. He was in 5th position. As the lead has changed, I think it has now gone the way of Esterson, but he runs wide there at Brooklands and he comes back on behind Josh Fisher, so Fisher retakes the lead. Esterson is second. Then it is Rackstraw in third place. Another Spectrum going really well in these conditions. Michael Moyes, who's won in Spectrums at the World Chase Trophy, he goes back to 4th place, but here comes Esterson again as they come up to complete lap 5. Through Woodcut they go towards Copse Corner. Esterson is going to have another go here as they head down to the first corner of the new lap. He heads to the inside line and he can't make it through, so it is still Fisher ahead from Esterson in second, but we need to watch out for Rackstraw, and also I think that's Thomas Schrag who set the fastest lap of the race in 10th place.
Yeah, that's right. It's got a second or so to the top 9. We obviously lost one from that top 9 on the previous lap, which means we got yellow flags down at Beckett's for Andre Lafond. So a shame there to see the American out in one of Bernard Dolan's cars, but meanwhile the leaders come out of Beckett's then on lap 6 of 10 of this race, and Josh Fisher trying everything to keep Max Esterson at bay. Because Esterson's putting the pressure on, and again he goes down the inside into Brooklands, but is he going to run wide like he did one lap ago? Well, a little bit. Fisher tries to fight back, but this time Esterson's done it. He's taken the lead of the race, but Andrew Rackstraw is buying his way into the lead battle, Ian.
Certainly is, and of course it was Rackstraw and Esterson that were involved at the first corner in Heat 2 yesterday, but both recovered from that. Esterson coming through to win, and you've got Roy Smith now. Looks like he's up to 4th position. He's ahead of Michael Moyes, who has dropped back a couple of places because Michael Eastwell is also up into the top 5 now, and Robert Volk is up to 7th, the South African, and David McCulloch is in 8th place in the number 128 car.
Rory Smith set the fastest lap this time, so he's gone well, hasn't he, from 8th on the grid to run now in 4th and in the lead group. He's caught the 3 of them, which has a new front runner, so now that Esterson's in front, can he pull away, or is it difficult being the pioneer, trying to work out where the grip is today out in front? Well, he's, if anything, got a car length or so over Fisher for 3rd place. Andrew Rackstraw and Rory Smith are right together as they work their way down the Wellington Straight, down towards Brooklands again. Here comes Smith up the inside of Rackstraw then. This is the move that Esterson's been doing, but not sure if he's as much alongside. No, there's contact. I thought he wasn't fully alongside, and Andrew Rackstraw now has spun off the road and very close, potentially in the gravel trap.
Yeah, so Rackstraw is probably going to drop out of the final qualifying positions here. So it's Esterson leading, Fisher second, Rory Smith now 3rd. Up to 4th has gone Michael Eastwell as a result of all of that.
And then is it Robert Volk not far behind? Remember, he started 16th in this race, so he's up to 6th. It's been a great drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Great drive for the McGall, and looking to get onto the podium like his teammate did earlier on, Julian van der Watt, but he's still got a bit of work to do before he gets there. Meanwhile, up at the front, there's half a second between Esterson and Fisher. Esterson certainly not being allowed to get away. Eastwell just did the best lap of the race on that lap at 1:09.586, although frankly there's not much to choose between any of the lap times at the moment. But Eastwell could come into contention for a podium spot as well here. And you've got Moyes, Volk, David McCulloch, the Northern Ireland champion, is 7th. Thomas Schrag now up to 8th. Kevin Foster, the first of the Canadians, 9th, and his teammate Jake Cowden rounds out the top 10.
But he's just been passed by
Yes.
Tim Blanchard. So Blanchard, who didn't make the very good restart, has worked his way back into the top 10. Andrew Rackshaw didn't come through, so that contact has put him out of the race, out of the Waterhays Trophy.
You could see the yellow flags there, couldn't you, at Brooklands, and that was for his car. So we're coming towards the end of lap 8, 2 to go at the end of this one. Esterson, having said he wasn't getting away, now has got away, hasn't he? It was only half a second at the beginning of the lap, but I think it's more than a second now, and it's going to be Josh Fisher and Rory Smith, who did battle yesterday in their heat, with Smith coming out on top on the road, dueling over second place here, and possibly Michael Eastwell will come into the equation as well, because the lead now for Esterson is about 9/10 of a second.
Kevin Foster's dropped to 12th. He made that really good start, didn't you? I think he was 4th at one stage,
Yeah.
and he's dropped all the way down to 12th place. As this battle of a second is on, as Rory Smith is trying to get himself up alongside Josh Fisher. Don't think he quite managed to do that, no, but he's right there behind on lap 9 of 10.
Ollie White's heading into the final as things stand. He's in 17th position in the number 94 car. Don't forget, he came from the back of the progression race at the beginning of the day, and also into the finals at this stage, Josh.
Is Alex Voss, who was also we've seen out all day as well, so he's been working his way through. Meanwhile, this battle of a second is very much on as Rory Smith is trying to get past Josh Fisher. Josh Fisher said he wanted a top 3. Well, he's there at the moment, but he's under increasing pressure from now 3 drivers, because Michael Moyers, who was struggling early on, is fighting back. He's right there with Michael Eastwell, and then the 2 in front as they go on to the 10th and final lap of semi-final 2.
So Esterson it is that leads, the gap about the same as it was a lap ago, 9/10 of a second. Another new fastest lap from Michael Eastwell at 109.579 on the last lap. He's within 4/10 of a second of Rory Smith now. He's taking Michael Moyers with him as well, I think. But the closest 2 cars are those for second and third, Fisher and Smith here. Fisher, Castle Combe champion. Smith, Formula Ford Festival winner of a couple of years ago, originally based mostly in the Northwest Championship at Alton Park. So they head, and having been racing the National Championship more recently. Can Smith then, Josh, in the final couple of corners, get the place away from Fisher?
He's giving it a good go. He's going around the outside into Brooklands, which tends to have a little bit more grip, and Eastwell's trying to buy into this as well. But no, they're all still line astern with Fisher ahead. 1 proper corner to go, and then it'll be the run to the line. But for Max Esterson, once he's got in front, he's been able to pull away, and he's got his heat. He's about to win his semi-final as well.
Well, this is what happened last year. He won his heat, he won his semi-final, then he went on to win the final. Can he do the same in 2022? Max Esterson wins semi-final 2 of the 2022 Walt Hayes Trophy by 1.2 seconds in the end from Josh Fisher in second place, Rory Smith third, Michael Eastwell fourth, Michael Moyers fifth, and Robert Volk, a good drive from him from 16th to 6th position ahead of David McCulloch, Thomas Schrag, Jake Cowden and Brandon McGorgan, who we didn't see too much of in that race. He came up into the top 10 in the end. There's a penalty for Tim Blanchard, a plus 5 seconds for him, so that'll be a track limits penalty, and that's cost him a place inside the top 10, I think. Josh?
Somebody who we didn't really notice much, who was making really good progress, was Alex Ames.
Yes.
In one of the oldest cars, started 34th, got up to 14th, which is ahead of Ollie White and Alex Voss.
No, that's a great drive from Alex Ames, isn't it? In the number 29 car, a long-time racer at Mallory Park in the start of the Midlands Championship. These days, usually races vintage machinery and historic machinery more than anything else. But good to see him back in the SEMA racing car, the Van Diemen. Used to race a Swift back in the day, and you can hear the applause from the grandstand there as the drivers come past on their slowing down lap. There's our race winner though, Max Esterson it was, that took the victory by 1.2 seconds in the Ammonite Motorsport prepared Ray GR18 with its bold engine. Second, 1.2 seconds behind, was number 81 Felix Fisher in the Wainpool Racing Van Diemen RF99. Third, number 45 Rory Smith in the BM Racing Medina JL18. Fourth was number 25 Michael Moyers in the Simon Hadfield Motorsport prepared Medina. Fifth was number 182, that was Robert Volk in the Magal, and sixth was seventh was David McCulloch in the Van Diemen. Eighth, Thomas Schrag in another Ammonite Motorsport Team USA scholarship entry, and running out the top 10 was Brandon McGorkan, who this weekend is racing with Oldfield Motorsport in their Van Diemen JL13. We've got another race to come before the lunch break, actually. That's the Historic Sports Car Club All-Comers race. We'll look forward to that, a 25-minute race shortly. But before that, we'll be heading down to the pit lane to hear from our top 3 drivers, Max Esterson, Fisher and Smith, and they're with Josh, who is ready to talk to us any moment now.
And another great Formula Ford race there for the Waterhouse Rover. The race winner, last year's winner, Max Esterson, you can see from his helmet, backed by Red Bull Racing, and he's the winner of semi-final 2 then here at Silverstone. Second went to Josh Fisher and third went to Rory Smith. So James Beckett's going to give the Winners' Cup to the race winner there, Max Esterson. Handshake there from James. Winners, or a Red Bull cap as well, so he keeps on brand, and we'll let him have a chat with Alistair Douglas. We'll move over to second place first, which was Josh Fisher. Josh, another really good start there, but Max was able to get past.
Yeah, he won.
But how do you feel the pace? Because obviously there was quite a few people around you there.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more traction. If we can tweak it to give a bit more traction, I think I can give him a run for his money in the final, obviously if conditions stay the same. So yeah, overall pleased. Yeah, I think the pace is good. As you say, he's very quick, but I reckon I can get him.
And fourth, I think it'd be for the start place for the final, not the first place to start, is it? Right up there.
Right. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that.
Well, good luck later on.
Cheers.
So Josh Fisher then, we're starting from row 2 for the final. Let's see if we can grab a word with Rory Smith. Rory, a good race there, 8th on the grid, 3rd place to finish, so that makes up, I guess, for the penalty yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they made it as difficult as they could do, shortening the race and all that jazz. So I think 3rd was as good as I was going to get in that one. Had I had another extra couple of laps, maybe would have got past Josh, but I think Josh was defending for his life, trying to hold on to that, and I thought, you know what, better to fight another day in the final. You know, I proved I can get from 8th to 3rd in 6 racing laps or whatever it was. So I'm backing my chances from top 6 to win for the next one. So yeah, I proved the car's as quick as anyone's. I mean, we're catching the front 2 quite a bit, I think. So feeling positive for the final. Yeah.
Yeah, you had you and I think Michael Eastwell was behind you, both setting fastest laps, catching those guys in front.
Yeah, that's right. Michael looked really fast behind me actually. The 2 of us were sort of coming through the pack together, so he raced really well as well, so fair play to him.
Best luck later on, hopefully we'll see you again. So Rory Smith in 3rd place. Let's see where Max Esterson's got to. He's over here, so our race winner of semi-final 2. Max, well done. Again, the start wasn't quite to plan, but you got past Josh anyway.
Yeah, struggled on the starts a bit with wheel spin, but yeah, I mean, I knew I was quicker than him. Could almost have a go on the first lap, then the safety car came out. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to take any crazy risks. Obviously, it's not a disaster if you don't start on pole for the final. So, yeah, got him into Brooklands on my 2nd try. Yeah, good pace. I mean, could use a bit more, but see what we can do for the final.
And we saw Joey won the earlier race, and because you already had the safety car, that means Joey's going to be on pole, you're going to be 2nd, but we saw 2nd's not the worst place to start here.
Yeah, it's reassuring. I mean, it's always thought of that the inside is really tricky because it never dries, but obviously it worked okay for Josh, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
And obviously for you, you've been racing cars with wings this year, so how's it been getting back into a Formula Ford for these last few weeks?
I struggled on the first day I drove them a few weeks ago, kind of for 2 or 3 sessions, then by the end of the day I was kind of back to where I was last year, so yeah, I mean, they're a lot of fun, and I think I've improved a ton in the wet. I mean, last year I was kind of hit or miss in the wet, but now it seems like I have the pace.
Best of luck later, hopefully be seeing you here later on. So there's our top 3 from semi-final 2. We just heard from Max Esterson, the winner. 2nd went the way of Josh Fisher, and 3rd was Rory Smith. But next we have a support race coming up.
Yes, the only closed wheel action coming up next of the day. It's the HSCC Allcomers race, Group B. We had Group A yesterday, but there's quite a lot of overlap between the cars that raced yesterday and today. A very big grid we have of them as well. I think we should have something like 35 cars out there for what is due to be a 25-minute race for this Allcomers race. And it's got some pretty spectacular cars in it as well, including the Lola T282 of Chris Fox on pole position. bizarrely, he's got alongside Jack Ashton's Metro on the front row of the grid. Jack in that hot hatch specification car. So a huge contrast between the two cars on the front row of the grid. The point of interest Josh mentioned during the course of qualifying commentary this morning is, will Chris Fox want to give that car a standing start from the front of the grid, or will he opt to start from the pit lane maybe and try and come through the field? That's a possibility there. It's a car that qualified more than sort of 5 seconds a lap faster than anybody else this morning, so he'd certainly be able to make it through the field. But there's some other special cars out there as well. You've got the Super Tourer Vauxhall Cavalier, owned and driven by Tony Absalom. You've got Frankie Wild in the BMW M3. They finished 1-2 in the Group A race yesterday. And also today you've got a couple of VAG Group cars on the track. You've got Ken Lark in the Corrado and Andy Thompson in the SAT. There you are, the two cars there. It looks like Frankie Wild's just a little bit out of position as the cars come out of the assembly area onto their green flag lap. There's going to be one and a bit green flag laps onto the grid, and then, doing well, the race will get underway. As for the moment at least, the sunshine is trying to come out at Silverstone. Let's walk you through the grid then. Pole position, as we say, is Chris Fox in the Lola T282 and Jack Ashton in the Rover Metro. The second row of the grid, Tony Absalom's Cavalier, a winner yesterday, and Frankie Wild in the BMW M3. And on the third row, Ken Lark in his VW Corrado, beautiful looking car, and Andy Thompson in the excellent car Seat Leon. On to row 4, you've got Roger Waite in his Mallet and the Spartan of Peter van Smieren. Alice Baptiste in the MGB GT and the Turner that finished 4th yesterday in the hands of Steve Watton. That lines up on row 5. But it's Paul Napton's Maguire Stiletto and the Toyota MR2 of Dean Trower. On to row 7, that's where you find Rob Cull in the MGB and long-time MG Metro Turbo racer Dick Trevor. Scott Buckner in the MG ZR and Mike Williams, who was on the podium in yesterday's race. He's in another Metro, that's on row 8, and row 9 is Robbie Kenning in the Metro and Alan Davenport in the Centaur. On to row 9, you've got the Lotus 11, modified Lotus 11 of Philip Barrack, the veteran, and Neil Howe in the Triumph TR4. Les Tyler in the Metro and Ian McBay in the Darien line-up on the next row, with the 12th row being made with Hugh Lafferty's Mazda and Matt Simpson's Metro. On to row 13 of the grid, and that's where we find Chris Woodgate's Mallet Q2 and Tim Davis in the Rover Metro. MG's on row 14, the Metro of Richard Gerrard and the Midget of John Foe. And then on row 15, it's Anthony Hayes in the Mini and the Pro Sport 3000, a long way back on the grid, of Robert Nash. On to row 16, you've got Mark Wright and Rupert West, both in Mustangs. Kyla Gerrard in the Metro and Paul Bowers in the Fiat 128 on the 17th row. And Nicola Burnside in the Ashley Midget, completing this 35-car field. And Josh Barrett has made his way back into the commentary box, and that answers that question. The Lola is there on track, and it's going to take up its pole position for this standing start, Josh.
Now, have you ever seen this front row of the grid before? A one sports car and an MG Metro?
Well, if you're going to see it, you're going to see it at the Walt Hayes Trophy meeting, aren't you?
It's extraordinary stuff, isn't it? The BHP figures have been vastly different, I suspect. The DFV V8 engine, and then I think it's an 1800cc Metro, or an engine out of the ZR, I think, that Jack Ashton has in his Metro. But Chris Fox, as long as you get the car off the line and then the car runs smoothly for 25 minutes, that should win this, really. But second, third and fourth in qualifying, separated by just 1/10 of a second. So that should be really fun. And this great, vast grid. It'd be good to have a look at the different cars here, because it's absolutely brilliant what the Historic Sports Car Club have been able to put together for the support races to the Walter Hayes Trophy. But Chris Fox, who's experienced driver, is there on pole position in the he's more raced 2-litre sports cars in the past, I think, and now progressing up to this big 3-litre car that's got lots of power, and just fingers crossed gets off the line okay, and then we'll be all good.
Well, indeed. Quite a lot of cars to get into position, more than 30 of them, but we're nearly there. There's the Pro Sport you can see going into its slot towards the back of the field. That's Robert Nash on row 15 of the grid. You've got the little number 71 Fiat 128 of Paul Bowers as well, and then I think that's the last car, the Ashley Midget of Nicola Burnside. And once she's in position, we should be off and running for 25 minutes of racing in this HSCC all-comers race, and it is as eclectic almost as you could wish to see. This field of cars, and there'll be some quite different lap times, I'm sure. What did we have? The spread was 27 seconds from first to last in qualifying. I expect it'll be similar in the race. There'll be lots of traffic to be dealt with as well. Green flag waved at the back, and the sun coming through at Silverstone for this HSCC All-Comers Group B race. Red lights go out, and the race gets underway. And who is going to lead into the first corner? Is it going to be the Lola, or is it going to be the Metro? It's going to be the Lola that leads then. The T282 of Chris Fox has the advantage then over Jack Ashton in second place in the Metro, but everyone else is making their way through for the first time. There's Frankie Wild in the BMW M3. He's alongside Tony Absalom, yesterday's race winner, in his old car. He used to own that car, did Frankie? Tony Absalom now owns it. And he is in third position at the moment. But the Lola, unsurprisingly, Josh, getting away.
Yes, and you can hear that car over the 34 others with the DFV engine powering that. But they work their way then through Beckett's, this fantastically vast field. And Tony Absalom in the Cavalier's gone down the inside of Jack Ashton to gain second position. And you can see the stiffly sprung Vauxhall against the softly sprung Metro. They're very different attitudes they had as they turned their way into Luffield. One car that started from the pit lane, I think, was Andy Thompson in his Seat. So he'll be trying to work his way through the order. But Chris Fox is doing what we expected him to do then in the Lola. But it's Tony Absalom who's got himself up ahead of Jack Ashton at the start.
Yep, he certainly has, and probably not too surprisingly, especially in these drying conditions, that would happen. It might be the driest the circuit gets all day, because it's looking pretty grey in the background behind the Woodcote grandstand. Now there's Steve Watton in the Turner, number 16 in 9th place. He finished 4th yesterday. Just behind him is Mike Williams in the Metro, who managed to get onto the podium yesterday in conditions that, I have to say, were wetter and more treacherous, because the track was oilier as well, than they are right now. So not the conditions today for Mike Williams to do quite as much giant killing, I don't think. There's the 13 car. That is the MGB that didn't get into the race yesterday. That is the Alistair Bapty car.
And into the gravel, I think, is Andy Thompson, isn't it, who started from the pit lane. He's gone off at Corps, I'm afraid. So we'll see what is done about that in a moment. But the field come through. There is Bapty, who Ian was talking about. He's got one of the Sports 2000s behind him. That's the Spartan of Peter van Smieren, who was trying to make his way up alongside into Klopp's corner. There's Ashton, though, in the Metro, under pressure from the much more powerful M3 E46 model of Frankie Wild, but yellow flags obviously here into Cox Corner, so Ashton is able to hang on, but he has dropped 3 seconds behind the ex-RML build Vauxhall of Absalom, who's getting away, and now Ashton under pressure for third. Now we're into a green flag zone, Ian.
Yeah, you can see the marshals doing their best to try and move Andrew Thompson's car there. Andy Thompson's car there at Cox, but I suspect they might need some outside intervention to get that car shifted. So there is Ashton in third position, Wild in fourth. Ashton, former Metro champion, raced in Hot Hatch 2021. And very quick in this particular car. And looking, I think, to return to Hot Hatch for next season as well. The yellow flags down the pit straight, the Wellington straight as well. So possibly one stop to Brooklands.
Although everybody else has come through, so it's slightly confusing.
And now, yes, that's probably an early sign of the safety car, which isn't yet shown on our timing screen as being out, but it is going to be out. And just as the leader is catching the final couple of cars on the road, the Burnside Midget being the last car, yes, safety car symbol now shown on our timing screens as well.
Now, interestingly, Tony Absalom is currently lapping within a second of Chris Fox. So whether he can replicate that on the restart, we could have a battle between a Le Mans sports car from the 1970s and a touring car from the 1990s. But for now, it's the Silverstone safety car that is on the circuit. We got 34 cars into the race, so we only lost one since qualifying, which is good to see. But there you can see this Lola T2 82, the 1973 car that's got the 3-litre Ford DFE engine, and a car that was run in the World Sports Car Championship back in the day. And then behind him is Tony Absalom in the Vauxhall Cavalier, a 1995 car, chassis 32, built by Ray Mallock Limited. Was originally a test car for the Works Vauxhall team here before Anthony Reid raced it at the World Cup for Team Opel Japan, and then later Richard Kay raced it, Jamie Wall raced it as well as privateers in the British Touring Car Championship. So great to have two cars of good history here on the grid here.
Yeah, and of course, as we were saying earlier on, particularly good to have the Cosworth DFE engine, Lola T82 engine here, because Walter Hayes, in his time at the Ford and as the public relations chief, he was behind the instigation of the Cosworth DFE engine, which of course was developed by Keith Duckworth for the new regulations at that time in Formula 1 from 1966. So Hayes inextricably linked with that, as he was with the development of Formula Ford 1600 racing as well.
And the Lola T282, only one was ever built, so this is a unique car that we have here at Silverstone today as well. There it is, with the Gitanes livery, car that previously was raced by Leo Voyazardis, the Greek racer, but I know he was looking to sell the car, I presume he has, as Chris Fox is driving it today. And such a wonderful car to have here. And then there's the Cavalier of Tony Absalom behind. Again, you don't see super touring cars out in the UK that often nowadays, so to have it in an event like this, really good to see.
Yep, no, and it's good to see it being held to account, if you like, by the likes of Jack Ashton in his Metro that he's been developing over the years, taking it to some super touring and endurance machinery. And great to see some historic cars as well. You've got the MGBs out here, you've got the Special Saloon Imp as well out on circuit. Real mixture of cars that we have for this race. And as we said, quite a few of the more standard Metros that race in the Metro Cup, which is going to be run under the auspices of the British Racing and Sports Car Club for next season. So the safety car is still out there, but it's not got a particularly compact line of cars behind us at this point, Josh.
Not terribly, but I guess once the incident at Cops is cleared, we'll be getting the race underway, whatever the queue of cars is looking like. And it's a real varied field, much like we saw here just a week ago at Silverstone when we were on the Full Grand Prix circuit for the Burkitt Relay. Sort of a mini version, isn't it, with cars of varying makes, models, speeds, driver ability as well.
It sort of harks back as well to the old 8 Clubs races that they used to have at Silverstone. The 8 Clubs used to have an annual meeting here, and at one point, I think about 2006 or maybe 2007, there was an 8 Clubs pair of races as part of the Walter Hayes Trophy meeting as well. That was always a real eclectic field.
Just saw the Mustang there of Mark Wright, who yesterday, that was by Dave Coyne, who's very accomplished in Formula Ford racing back in the day, but he didn't have a great time yesterday, retired the car early on. It's the car owner, Mark Wright, who is out in that Ford Mustang now. And I expect if the track does continue to dry out, those cars should be moving forward. But for now, the safety car lights have gone in, so the marshals have completed their work at Copse. And now we will see whether Tony Absalom has got anything for Chris Fox as the race restarted over the next 17 minutes.
Yep, so we've lost a little bit of time behind the safety car, but it's Chris Fox controlling the pace as they come up to the line. Tony Absalom not too far behind him. He's jumping at the bit, isn't he? Green flag waves and the race gets back underway then. And it is still the Lola that is in the lead, but Jack Ashton has made a pretty good fist of the restart here. He's right up with Tony Absalom, who's in second place. Ashton is third. Frankie Wild in fourth position as this field fairly well spread out around the Silverstone lap gets back underway.
Yeah, and I think Chris Fox knew all the power that he had compared to those behind, so backed everybody up and then accelerated away, and that's really worked out for him. So he's pulled a gap as he turns his way out of Beckett's. There's Absalom for third though. Jack Ashton coming under significant pressure, and the BMW is now alongside him as they work their way down the Wellington Straight, and Frankie Wild I think has got past Ashton into P3.
Yeah, he has, although Ashton trying to come back at him now. Breaks later into Brooklands, and he might well have made it through. He has! Jack Ashton goes back through to third place there. But Frankie Wild in the BMW will try and fight back with those red wheels. Quite clear to see. They've got a gap back to fifth place. That's Ken Lark. He's been racing that Scirocco since Noah was allowed, I think. And in sixth place, you've got the Bapti, the Alistair Bapti MGB, which is having a good deal of better race than yesterday. Then it's Peter Van Smimmen in the Sporran as well.
And they've caught the cars
well, I should say.
who are just taking the green flag after the safety car, aren't they? Because they were just getting past Nicola Burnside's Ashley Bidget there for the leader into Cops Corner. 2.8 seconds a gap between Chris Fox and Tony Absalom. But this battle for third position continues with Frankie Wild as they pass the midget there in towards Beckett, where Ashton is later on the brakes, so he puts a bit of space between himself and Wild, and Ken Lark trying to buy into this battle in that Volkswagen Corrado in fifth spot. At the start of the lap he was over a second behind them.
That's right. A bit further back I can see that it's the number 34 car, Paul Napton in the Maguire Stiletto, ahead of Mike Williams in that particular class battle. Mike Williams won that class yesterday in the Metro. They're 10th and 11th places overall. Heading towards us now, you've got the number 63 car. That was the car in 8th place, the Roger Waite Malik Mark 20B, one of the classic Clubman's cars. Meanwhile, for third place, the battle still joined between Ashton and Wild as the leaders have lapped there the little Fiat, the number 71 car of Paul Bowers.
Yellow flags are out at Cops Corner again, I'm afraid. So somebody's in strife. The MGZR there was a little bit sideways through Luffield, and it's a spin presumably under Wild. Yellow flags for the BMW. It's the Pro Sport was the cause of the yellow flags, wasn't it? The car driven today by Robert Nash, but the BMW spinning perhaps where he shouldn't have been.
Yes, so he's been caught out there. The Marshal's rushing out to try and deal with that Pro Sport. So Frankie Wild gets back into the race, but having lost some positions, we'll try and work out exactly where he is at the end of the lap. About halfway through this race now. Good battle going on between a couple of the Metros. Richard Garrard is one of them, and I think the other is Tim Davis involved in that particular battle as the leader, really pushing on, Josh.
Yeah, great to see Chris Fox driving this car properly, isn't he? Pushing on in this Lola. He's done a 107.4 as his best lap of the race. As there's Tim Davies, you just mentioned, a regular in the Metro Cup, turns his way through Cops Corner. There, though, you can see one of the early Mallocks, isn't it? Chris Woodgate at the wheel of the Mallock U2. And there's one of the newer Mallocks of Alan David. No, it's a Contour, actually.
Centaur, yeah.
Sorry, Centaur.
Oh, smoke for the number 34 car, Paul Napton, who was going quite well in the Special Saloon Imp. Looks like he is going to be heading into the pit lane and out of the race. Frankie Wild, by the way, came across the line in 7th place, didn't he, after his spin?
That car's leaking fluid, isn't it? You see a trail behind it, so hopefully that doesn't catch out anybody behind. As through the field come through Woodcote Corner, there's the Marshals at work at Cops Corner. In the background, just going through with Rob Cole in his MGB, just ahead of Mike Williams in the Metro. Let's see if we can catch up on that battle. Dick Trevitt isn't too far away, but here's Rob Cole, the driver from Great Dunmow, is up ahead of Mike Williams, but Rob Cole, he's the man behind a Keep Classic Racing, isn't he, in that MGB, and he finished behind Mike Williams yesterday, but looks like today, and he's starting to pull away from him, got ahead and pulling away.
Yeah, yellow flag still waving there on the way to Cops, because the Marshal's still busy retrieving that Pro Sports 3000. Marshals at Cops have been particularly busy today, haven't they? So many thanks to all of the Marshals for their tremendous efforts this weekend, and good to see them getting involved in trying to clear incidents just as quickly as they can. 11 minutes left to go in this race. There you can see a green flag on the exit there, and so that is where you can overtake once again. here is the racing then, Chris Fox, and he's still only about 3 seconds clear of Tony Absalom there, and Absalom has got Jack Ashton right with him again.
Yeah, they brought those four together, the yellow flags, isn't it, where they got caught behind slower cars. But Ashton's best lap is a couple of seconds slower than Absalom, so you'd think in clear track that would change around again. So you've got the early clubman's car now behind the much later one. And you can see already Ashton's lapped a couple of the standard Metro Cup cars there, hasn't he? As they turned their way through Brooklands. But he's given it a go, isn't he, to go after Tony Absalom around the outside of Davenport's car there. And they will presumably be back into a yellow flag zone as they turn their way out of Woodcote.
Yeah, let's have a look, see if we do still have yellow flags at the end of the pit straight. Yes, we do. So still something to be cleared there at Copse Corner. There is Absalom in second place. He's now 4.7 seconds behind the leader, Chris Fox. There's Jack Ashton, third place, number 98 in the Metro. And he is about 4 seconds clear of Ken Lott in fourth place, number 32 in the VW Scirocco. But here are the leaders. The gap has come down, and that's because of the yellow flags again, Josh.
I suspect so. So Tony Absalom back with Chris Fox, because obviously some cars are probably 3 or 4 seconds slower than the leaders just round one corner. So you have to back off for the yellow flags and not overtake, obviously. Therefore, you lose the time. There's Ashton in the mighty Metro in third place, but Fox v Absalom. So lap, I think that's Matt Simpson in his Metro. Returned to Metro racing this year after being a front runner in a Tomcat in the MG Cup in the seasons prior. But up front, Fox, like I say, regular in historic sports car racing, and Tony Absalom, who's raced his Cavalier for a few years, has done lots of club racing as well. He's continuing to chase as they go down to Copse, where we are yellow flag free now, so the marshals have sorted that out. So Tony Absalom can get past the traffic as he does so there, and 1.3 seconds is the lead gap.
Yep, it is, and we've got just under 9 minutes of this race left to go here at Silverstone, the Walt Hayes Trophy meeting. This is the HSCC Allcomers Group B race. Although many of the cars were out yesterday, including the one we can see. It was a winner yesterday, Tony Absalom's Vauxhall Cavalier. Took a Super Touring car, one of the earlier Super Touring cars from 1995. There's our third place driver, just putting a lap on the 420 car. That's Neil Howe in the Triumph TR4.
It's not often a Super Touring car get out-noised, is it? But,
no.
Chris Fox is managing to do that with ease with his DFV power plant. So there's Ken Lark. He's still in fourth place. The top four a long way ahead of the rest. And back into fifth has come the M3 after it spins. So Frankie Wilde is back into fifth position, up ahead of Alistair Baptiste's MG. A sideways Metro through Brookland is Matt Simpson, but he powered through and got out of that. And behind Baptiste in sixth place is the Sports 2000 car of Van Smieren, Peter Van Smieren, who started 8th. So he's got ahead of the Mallock of Roger Waite during the course of this race. They're in 7th and 8th. 9th is Steve Watson, still completing the top 10. Rob Cole, as Richard Garrard there turns his way out of Luffield Corner. I think he himself is about to put a lap on Nicola Burnside, who's now running inside the top 30 after a few retirements.
I noticed that Mike Williams, yesterday's podium finisher, is now leading his class in 11th place overall in the Metro. He's ahead of fellow Metro racer Dick Trevitt there.
Just see the low slung Sports 2000 Spartan in this group, the 7th place man Peter Van Smieren. Here he is, turning his way through Copse Corner. Actually, is that a 2-litre sports car? Possibly, not sure. I think it's got Masters stickers on it. Anyway, a 2-litre sports car of some sort is Peter Van Smieren, who's running there in 7th place, ahead of the Mallock of Roger Waite. And there's Richard Garrard's Metro. The early Mallock U2 of Chris Woodgate about to go a lap down as well. Yeah, I think that's a 2-litre sports car, isn't it, the Spartan, listening to that. It's sort of the smaller car of the leading machine. And the rain we were expecting, Ian, is arriving, I think.
Well, about 8 minutes early by my reckoning. I was expecting it at about 1 o'clock, but yeah, close enough. So rain starting to fall here. So this will be interesting. I wonder if this is going to cause Chris Fox some concern here, and as to how hard he can push. He was certainly pushing on in the early part of the race. He might just be a little bit more cautious now in the rain. Driving a car as valuable as this one no doubt is. Here's Frankie Wild coming through, putting a lap on Neil Howe there. You've got the Fiat 128, and yep, wipers certainly on, aren't they? So it's getting pretty unpleasant.
It's raining quite hard there by the looks of it. Chris Fox doesn't know where to go with cars either side of the road in front of him. There's Absalon, who has dropped 6 seconds back now. They've both lapped Rob Cole, the 10th place man. Looks like there's a bit of fluid as well on the road, isn't there, in various places there through Luffield. There's Ashton, just Dick Trevitt who's just lapped now, isn't it? So it shows you how quick that car is with the slightly bigger engine. Compared to, and I think some setup changes and different tyres he was telling us about. Yeah, it's pouring with rain here, isn't it, out of Cops Corner.
Marshals have got their hoods up now, most definitely, haven't they?
Just saw Kyla Garrard there. She's about to be lapped in a new car this weekend, I understand, for her. But here's the leader, Chris Fox, who's seemingly continuing to push on in these conditions as he pulls the car down the Wellington Straight, getting past the traffic under the bridge. 120 miles per hour the car is there, and then accelerating further before getting the brakes on into Brooklands.
Yeah, and Absalom's also about 120 miles an hour in a straight line. There's not a lot to choose between them, clearly. Putting their powers down in very different ways, very different power outputs as well. Car moving around a lot more now as the conditions get ever more greasy, so I wonder if Chris Fox will be just on his aspirations back in a little bit here, and just hoping that he can get to the checkered flag in about 4.5 minutes' time.
If you're in your Metro and something like that comes past, it must be quite remarkable, especially if you're used to one-make racing, where you don't have cars coming past you at a much different speed, but particularly a car like that with such a distinctive noise in particular. It
was feeling more like a test day where you could have anything and everything on track with you that's closed wheel, because that is just about as far away from a Metro as you can get, isn't it? But he's still leading, Chris Fox, by 6 seconds or so in the Lola T282.
Now actually, as it's getting wetting, Chris Fox and Tony Absalom, who will have proper racing wet tyres, are pulling away from Jack Ashton, aren't they? Who will be on List 1 tyres. So it just shows you that full racing wets, even if you are being a bit more cautious, is a better thing now the conditions are changing.
Yeah, I mean, Ashton there did a 1:16 on that last lap compared to 1:13 for Absalom and a 1:11 for the race leader.
Rob Cole's gone for a spin. He was going well when it was tricky yesterday, but for Rob Cole, he's rotated, and the Van Smieren cars had a spin as well, out of 7th place. So visibly the cars have been sliding around, and now we're seeing cars spin as well.
Yeah, unsurprising really. And the rain has arrived pretty much on cue, just about 1 o'clock, and I think it's probably going to take about an hour to pass over Silverstone, something like that. So hopefully it'll be out of the way before we've got more Formula Ford action on track, but there are Monopostos due to race in about 3/4 of an hour from now.
And here's the leader with probably 3 laps to go. We're on lap 18 of this race as he turns his way into Beckett. It's just the 6 cars on the lead lap now. Just listen to that engine note for the leader. With a little bit of clear road, but then shortly he'll be back into traffic there with slower cars to navigate the Triumph GR4, I think was the next one of Neil Howe. Into Luffield he goes, 8 seconds ahead of the pack then for Chris Fox. His lap times with the traffic and with the car track conditions have gone out by about 5 seconds from earlier on.
Over the line he goes again. Probably going to get 2 more laps out of this race. There you can see the Mini about to be lapped again. Also in there you've got the 117E McVeigh Davrian Mark 8 as well, and he goes between the 2 of those cars to put another lap on them. But where is the Davrian running? That is in 19th position. It's a couple of laps down now.
So rather than being more cautious in these conditions, the top 2 in the 2 most valuable cars on this grid are lapping closest to their best laps of anybody out there. Like I say, I think a lot to do with the wet racing tyres that they'll have. Yes. And big wide tyres as well, aren't they, on both cars? Compared to the Metro with the skinny tyres, completely different concept.
Yeah, and the MG as well, you just saw coming in, also on very much narrower tyres as well. So we're coming towards the conclusion of this race. There's the lad that was on the podium yesterday, Mark Williams. And he's about to be lapped again, I think, before the end of this race by Chris Fox in the Lola. The engined car which screams its way past our commentary position and down towards the right-hand route. Copsey goes for the final time.
Yep, and I'm coming towards the realisation I've got to go out in these conditions, haven't I?
Yes.
In a few moments, so we might have to have a slight change of clothing for that. But it's a 12-second lead for Fox now as he turns his way down towards Beckett's once again. And you wait a bit longer before you get to anybody else. He is going to have a little bit more traffic to deal with then on this final lap of the race, as he will get past a lot of them with ease, I suspect. But yeah, the conditions are pretty foul at this stage here.
Yes, they are. I'm not sure how long the drivers want to hang about to talk to be honest, Josh, but we'll see. There is the MG ZR going through. That's the 25 car of John Bugner. But the leader, very shortly, is going to head towards the finish line. Waiting for him to appear now. Yes, he does. There is Chris Fox out of Luffield towards Woodcut corner. He comes for the final time then. So he's going to complete his 20th and final lap of the race. I'm sure he'll be quite glad to see the checkered flag in these conditions now, even though his wet tyres doing him very good service there. So Chris Fox it is that wins the HSCC All-Comers B race.
For 30, and the gap came down to less than 2 seconds on the last lap between Jack Ashton and Ken Lark, so I don't think the final place at the podium is all sorted yet.
Well, Tony Absalom has just come through in second place, and soon we'll see who's going to come through in third. Is it going to be Ken Lark or is it going to be Jack Ashton? They are shortly to come through, I think, to complete their race. Waiting for them to appear. There's the Spartan going through. And that's a different Metro. Oh, it is going to be Jack Ashton, yes. He just holds on to take third place from Ken Lark. There's less than a second between the two of them as they take the checkered flag there. So it's Ashton third, Ken Lark fourth. Frankie Wild yet to come home in fifth, and I think everyone else has been lapped. Alistair Bapty it is that's in sixth position, a lap down in his MGB. Seventh, Peter Van Spierman. 8th to Roger Waite, 9th to Steve Watton, and rounding out the top 10 after a podium yesterday, Mike Williams in the Rover Metro. 128. Oh, and he's enjoyed it so much, the Lola T8 has completed another lap as well. Must have missed the checkered flag when he came through first time around. But I can assure you that Chris Fox has indeed already completed the race. I think everyone else has seen the checkered flag probably. But Chris Fox just wanting to make absolute sure. Probably is a little bit more difficult to see in these conditions now. We started that race with sunshine breaking through for probably what will be the only time today. But we ended it, and from the middle of the race onwards had some quite heavy rain for the drivers to contend with. Josh will no doubt let us know what the conditions are like out there, because he's just stepped out into the rain to have a word with our top three. But we'll see what they're like for the remainder of the afternoon. In theory, we're going into a lunch break shortly, and there's also going to be a demonstration as part of the lunch break as well, which we'll come on to in a moment. But then we've got 4 races after lunch. We're due to be back underway at 1:40 with the second of the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy races. We've also got then the 3 Formula Ford races, 3 finals to round out the weekend. The Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy, that's for pre-1999 cars. The Carl Hamer Trophy final for pre-1982 cars. And then, of course, the main event, what we've all been building up to all weekend, and for the last few days of testing as well here at Silverstone, the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final, the 22nd time we've held this Grand Final. But Josh Barrett has headed out into the weather. Let's hear from him now with our top 3.
So we're down back outside. It's not raining as hard as it was, I think, at some parts of that race. As Ian mentioned, the winner, Chris Fox, did an extra lap, so therefore he'll be a little bit longer. So we've got Tony Absalom and Jack Ashton have worked their way down. Let's have a word with Tony. Second place for you, Tony. The Lola did another lap at the end there, but you're never going to beat something like that, are you, in this?
Short stroke DFV, 2-litre touring car, yeah, but it was good fun. I mean, yeah, it was little bit close after the restart, but yeah, you're never going to get that. But we rose to the top of the rest of the cars, so really good run, and it got a little bit slippy at the end, but still a good run. Really pleased with the car, fantastic.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it here, because obviously it must be a little bit cautious, all of these cars around you, people you don't know, well, how they're going to race.
I will say, though, the one thing with HSCC, they always put on a good show, and you do have good driving standards generally, so it's a very good club to race with, so I have no issues with bringing the car along. Fantastic.
And tell us a little bit about it.
Original 95 built touring car by Malek. 3 chassis built in that year. This is the last of the Cavaliers. Did do a works race, but then Independence colours that we run it in. So fantastic car. I've really enjoyed the ownership of it. It's a great car.
And back out to do some more racing next year, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, that's what they're made for. They're made for racing, not ornaments.
Fantastic stuff, thanks Tony. So second place for Tony. You can see our race winner's worked his way down here now. Then Chris Fox, we'll let Chris take his helmet off, then we'll grab a word with him after a really good drive in this fantastic car. Chris, congratulations on the win. Some quick lap times there, very busy track as well.
Yeah, it was busy. I was also trying not to actually get in the way of other people's races because it's a bit over the top for this race, but we were just trying to give it a run before the end of the year. So yeah, no, but it's a fabulous car to drive in this weather.
Have you raced it very much?
No, this is only the first. This is actually the first race. We tried to race it at the Classic, but the selector finger broke in the collecting area. So before today, we've done 8 laps with the car. So.
And how different is it to other cars you've raced?
Well, we raced a 280 as well, but it hasn't got the downforce. But this is by far the best car in the world.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic. The DFV, there's nothing like it. So, yeah, very, very happy with it. So,
thanks for bringing it. Fantastic to have it here.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
So there's Chris Fox, our winner. In third position was Jack Ashton, who's just been congratulated by Tony. Jack, third place, best of the production cars, so behind the 2 purebred race cars. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I'll take that any day. I mean, before I came here, I was like, yeah, top 10, yeah, if I top 5, I'll be very happy, but 3, yeah, why not? Yeah, I had no clutch. I had literally, it was just slipping, I was just going quarter throttle, half throttle, and then it slipped all back down a bit, and then it was just, yeah, I just had no drive whatsoever, so I was limping it over the line. Saw the Corrado come in, one more lap, it'd have got me easy, but yeah, it's good fun, mega fun. I learned a lot about the new tyres. Yeah. Certainly didn't work throughout the race, and I think it's a little bit dry at the start, so that's probably why it didn't work so well. Yeah, some fiddling for next year, so hopefully we'll have a good one.
And interesting to see with the Metro Cup cars out there how much quicker this is.
Yeah, it's quite a difference. There's one moment where I was trying to feather with the clutch, and I was staying alongside Richard Garrett. I bet he thought, just go past me, what are you doing? I just couldn't get past him, I couldn't get the power down, so it was good fun, yeah, mega.
Good to come out of the weekend with lots of your mates.
Yeah, everyone here, it's nice to see everybody. We've got the dinner dance next weekend for the Metros as well, so it'd be nice to show my face there, so it'd be good fun.
And for the Metros, it's all changed for next year?
Yeah, it will change, different club, so they'll be with the BRSCC, which is great. I think they deserve something quite good, so it's nice to see that they've got a nice club behind them, and yeah, wish them the best of luck.
And you'll be taking it to the Hondas next year in the Hot Hatch Championship?
Absolutely, I reckon there's going to be a pole or 2 in there. Let's try.
See you next year, Jack. Well done. So there's our top 3. In third position was Jack Ashton, second Tony Ebrey, from the race winner Chris Fox.
Thank you very much to Josh Barrett down there in the pit lane. Speaking to our drivers at the end of that HSCC Allcomers closed wheel Group B race. As I say, we're now, in theory, heading into a period of a lunch break with the next race due off for the Monopostos at around about 20 to 2, and then 3 Formula Ford 1600 races to round out preceding the Janet Cesar Memorial Final, the Carl Hamer Trophy Final, and the Grand Final as well. But we are, I believe, due to see some demonstration laps here, and in fact we can see that happening right now behind the safety car here, with the marshals out trackside waving their flags. And this is a lap being driven by Colin Turner, who 2 years ago at the Walter Hayes Trophy was involved in a terrible accident. It was on the pit straight. A number of cars collided and came together with the pit wall, and Colin was very seriously injured. He ultimately had to have both of his legs amputated after the accident. But Colin has shown tremendous enthusiasm and dedication to continue his racing. He was, I think, 70 years old at the time of the accident, driving Ebrey at that time in the Walter Hayes Trophy, the former RAF pilot. Yep, he's been determined to get back behind the wheel of the car, and the car he's driving is the Nigel Grant Racing prepared Callum Grant car that's been such a familiar sight in historic racing over the years, the orange Merlin. And after that life-changing accident, it's good to see Colin back out onto the circuit, and great to see the marshals all giving him such a fantastic welcome as well as he completes these laps behind the safety car, with the flags waving as he goes by. Colin, who's led a very interesting and colourful life, loved his racing so much. After the accident, there was a fundraiser set up by his good friend and fellow Scottish Formula Ford racer, Neil Ebrey, which helped to raise some money to help Colin deal with the life-changing impacts of the accident. And it's great to see Colin Turner back behind the wheel of a Formula Ford at the scene of the accident just 2 years ago in terrible conditions, worse conditions than these, I believe, although it wasn't a Walter Hayes Trophy I was at, and I'm in a way quite grateful that I wasn't here to witness such a terrible accident as Colin suffered. But you can see him waving to everybody as he goes around this lap. Marshals, any spectators that are hanging on in the rather grim conditions that we've got out there now here at Silverstone. And he's passing the tractor and the other Silverstone circuit vehicles that I think are addressing some of the oil that's been put down during the course of that previous race at Beckett's to make the track safe for racing again after the lunch break. But yeah, Colin enjoying his demonstration lap here, absolutely. And I know that he's been keen to try and get back into to racing as well. But here, doing these demonstration laps at the Walter Hayes Trophy, you can still see some spectators in the grandstand there to acknowledge his waves as he comes back through again. I think this is probably going to be the last of the laps that he does. I think he'll return to the pit lane at the end of this, and hopefully, therefore, oh, and you can hear the applause from the grandstand. Well, that's marvellous, isn't it? Colin Turner taking the applause of the drivers, of the spectators as he comes past the BRDC grandstand, packed out as it always is for the Walter Hayes Trophy. And there you can see the spectators, not so many of them right now, a few of them have gone to grab something warm to see them through the lunch break, no doubt. But I think we'll see Colin will head into the pit lane at the end of this. I'm sure that Alistair Douglas, the circuit commentator, will want to have a word with him, and I'm sure Josh Barrett will be there to try and have a conversation with Colin as well and find out about his recovery over the past 2 years and any further plans that he might have. At the moment, as I say, he's been driving these demonstration laps in the Merlin. That's usually raced by Callum Grant and has been a very successful car in historic Formula Ford 1600 racing down the years. So he's heading into the pit lane, and there's more marshals there to greet him as well. They've got all their flags. The Chief Flag Marshal has done great work to find quite so many flags to be waved at Colin as he heads down the pit lane. What a greeting! I suspect this must be quite emotional for Colin to see the kind of reception that he's had on these 2 laps, and now as he comes into the pit lane, he's going to see the checkered flag as well. How fitting is that at the end, and I'm sure it'll give some more waves to these marshals as he passes them. More applause as well, you can hear. And cheers, why not? Why not a few cheers as well as he comes into the pit lane and rolls to a halt. Jakob Ebrey there, the photographer, getting a few shots, and we'll see if we're possibly able to have a word with Colin Turner. In fact, it looks like Josh Barrett is down there now, and we've just lost him right at that moment. Hopefully we'll get Josh back and we'll be able to have a word with him. But there you can see the rain continuing to fall during the course of this lunch break here at Silverstone. And very shortly I think we'll be able to hear from Colin Turner. Josh Barrett leading in to have a chat with him, I think, as the tractor continues to clear the spray and the water away that's fallen now down there at Copse Corner, that is, that we can see from this position. There's quite a lot of water that's already fallen onto the circuit by the looks of it in quite a short space of time. So it has been quite a heavy storm that we've had here at Silverstone over the past 25 minutes or so. So hopefully we will be able to have good conditions for racing this afternoon. But first, let's head down to Josh, who's with Colin Turner.
Colin, it's great to have you here, and I'm sure for you it's a great thing to be out on track again.
It's fantastic, wonderful, and there's so many people that I can't thank individually, and it's, sorry, I'm choking up.
Yeah.
It's got me to tears.
And to have Callum's car that's won races here at Silverstone to be in that.
It's the best car you could ever be in. It's won so many races, and he's such a talented driver.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to allowed out in this car is a real privilege.
I know you want to get back, so I'll let you head off. But thanks for having a word, and one more word from you.
I give thanks to God. He looks after me. Thank you.
Great to see you, Colin. So there's Colin Turner. Obviously doesn't want to sit so with the engine running for too long, so we'll let him head back to the garage. So we'll head back to Ian in the box.
Thank you, Josh. So we are due to be back underway in around about 25 minutes' time for the second of our Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy races, and then, as I say, 3 more Formula Ford 1600 races to round out the weekend's action here at Silverstone. But for now, we're going to take, I think, a short pause from the commentary, and we'll be back with you very soon. And a very warm welcome back to a very wet Silverstone, where we're due to be coming to the end of the lunch break here and getting racing back underway very shortly. Although the way that circuit is looking at the moment, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing Monoposto cars taking the start of the race in 4 minutes' time. This is Ian Soman with Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you all of the action from the 22nd Walter Hayes Trophy on the Silverstone National Circuit, this Formula Ford 1600 knockout contest that was won last year by Max Esterson, and he looking to complete a double later on this afternoon. But for the moment, there's rain falling heavily here. Now, the rain due to clear, I reckon, in around about 3/4 of an hour from now. But if it keeps at this intensity for much longer, then we're going to have a very wet track indeed. You can see the tractor in front of the Brooklands grandstand there, pushing the standing water away, and there is a lot of it on this circuit at the moment. That's the scene down at Beckett's as well. So there's another tractor doing a similar kind of job down there as well. And yeah, it's looking pretty bleak, and I'm fairly sure we're not going to have Monoposto cars out onto the circuit just yet, Josh Barrett, which gives us the opportunity, I suppose, to look ahead to the Formula Ford 1600 action that we're going to have later on this afternoon. So during the course of this morning, we've had the progression, the last chance race, and 2 semi-finals, and that will build up to the main race, the grand final, which is due to be off at 3:15 this afternoon. But we've got, before that, 3 races, the Monoposto race coming up next, and then the Walter Hayes Trophy, the Janet Cesar Memorial Final, and the Walter Hayes Trophy, Carl Hamer Trophy Final as well for pre-99 and pre-82 cars, respectively. But thinking about the main event, first of all, we've had the 2 semi-finals this morning, and wins in those semi-finals, Josh, for 2 drivers that have been successful at the Hayes before.
Yeah, but with from different periods almost, isn't it? Because Jerry Foster won, 17, 18 and 19 years ago, who won semi-final 1, and then it was just 12 months ago when Max Esterson took the victory. So quite different experiences, really, isn't it? Jerry Foster's been racing Formula Fords for 20 years, Formula 3 champion, wasn't he, out in Australia, raced in sports cars as well,
yeah.
Whereas Max Esterson's just building his career, really. And you can see, if you're earlier, got Red Bull backing. I think he's got some kind of backing from Chip Ganassi as well, and quite a lot of American sponsorship as well. So he's a really interesting one to see where that career goes to. Because, as we have mentioned earlier, winners of the Walter Hayes Trophy have gone on to have professional racing careers, mainly in the States, I guess, but a European option is what currently Max Esterson's going on, racing in GB3 here in the UK. Last time I asked him, he wasn't sure what he was going to do next. Perhaps we can have that question again, whether there's anything new. But if he has got Red Bull back in, you'd think something like FIA Formula 3 wouldn't be out of the question.
No, well, it will be very interesting to see how Esterson progresses. He's driving this weekend in the Ammonite Motorsport Ray GR18 last year on his way to victory in the final. He took the win in the heat, he took the win in the semi-final, and so far today he's been on the same kind of form, hasn't he? Winning the second of the semi-finals, but it was not a race that went all his own way, was it, Josh?
No, he's been struggling to get the car into the corps first. Both times Josh Fisher took the lead. Fisher seemed to struggle a touch for pace. He said he can change the setup on that for later, although the conditions are going to be much wetter, of course. Because then you had Rory Smith and Michael Eastwell, who both, and actually take that Michael Moyers in as well. Those 3 all lapped quicker than Esterson during the course of that race, because they fell back and had to come through. For Smith and Eastwell from lowly grid position. For Moyers, he seemed to struggle in the first half and then had a lot of pace in the second half. So I think actually those 5 from the front of semi-final 2 are all potential winners, although with these new conditions that changes everything, really.
I was just about to say, I mean, yesterday it was damp all day and at times quite treacherous with oil on the circuit, but now we've got proper streaming wet circuit, and we've got the monos hopefully to go out before we get Formula Ford 1600 action. But the circuit is, I think, going to be in quite a different set of conditions to what it was for the races yesterday, the heats and the semi-finals earlier on today. Just get back then to the first semi-final. Then it was a win for Joe Foster, but the star of that race really was Tom Mills, wasn't it? He came through to second place and he narrowly lost out by a couple of tenths of a second to Joe Foster. And in many ways, it was quite a mature drive because I think he realised he could have pushed on, and he said, I think if it had been the final, maybe he would have done, but he realised that the thing to do was to make sure he got through safely to the final. The driver that's been racing in GB4 this season, and the son of Kevin Mills, the owner of Kevin Mills Racing, that have won this event 5 times with their Spectrums down the many years of running in the Wild Hayes Trophy. Their first victory came in 2011. That was for Adrian Campfield, Scott Mulville winning in 2013, and then 3 successive wins in 2017, 18 and 19, twice for Michael Moyers, and Jordan Dempsey winning in 2019. But it was a very good drive from Tom, and he just seemed to have matured in his short time racing in cars.
Yeah, he had that this season in GB4 where he was a race win. I think he finished 4th or something like that in the championship, and he had the pace, didn't he, over Joey Foster? And he's got the fastest lap of the day as well. Looking at the 2 semi-finals, he had the faster lap, and it's going to be interesting to see how that goes into the main final, whether he, in these different conditions again, can go for a win. And going just off a semi-final 1 and 2, how we saw it, it's really only Foster or Mills, you would say, who have got a chance of winning against semi-final 2, because the rest were that bit behind, weren't they? But with these new conditions, that really throws all the book out somewhat. And can someone like Cameron Jackson, starting a long way down the grid, and the best of the older cars, because they have a different tread of tyres, don't they, on the older cars, that can sometimes make the difference.
They can. I'm getting more and more worried about this rain, Josh, because that really is coming down very hard now.
This feels all too familiar.
Yes, you were at the Formula Fordsters Festival 2 weeks ago, where the really heavy rain arrived exactly at the wrong moment, didn't it?
However, it is just gone 1:30
yes.
rather than 5 o'clock.
Yes, and we're obviously slightly disadvantaged at this time of year because the clocks have changed since then, in that there's less daylight. We're due to get the final underway at 3:15. There is no sunshine at the moment. I'm not sure there's going to be much in the way of sunshine later on, but so the daylight is going to be at a premium, certainly. But touch wood, we will get some more racing through before the end of today. We've got Monoposto, the Janet Cesar Memorial Final, and the Carl Hamer Trophy Finals come before the grand final of the Walt Hayes Trophy itself.
But you can see the Silverstone staff are trying their best, although probably a bit of a losing battle while it's for them, I'm afraid. They are trying to make sure we will have something to work with as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, just looking back down the semi-final 1 results, Julian van der Watt, he was 3rd in the first of the semi-finals, the South African driver, returning to the event for the first time since 2019. I guess COVID probably, to some extent, paid to plans for the South Africans, still, of course, for the last 2 years. But Julian van der Watt was 11th in the final in 2011. Arguably, his performance the previous year was even more impressive, where although he didn't place in the final, he won both his heat and his semi-final. He won his heat yesterday, and had a rather lonely race by Walt Hayes Trophy standards to take 3rd early on, didn't he?
Yeah, he was 5 seconds behind the leaders and a couple of seconds ahead of the pack, and he is looking quick and in a different car to everybody else. Does that work out when we get to hopefully some racing? Because certainly some cars can benefit different conditions to others, and the Mygale is probably something actually not many people really know how that'll go.
No, absolutely. I think he admits it's a bit of a surprise package for certain. Lucas Romanek, he has come through quite well, hasn't he? He took 4th in the first of the semi-finals. He's driving for Oldfield Motorsport in the Van Diemen JL3, with the JL13, I should say, with its bow power. Lucas was 6th in the final last season. He was also 8th in this year's Formula Ford Festival as well, and 3rd in the National Formula Ford Championship this season too. I think he also did some GB4 racing at the end of the season as well.
Yeah, I think he was a race winner as well. He did one meeting and won a race, so that's not bad, is it? Yeah, Lucas Romanek, I think, has improved a lot over the last 12 months, so I think it's fair to say, as you say, a good national season. And he moved forward in that. He basically came to the front of that group during the course of the 10-lap race, because he was placed a little bit further down on the grid for his semi-final.
And then we had Chris Middlehurst. He was 5th. Now, he is someone that is always there and thereabouts in these events. Just let's have a look at Chris Middlehurst's Walter Hayes Trophy record. He is in car 16, so if I consult the relevant part of my notes, so he was 4th in the final last year, 13th the year before that, 5th in 2018, 5th in 2017, 6th in 2016, 5th in 2014, 6th in 2013, always bubbling under, and similarly in the festival as well, 6th, 5th, 4th, 5th and 3rd in festival finals as well. So he's always there or thereabouts, but he's just never quite managed to break through, Chris Middlehurst, to win one of these big end of season events.
That's right, and he's in a different car, isn't he, this year, because his car got caught up in the fire at the Dolan factory in the summer. So firstly, Bernard Dolan and his team have done a good job to get that car out, and it's obviously pretty much as quick as the other one was. And he's right there in the mix if these conditions suit him. Because was it last year, was it him and Ollie White that were battling for the win? Possibly, or certainly one year Middlehurst was right in that league battle and got caught up in an incident.
Yeah, he has been in victory contention before in the Walter Hayes Trophy. He, of course, he's also got experience in Formula Renault. He was 1st in the BARC Formula Renault Championship in 2013. He also won the National Formula Fords last year, didn't he? But hasn't raced as part of a regular campaign this season. So that's Chris Middlehurst, who was 5th early on. And then Thomas MacArthur, who, well, I think, first of all, he was involved in a very big accident at the Formula Ford Festival only a couple of weeks ago, in a different car to this one.
Yeah, it was in the incident with Matt Rivette, and best wishes to Matt on his full recovery. But then Simon Hadfield Motorsport put the, I think it was an RF86 Van Diemen back together, and he did very well in the historic final there and finished on the podium. So he's very quick. He doesn't race terribly much nowadays, does he? He doesn't do any full seasons or anything like that, but he's proved to be very quick. He was very quick yesterday. Today he fell down maybe 1 or 2 positions, but again, 6th. And right in that big pack of cars as well. Just ahead of James Penrose, who had a good race today, the New Zealander, who I think going off a festival experience probably preferred dry conditions, but he's getting used to these wetter conditions and improved from yesterday to today. Yeah, he's part of the Driver to Europe scheme from New Zealand, and he's been placed here with the Border Reivers Racing Squad, the ex-Jamie Thorburn car that he is racing in as part of the Walter Hayes Trophy this year, the 21 New Zealand and South Island Formula Ford champion as well. And then next up in the semi-final one result, we had the first of the older cars, the cars that also qualified for one of the historic finals, and that's the Janet Cesar class that he's in. Cameron Jackson in the Van Diemen RF90, 8th overall. Yeah, and he's sort of the dark horse, isn't he? He got caught up in one of the incidents and lost a few places. Actually, with Elliot Budzinski, who finished 9th. And looking at their lap times, those two are pretty much on the same pace as Joey Foster's best lap during the course of that race. OK, they're starting a long way down the grid, but particularly for Jackson, in that older car, the really wet conditions you'd think might favour him rather than if it was drying out. And for Budzinski, he's the least experienced of the Team USA scholarship drivers. He hasn't really done much racing, but he says actually he thinks that helps him in the wet conditions because he doesn't know anything to relate it to, and has been probably better in the wet than he has in the dry. News from Buckingham, which is not very far down the road from Matt Kelly. Thank you, Matt. It stopped raining in Buckingham. Clear skies heading your way, guys. So let's hope he's right about that. So fingers crossed that very shortly the rain will stop here. So we've got as far as Elliot Budzinski, who was 9th. Then Neil Fowler, he was the winner of the first ever Walter Hayes Trophy. When it wasn't a knockout event, it was just a standalone race as part of a Silverstone race meeting. I think it was at the Silverstone Classic, wasn't it? It was, or what's become the Silverstone Classic. Sure. And he won in the Lola T200 in 2001. That was the first ever running of the Walter Hayes Trophy. It moved to this November date the following year when Gavin Wills won it, and then it became a knockout event the year after. But Neil Fowler won it that year in a Lola T200 and is out in a historic car again this weekend, Josh. Yeah, March. This is the 709, which I think is still owned by Ross Dryborough, who brought it over from Canada a couple of years ago or so, where it raced in period and then has raced in historic events over there. And Neil Fowler's been absolutely flying in it. He's by far the quickest pre-82 car that we've seen this weekend. He doesn't do that much racing nowadays. He sort of comes out every now and again in a Formula Ford, usually wins the race that he does. I think he's done a little bit of racing in some sports cars with some customers as well, because he is, of course, the preparer of Cameron Jackson's car as well.
That's
and
right.
in that garage as well this weekend, they've got the Max Irvine Van Diemen that's up for sale. That has been put to get back together by the Neil Fowler squad. So it's got quite an interesting history in that garage. A little bit further back in, outside the top 10, is where we saw Felix Fischer get to after his long day that he wasn't looking forward to. It didn't sound like he was terribly enjoying when we had a word with him earlier on.
No, he joined at the last chance stage this morning. He was in the last chance race because of an incident in the heat, which also involved Chris Middlehurst, which I think Felix felt rather aggrieved by. So he had to come from towards the back of the last chance race to come through to win that, beating Megan Gilks. And he then needs to get into a top 18 position to qualify for the final. Well, he did that comfortably in the end, getting 12th place overall. And he gets into the final as a result of that. I mean, the two drivers that didn't finish that semi-final, or one of which certainly very much a fancied runner, because it was the driver that was on the podium last year. That was Ben Mitchell. He had a very heavy accident, didn't he, at the first corner?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it was really good to see Ben get out of the car pretty quickly afterwards. So hopefully Ben is all 100% okay after that, because certainly that car, that's I think quite a new car to Wayne Paul's racing squad, is going to need a lot of work if it is fixable, because that hit the concrete barriers very hard indeed. But it does show the strength of these Formula Ford 1600s. They may be basic type of cars that haven't changed huge amounts since the category started, but they're built strongly.
The other driver that didn't finish was the American Gabetesh for the Team Dolan squad. That was retirement on lap 6 of the race. Probably the only other driver that would have expected to make it through for absolute certain, I would have thought. Sean Rashid, who only finished 24th in the end. He had a spin. Was that Brooklands? I'm trying to remember where that spin occurred now, but certainly dropped back down the order.
Then I think there was a secondary incident as well that caused him problems. But I don't think he's done much racing before this year. And interesting that Johnny O'Connell, who's his driver coach, he guided him here to the UK to race in Formula Ford. And it's so interesting, isn't it, that all these Americans, whether they're with Team USA or come over here on their own accord, choose to come and race in British Formula Ford style racing. And it's great to have them here, isn't it, over the course of the year. It's a shame Colin Queen hasn't come, because he's been racing in, I think, currently leading the United Formula Ford Championship that's got its final round at Brands Hatch shortly. But he would have been right up there. But he's, I think, won the GB4 scholarship, hasn't he? So perhaps now focusing on going to slicks and wing single-seaters.
So you can see that the first 4 or 5 rows of the grandstand are not occupied, and the reason for that is it rains on those rows of the grandstand, and if you get further back, up towards the back of it, you stand a small chance of staying drier, not necessarily going to be any warmer, but you're less likely to get damp. There's going to be a track inspection 10 minutes from now, we understand. It's still raining at the moment, but as we said, it's not raining in Booking, and I'm sure Julian Floyd, our clerk of the course, will be keeping an eye on the radars as we have been to see when this rain might stop, and I suspect he's thinking it's going to stop fairly shortly now, and that's why 2:05 is the time for the track inspection. But yes, you can see the spectators in the grandstand huddled together for warmth as much as anything else. And Josh and I are whittering on about Formula Ford at the moment, because we should be seeing the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy race 2, round 6 of that particular championship at the moment. But right now, we clearly have a delay due to the inclement weather here at Silverstone. It is due to stop at some point in the next 20 minutes or so, though. We will continue our talk about Formula Ford and look ahead to the grand final of the Walter Hayes Trophy by looking back at the second of the semi-finals that took place before the lunch break. And as we've already mentioned, a winner in the heat and the semi-final, and the final last year was Max Esterson, and so far Josh, he's kept up the same form this year.
Yeah, he dominated yesterday. I think dominated quite in the same way today, but it was convincing, wasn't it? Getting in front, getting that 1 second gap, and then holding it there. So was he not pushing any further to make sure he didn't make a mistake, or was that all his pace he had? That's what his competitors will be hoping for, isn't it? Because if he's got something in hand, that's probably a concern for everybody else. But yeah, he's probably the favourite, I would say, going off of yesterday's performance in particular, and then after a strong performance there today as well.
So you can see the truck still trying to clear the water that is still falling from the sky from the circuit. So we talked about Max Esterson. Josh Fisher then, our heat winner yesterday, but sort of by default. I don't think he was... He felt brilliant about being given the victory, in effect. He was second on the road behind Rory Smith, but Rory Smith picked up a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits on too many occasions. And Josh made the best start to the semi-final, actually twice, didn't he? And got the lead from Max Esterson, but the former Zip Formula racer, remember that? The Martin Hines creation from the early 2000s, I think it was 2002, that Josh raced in that. He raced Formula BMW as well, a 3-time Castle Combe Formula Ford 1600 champion as well. Josh Fisher's got lots of experience and always goes well here at Silverstone.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it? And not done so much racing this year, sort of had the summer off, but he's come back here with decent pace. As I say, quick yesterday, not as quick as Esterson today, but he's, as Rory Smith said, he was defending hard to make sure he had a good grid position. He got second place, so that's absolutely fine, isn't it, on the grid for the race later on.
Yeah, and Rory Smith, I think, he was certainly very deflated to be given that penalty after his on-the-road win in his heat. Dropped him back to 4th, so he started on row 4 of the grid for the semi-final. But he came through nicely to finish 3rd, and he was, right with Josh Fisher at the end, and he was taking Michael Eastwell with him as well.
Yeah, he had lots of pace, did Rory Smith. I think he's one that's not starting right at the front that you've got to really consider here, because Rory Smith has had strong pace all weekend, really, where at the festival things didn't really plan out. He didn't really have the pace it felt like there, particularly on Sunday. But here today, Rory Smith looks good, and he's not had the best overall results, I don't think, here at the Hayes in the past, but he, I think, was a podium finisher in the historic final 1 year. So he's at these big events at the end of the year. Rory Smith sort of had win or bust, really, because he had that festival win a couple of years ago, but otherwise it's perhaps not gone so well.
Best finish here has been a 10th place in 2019 for Rory Smith. And Michael Eastwell, it's good to have him back in Formula Ford racing, isn't it? He was at the festival as well, I think, a couple of weeks ago, having not raced for a couple of seasons. He'd moved out to Australia and is an excellent and award-winning photographer out there is Michael Eastwell. But he raced with success and distinction in the UK up until a few seasons ago. He is a 5-time champion of brands. He was also second in the National Formula Ford Championship in 2018, I think, to Niall Murray that year, if I remember correctly, who was in pretty hard-to-beat form. And so he's had quite a bit of experience. He was 4th in the 2019 festival, and he was 6th here at the Walter Hayes in 2019, which was really the last time that we saw him before this weekend. And then after Michael Eastwell comes Michael Moyers.
Just go back to Eastwell. It's interesting how Saturday the festival went pretty horribly for him. He had a big spin into paddock. Saturday here he had that big off into Brooklands. But then on Sunday he moved forwards at Brands Hatch, and he's moving forwards today. He was finishing 4th and set the fastest lap of the race as well earlier on.
Our cameraman seems to have found some shelter in the BRDC grandstand, and I know our producer Luke Austin was encouraging on the comments a Mexican wave to start in the the Brooklands grandstand there, but we'll see if we can make that happen. I don't know, there may be people watching the stream, and so if there is anyone watching the stream in there, then please, feel free to start Mexican Wave. It doesn't look as if anyone is particularly minded to do so. I think that chap's just starting up to let someone in. I don't think it's part of a Mexican Wave. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. We'll talk about Michael as well. Michael Moyers, yes, two-time winner, 2017 and 2018 for Kevin Mills Racing in the Spectrum. 29th last year. He was second the year before. We kind of thought that was that. He was going to go historic racing, wasn't he? But nevertheless, he seems to have returned this season.
Yeah, and he's in a different car. We think the first time he's not raced the Spectrum for some time. So he's out in the Medina that's being run by Simon Hadfield. I think particularly son James looking after that car for Michael Moyers. And he's been quick. He hasn't sort of had that previous form when he was usually winning. But having fifth, he's there or thereabouts. And again, for the team, running a brand new car, because Simon Hadfield generally running older cars, running a brand new car is going to be a real learning experience. Obviously, James has raced that Van Diemen over the last few years, and he went from being very much a mid-pack runner to being, I think, a podium possibly at Coombe at the beginning of the season in that car.
Yes,
so they're getting more used to running these newer cars. And interesting how they've got that going, whereas Wayne Paul has got some older cars that they're going back to. So there's a bit of cross sort of going on, isn't there, between the newer and the older machinery. Feel free to let us know where you're watching this stream from. We've got people in Kent, Lincoln. Andy Kitson is watching us from near Snetton. Hi, Andy. We've also got people in Chester. We've got Buckingham represented as well. Anyone overseas? Let's have our overseas contingent. Let us know where they're watching from. Anyway, Michael Moyers. So he was fifth in the semi-final, and maybe we've got someone watching from South Africa, because that's where the sixth place finisher comes from. Robert Volk. Good drive from him, wasn't it? I think he started, was it back on row 8 of the grid, and he came through to finish 6th. Yeah, much further back, which is was really good to see. He's the most experienced of the South African drivers. I'm not sure how much racing he's done here in the UK in comparison perhaps to Julian van der Watt, for example, but the second of the Mygals going well and really moving forward. So a big difference from yesterday, where Julian gave him a few tips to set up change on that car. But he was sort of best of the rest, wasn't he? Because that top 5 were a little bit ahead, and then he was up next in 6th position, just ahead of David McCullough in his Van Diemen. I'm just watching this tractor chicken go on. Who's going to bail out of this first? Is it going to be the red one, or is it going to be the blue one that bails out of this first? If they bail out. Oh, it's the red tractor. Well, that was exciting. It's the most entertainment we've had since the start of this period after lunch, anyway. We will move on. We talked about Robert Volk. You talked about David McCullough as well. So then we get on to the first of the Team USA scholarship drivers, Thomas Schrag, who's finished 8th there. So I think he's the highest placed of the Team USA scholarship drivers on the grid for the final, isn't he? Yeah, that's right, because Budzinski was 9th in the first semi-final. But yeah, Schrag was quick at Brands Hatch in these damper conditions. But he's been fairly fast, hasn't he? He set actually a lap time quicker than Max Esterson in that race, but I think he obviously had some sort of drama at some point. And so work to do. 8th row of the grid would be difficult, won't it? But I guess from there, though, there's nothing to lose, is there? It's full on attack. And 17-year-old Tom Schrag, I think, is probably going to be a name that we're looking out for the future. We do have someone watching from the USA, Sakes. Says Team USA is about to drive through the field, so that's a great confidence there. Let's see if that happens. We've also got viewers from Australia. Grace is there. John Hayden's in Oslo. And Ivan is in Valleyfield in Canada. So we've got someone, Jane Laws, who's watching from her new home near Le Mans. We've got someone, Will Fernane is watching from Nice in France. Horatio watching from California, saying great job, James Beckett, and everyone who got this stream sorted, and we're delighted to be bringing it to you. Is that Horatio if it's Simon, who we've had races here in the past? I don't know, so the thought crossed my mind as well. And Joe Perry's watching from Northamptonshire, which is rather less dramatic than everybody else. Motorsport Magpie says, have I missed something? It looks mildly moist. Well, it has been pouring with rain here at Silverstone. The good news is, I think it might have stopped. We'll be very close to it. Has that marshal got his HUD up? I don't think he has, So possibly the rain has stopped. We're just track inspection around about now. We should, 25 minutes ago, have had our first race after lunch, which was the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy race. But clearly that's not happened yet. What we have had is entertainment provided by the
Silverstone tractors, who've been doing a great job. And there is the safety car out on track. So this, I imagine, is the track inspection going on as we speak. And Josh Barrett's just opened the door. Oh, the sun's out now. That's marvellous. So I'm hopeful, with the great work that the tracks have done and the inspection that's taken place, we will get some racing underway very shortly. It will mean that the afternoon's timetable is a little bit more compact than it might have been. We should have had a 20-minute race for the Monopostos, 2 12-lap races for the Janet Cesar Memorial Final and the Carl Hamer Trophy Final, and the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final as well, of course, to round out the afternoon, due to be off at 3:15, but it might be a rather more compact timetable right now. Josh is just about to head outside to see if he can find some people to talk to. So I will continue our run through of what happened in the second of the semi-finals. We've got as far as Thomas Schrag, and then we got to the first of the Team Canada scholarship drivers, and that's Jake Cowden in the Graham Brunton Racing Run Ray GR15. He finished 9th in that race. Also in that race was his teammate Kevin Foster, who dropped back down to 12th position in the end. The two of them were running in consecutive positions inside the top 10 for a while, but Jake finished ahead of them in the end in 9th position. And then rounding out the top 10 was Brandon McGorkin in the Van Diemen JL13, being run by Oldfield Motorsport. And Brandon very quick, as we saw last season. He is in the number 96 car, so I'm just reminding myself, yeah, he won last year, the Janet Cesar final last year, did Brandon McGorkin. And then Tim Blanchard, the driver who was the runner-up to Wayne Boyd in the 2008 Formula Ford Geratech Championship. He has returned to racing in the UK, having been racing in V8 Supercars in Australia for several seasons now, running a team there as well. He finished 11th ahead of Kevin Foster, the second of the Canadian drivers, and Luke Cooper 13th. Now, he started on the third row of the grid second row of the grid, I think it was, for the semi-final, having finished second in his heat. But he had dramas during the course of his semi-final, I'm afraid, and it was broken steering that he had, so there must have been some contact there, I imagine, with another driver in the early stages. We saw Luke drop back down the order in the early stages, and he said it was a miracle that he managed to bring the car home in 13th position in the end. There was a star drive as well from Alex Ames, the ex-star of Mallory, star of the Midlands Formula Ford 1600 racer, making a return to FF 1600 in the Walter Hayes Trophy this weekend. Usually races in vintage cars. He came from towards the back of the grid, I think it was something like 34th on the grid, to finish 14th in the semi-final. And also going through from the semi were Sam Gornall, Joe Watts, Alex Voss and Oliver White, the winner of the event in 2020, who sort of scraped through the event so far, having joined it in the progression race this morning. Let's head out to see who Josh Barrett has found to talk to.
We've come down here to the Team USA Scholarship Garage where William Ferguson is. Will, your day hasn't quite gone to plan. Tell us about it.
Yeah. I mean, we had a good starting spot in the semi-final. Yesterday went pretty well. We started 5th. We had the first launch we got because it red flagged after about a half a lap. That was a good one. In 5th, maintained the spot. And then for the second one, again, good launch. And I think I was either in 4th or 5th heading down into Maggots. And then just some contact took us out of the race pretty early. Or we were still in the race, but in the back of the pack. But yeah, no, I mean, unfortunate end to what otherwise was a really good weekend. And yeah, just take what I can and look forward to next year for sure.
Obviously yesterday went really well up on the podium, really tricky conditions. How have you found, first you had Brands Hatch, wet, dry, and here it's quite similar as well?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we got a lot of practice at Brands Hatch, I think, for this weekend because there's a bit more competitors here. And yeah, I mean, no, yesterday was a lot of fun. The whole week's been a lot of fun, just all kinds of conditions at, you know, a legendary circuit. circuit. So, yeah.
What's it like been coming here to the UK? I know you've been here for about a month or so. How's the month been?
Yeah, we've been here for about 6 weeks, and yeah, no, it's been super awesome. We got to do a little bit of exploring. Went to London, walked around there. Went to a few tours as well, McLaren, Ilmore, Haas. So yeah, I know it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun.
And to be part of Team USA, which has had all the drivers that have done in the past. So for you, are you looking ahead to next year at this point yet?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, to be such a part of such an amazing program, I mean, it's unbelievable, and I can't thank Team USA and all of our supporters enough for getting me, Elliot, and Thomas here. They're about ready to get out for their final. They made it in. I think they're on row 8. I think they're both right next to each other. But yeah, no, looking ahead to next year, not entirely sure exactly what I'm going to do yet, but I'd like to move up into something a little quicker. Just gotta look forward and yeah.
It'd be possible you can grab one of your colleagues out of the garage, and then we'll have a chat with them. So we can have a chat with the rest of the Team USA squad. So this is Elliot, I think. Elliot, hello, and how's your weekend been so far?
It's been a bit up and down, to be honest. Yeah, I put it on pole and then made a silly little mistake myself in the first heat, and then had a really good pre-final, or I guess they're called semi, and then just had an unfortunate incident. But I think the pace has been really good, especially in the wet, and I think so far it's been pretty good.
And I know you haven't done quite as much car racing as the other guys, so there's been lots of experience gains, I guess, in the last month.
Yeah, this whole thing has been learning. I think what Jeremy does with Team USA is so cool to put us across the seas out of our comfort zone and kind of help us learn. So I've just taken what I can with it, even if it's not driving a race car. Obviously, I've learned quite a bit, but just all sorts of experiences have been had, meeting people, how to interact, and just all sorts of stuff.
Obviously, we've had all this rain over the last hour, so that means everything that's happened this weekend's out the window. I think you had some testing in the week that was quite wet. How are you finding these? What do you reckon to these new conditions we're going to have?
I think it's a bit unknown, because it's been quite wet pretty much the whole weekend. There have been a couple dry days, but even when it was wet, it wasn't this. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be quite a bit of standing water and maybe a bit of aquaplaning, and so I think it's just going to be, a bit unknown. Be careful, but still have to move forward, obviously. So I think it's going to be an interesting final.
Well, best of luck for that. Hopefully we'll see you afterwards. That means things have gone well. If we'd have a word with Thomas as well. And for you here at Silverstone, maybe not gone quite as well as Brands Hatch?
No, not quite as well, but I think we have a great chance in this final here. Starting 16th, row 8 with Elliot, and we're going to work together and try to move up.
I guess now where you are on the grid, there's only one way to go, and that means full attack, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be full attack. I tried to make up as many spots as I could in the semifinal, but the safety car didn't help us out too much. Took away 3 of the 10 laps from us. Had a guy that was slowed up in front of me and just created a big gap.
You're looking at the lap times. I think you were actually quicker than Max in that race, so that's good from a pace point of view.
No, we've had the pace all weekend, dry, wet, in between. It's all been good. The car is great. We just needed to get that track position and move up.
And like the other guys were saying, the experience for you guys over the last 6 weeks have been very enjoyable?
Yeah, it has been. I went back to the U.S. a couple weeks ago and swept the weekend. My driving was phenomenal.
Yeah.
After coming over here and driving for just a week. So, I'm looking forward to this final, and I think we'll all move up.
And then I guess after this weekend, plans then Europe, America. What's the thinking at the moment?
So I don't have any plans for right now. I'll be racing a midget race in Indiana back in December. So we'll go back to the U.S. I'll race in a midget race indoor. It'll be different than what I've ever did. And Tony Stewart will be there. Different guys, race against them, and I'll look into maybe like GB3 for next year. Different options, possibly race over here in any way I can, and just see what happens.
End ambitions? Are you thinking Formula One, or are you thinking IndyCar or sports cars?
For right now, it's definitely got to be IndyCar. That's been a dream of mine for quite a long time.
Well, best of luck with that. We'll be watching all 3 of you progress today and then in the future as well. So great there to hear from the 3 Team USA Scholarship drivers. I can hear the whistles going off, so hopefully that means we're going to get some racing underway very shortly. So we'll head back down to Ian, who's in the booth.
Yes, indeed, and certainly the rain has stopped and the conditions are looking a lot better than they were. Hopefully, as well, we'll be having some Monoposto cars in the assembly area and then ready to come out onto the circuit very shortly. So as soon as I get the nod that that's going to happen, we will let you know. For the moment, let's just talk about the other two Formula Ford finals that we're going to have before the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final itself. We've got the Janet Cesar Memorial Final as well, and this is named for the former secretary of the Silverstone Racing Club. She sadly passed away in 2014, but was a keen supporter of the Walter Hayes Trophy, and the Silverstone Racing Club members wish to remember that about her by presenting a trophy annually in her name, and it's presented now to the winner of the pre-1990 final, so for cars manufactured between 1992 and 1998. It was first awarded in 2014 when it was won by Richard Tarling. It's also been won over the years by Ghislaine Ginnican, Tom MacArthur, Jaap Blijleven, Callum Grant won it twice in 2018 and 2019. Jaap Blijleven won it again in 2020, and Brandon McCorkin won it last year. And we had the pre-final for that yesterday, and that was won by Cameron Jackson by about 5 seconds from Tom Bradshaw, with James Clark in third position and Doug Crosby in fourth, ahead of Sam Street and George McDonald. So we should have a good race later on today for the Janet Cesar Memorial Final. And we also have later on the Carl Hamer Trophy as well. And this is for the winner of the Pre-82 final, so cars manufactured between 1967 and 1981. And Carl was a tower of strength in the marketing department of Crompton Parkinson, a company long associated with Silverstone and Formula Ford 1600 for many years during the 1970s and the 1980s. And through Carl, Crompton sponsored the track's Driver of the Day and Driver of the Year awards, and their colours famously adorned cars driven by racers such as the king of Silverstone, Jim Walsh, in Formula Ford racing as well. And this was introduced for the first time in 2017. It was won by Richard Tarling that year, so he also was the inaugural winner of the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy as well. Ed Thurston, Richard Tarling again, Ben Mitchell and Samuel Harrison have also won that event over the past few seasons, and we'll see who gets their name on the trophy for 2022 a little bit later on. But for now, we'll head back down to the pit lane and Josh.
So come down here and we found Tom Bradshaw, who's going to be racing quite shortly. Tom, the conditions are very different to the rest of the weekend, so I guess the team are busy trying to work out what the setup to put on it.
Yeah, we weren't quite sure whether we should be thinking about packing the car up or what setup to put on the car. So luckily it seems to have subsided and be brightening up a little bit, but we've remained fairly consistent on setup throughout the weekend, so it's more a question of tyre pressures than anything else, and see how we get on.
And for over the main part of the Walter Hayes, how have you found your heat and then your semi-final?
A couple of small errors from myself, nothing too dramatic, but it's been good fun. Similar lap times to the newer cars, obviously delivered in a slightly different way. So it's been a good challenge. The level's so high here, such a large amount of drivers who can really pedal. So it's you make a small error, drop down 5 cars, and trying to make that ground back up is tricky. So it's a good tester, and they're always good fun to drive. So it's been a lot of fun.
And I guess as you do mainly like the season racing historic sports cars, this is like totally the opposite type of racing and the racecraft out there as well.
Yeah, it is, and you forget as well. I mean, my eyes were on stalks after my heat. You forget how close and frantic the racing is in Formula Ford, and what a buzz it is to be involved. You feel like you're milliseconds or millimeters away from a shunt all the time, but that's what's exciting about it, I guess. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far.
It's such an incredible event. 120 cars, the garage is all full of Formula Ford. It's fantastic, isn't it?
It is. Mega atmosphere, really friendly, but everybody wants to do a job and do well. So it's a good balance between that competitive spirit and also just being here to enjoy it as well.
Well, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you down there after the race, because that means things have gone well.
Yeah, exactly. I hope so too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So that's Tom Bradshaw, and we'll see if anybody else is up for a chat before we get into our first race after lunch.
Thanks, Josh. And we can see Monoposto cars now in the assembly area. There's Robbie Watts in his Dallara, and it looks like there's a good number of mono cars, so hopefully we'll have cars out on circuit before too much longer. Just to finish off what we're saying about the Carl Hamer Trophy, in yesterday's pre-final it was Neil Fowler that took And it was a win by only 1 second, but that was because there was only 1 lap of a restart after a safety car appeared. He was dominating the race though, Neil Fowler, in the March. He's doing very well in the overall finishing positions in the Walt Hayes Trophy as well. Matthew Wrigley was 2nd, Mark Armstrong 3rd, Ben Tinkler 4th, Ben Sweetnam 5th and Ben Stone 6th. But Richard Tarling, twice winner of the Karl Hamer Trophy, well, he was eliminated in a first corner incident with Neil Fowler. But as you can see, we've got cars now gathering in the assembly area for the first race after the lunch break. We'll be back to that in a moment, but Josh has got someone else to talk to.
Come down to the Team Canada Scholarship Garage, found Kevin Foster. Kevin, a different type of conditions now to earlier. How was the semi-final for you?
Yeah, the semi-final for me, I mean, there was, 3 starts, a delayed start, a red flag. On the 3rd start, though, 3rd time's a charm, I got off to an absolute rocket start and was up to P4 by the first lap. But then we got shoved up the inside going into Copse. That dropped us back a little bit, and then I made contact with a fellow competitor, and from there our tie rod was bent, and so it was just damage limitation to bring the car home and at least still make the final. So I think we're P12. So that'll get row 12 for the final, which is way farther back than we thought we had the pace for, but we know the cars in front of us. We have what it takes to pass them, so it's going to be an overtake show for sure.
And tell us a bit about this Team Canada Scholarship program for this year.
Yeah, for sure. So for those of you who don't know, this is the 10th year anniversary for Team Canada Scholarship, and in the past it's always just been one driver selected by Team Canada Scholarship program to bring over to do the Formula Ford Festival, and that would be the single standalone event. But for this year, because of the immense work behind the scenes of the whole team, they were finding the sponsors and the funding to grow the program to a point where we had 6 nominated drivers come to a shootout and drive for a chance to drive for Team Canada. And so there was 2 drivers selected in that shootout process, one of them being myself. And we got to do both the Formula Ford Festival and the Hayes year.
And how have you found the experience? Have you stayed in England over the last few weeks?
Yeah, so we've been here for 2-3 weeks now. We came a few days before Wednesday testing started at the Formula Ford Festival, and then we stayed in Milton Keynes during the break between the 2 races. And apart from the slight weather, just the constant rain, well, I guess the good thing about that is we've got a lot more rain experience. I mean, where I live in Canada, on the western side in Alberta, it's really dry, and it kind of goes from dry to snow back to dry. We rarely get any rain, so to have this much experience, I guess arguably some of the best wet weather Formula Ford drivers as well is an amazing experience, and I'm for sure learning every single lap.
Have you got any plans for next season yet?
Yep. So I was fortunate enough through Area 27 Motorsports Park, who's affiliated with Jack Villeneuve, Bill Drosos and another supporter, Neil Braun, put the funding together to send me to feed Formula 4 shootout, and I was able to win that there. And with that came a full funded season of French F4 for next year, so I've got that to look forward to.
And so I guess these couple of weeks in Britain is similar to European-style racing out there, so that was a lot's learned there. Now you can move into French Formula 4 for next year.
Yeah, I mean, people have this conception that European racing or that American racing or even Canadian racing is a lot more laid back, but in karts it's a different story. But coming over here, people race aggressively and hard, but it's all very respectful and clean. Not once have I got into a shunt or a real bad incident because someone made a bad judgment. Everybody has the collective goal to finish the race. And that's where I noticed you can learn the most, because these guys are so smart, the way that they set up the moves and the way I had to quickly pick up on how to defend correctly to void those moves off.
Well, best of luck for the final, and we're watching your career going forwards as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So that's Kevin Foster down here in the Team Canada Scholarship Garage, but hopefully now we should have the Monopostos up in the assembly area, so I'll head back to the commentary box and join Ian.
Yes, and there you can see, and I think the Monoposto cars are actually about to be released from the assembly area. Even better, although there's problems there for the number 15 car, which is that of George Lyne, who should be starting on the 2nd row of the grid. Looks like his belts are just being done up and the steering wheel refitted there. Possibly some late setup changes have been made to that car. We understand, I've not heard this officially, that there's going to be 2 formation laps and then the cars will start the race behind the safety car rather than as a grid start, and that's due to the conditions which are still improving after the very heavy rain we've had over the last hour or so here at Silverstone. But great work done by the Silverstone circuit staff to get the worst of the floodwater off the circuit, really, and allow this race to get underway. So the grid for this race is based on, I think, the fastest lap times. Yes, the fastest lap times from the earlier race. So although they won't be starting 2x2 formation, I will give you the grid then for this Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy race. And hopefully we'll be able to bring that up onto screen. Here we go. It is going to be on pole position then. The number 67 car of Robbie Watts. The second on the grid will be number 4. That's Gilles Chloé. Both of these drivers in their Delaras. Third on the grid should be the George Line car, but we saw that he didn't make it out of the assembly area, so he may well be starting from the back of the field. There we go, the graphic on screen now. Dean Warren will start 4th in his Delara, 5th will be Mark Harrison, and 6th Mike Hatton. On to the next row of the grid, that's going to be Wayne Garrison. He's going to have Malcolm Scott next to him. Then it's going to be Nigel Davis and Miles Castaldini. Phil Davis and Eddie Guest will be on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is going to be Julian Hoskins, who won his class earlier on, and Tony Cotton. There's going to be Kyle Wallace and Paul Bailey, Jeff Fern and Will Cox, and Andrew Patel and Nigel Howard will round out the finishers. It looks like we've got no Sam Harrison for this second race of the weekend, so it's going to be a 15-minute race, and as we say, it is going to start behind the safety car, I think, after one more formation lap, and it will have as well, I think, George Line starting at the back of the field. Of course, he had those issues with the brakes in race 1 that he was telling about, and that meant he couldn't fend off Robbie Watts all the way to the checkered flag, who took the position right at the end. Josh Barrett has made his way back into the commentary box and is alongside me.
So should be some interesting competition now with these very different conditions to see what cars or drivers are more confident in these very wet conditions. Looks like those 3 Delaras are at the front, doesn't it? So Watts, Chloe and then George Line there in 3rd position. So you've got the 3 invitational classed newer Formula 3 cars ahead of then some of the Mono F3 competitors. So I guess this type of start does advantage Robbie Watts starting there from pole, but Gilles Chloé, who didn't get off the line so well first time but had good pace here, therefore doesn't have to worry about a standing start this time around.
No, that's right, and we'll just see if we do have, we didn't see in that shot, whether we do have George Line at the back of the field as we thought. Safety car lights are out.
I thought he was 3rd in line, Ian, behind Watts.
That's interesting. If he had made his way back through, so I thought he would have fallen right to the back of the field. So we'll see what's done about that. But yeah, you're right, George Line's car is there in 3rd position, but I think he was the last car out of the assembly area, so we'll see what he's done, if anything, about that. Safety car is about to pull in then. 15 minutes of racing ahead of us for the final round of the 2022 Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy. Phil Davis it is that still leads the championship from Will Cox in 2nd place, although neither of them won their respective classes earlier on, and they come up to the line now. The red lights go on and they go out eventually and the race gets underway. So it is a good start then from Robbie Watts. He has the lead then. Gilles Chloé in 2nd. In 3rd position it is George Line, and then there's quite a long gap back. I think it should be to Dean Warren, who's in 4th position.
In the spray somewhere, yeah, it's considerably wetter, of course, than earlier. And here, challenge for 2nd place from George Line up the inside of Chloé, but someone that hasn't made the start by the looks of things is Kyle Wallace in the Formula Renault, but it's still side by side for 2nd place. Chloé on the outside is able to hang on. It's so spectacular, isn't it, with the big plumes of spray coming off of the aerodynamics of these cars.
Yeah, so down towards Brooklands for the first time. Look at them moving around, and they're trying to find some grip as well. Up the inside goes George Line. Can he get past Gilles Chloé there? Chloé goes quite wide. Almost going to be 3 wide with Robbie Watts as well. In the end, they sort of come out in the same order as they were when they went in. So it's Watts in the blue car that leads number 67. There's yellow flags there where that Formula Renault has come to a stop before it even got to the finish line. But then it is the challenge on for 2nd between Gilles Chloé and George Line.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be hard to see the yellows in all that spray, isn't it? But anyway, they've gone into the green flag zone and now lined down the inside and goes through ahead of Chloe. He seems to have good pace in these conditions, but he runs out a little bit wide open over the curbs. So Chloe is going to be able to fight back. He's got so much less experience than these two drivers in front. He wants to race in sports cars just like his dad did, a decade and a half ago when he raced in the Le Mans 24 Hours. He stays there though in third place behind Robbie Watts and then George Lyon in second place. And Robbie was reminding us earlier, wasn't he, about the disaster they had in their factory where they lost the car. They're back out racing and back at the front of the pack immediately.
Lots of the car and lots of trophies and memories as well of all his success. And Robbie said that this morning was his 69th race when he's looking for his 70th here, but George Ryan is going to try to stop him, trying to go around the outside at Luffield. That's not going to work. He's going to get the switch back here. Gilles Clouet right in there as well. They're coming into the yellow flag zone, so no overtaking at this part of the circuit. That's what Carl Wallace' car is still being recovered. They go past that now. They will go past green flags, and possibly George Lyon can make another move on the way into Copse.
Or can Gilles Clouet, because he was right there, wasn't he, as they went into Copse corner, 6/10 of a second between them. This is fantastic stuff, isn't it, with these Formula 3 cars. It's the best Formula 3 racing you've seen here at Silverstone, even though there's not a huge amount of them right at the front. These three are 10 seconds ahead of the rest, by the way, but it is so dramatic, so fast-paced, because the lap times are only a couple of seconds slower than earlier when it was just Stamp and in full wet spray conditions. This is when it's going to get tricky though, when they catch the lap traffic in the next corner or so.
Yep, we're only on lap 3 of the race. It's a 15-minute race, and George Lyon and Gilles Clouet side by side there. It's Clouet on the outside line as they came into Brooklands. That's going to give him the inside line for Luffield corner now. Chloe in the number 4 car up on the inside. George Lyon makes a mistake. He goes too wide, I think. He recovers it well though, and he might get the cut through on the exit, but there's yellow flags there and there's back markers, and that's going to close things up, and we're almost wheel to wheel for third place now. Watts there has gone past the back marker, and they all disappear in a cloud of spray. What we couldn't see there was where the green flags were after that incident.
Yes, well, they got through, didn't they? It looked all rather tight at one point, but they've come through in the order they began in, because George Lyon is second ahead of Gilles Clouet as they turn their way now down towards Beckett's. Past that development site going on, but it's Watts now as they battle behind. He's just started to spread that gap out just a touch over the chasing driver George Lyon, and some boards potentially being prepared by the marshals. We'll have to see if anything is made. That might just be a warning board for a car off, and we've had a spin there, and that's Wayne Garrison, who had success at Donington Park a couple of months ago, but here at Silverstone had the penalty after qualifying, and now a spin at Beckett out of 5th position.
Yeah, he was indeed. He was second in the F3 class. The first 3 are invitation class cars, although they are F3 cars, of course. Dean Warren, number 22, it is that continues to lead in that class in his Dallara F305, and I think it will be Mark Harrison that moves up to 2nd place now. We're back with the leaders though, and that's the 3rd place car, Gilles Clouet. He's about 6/10 behind Lyon. Oh, and a 10-second penalty for George Lyon, and that's going to be for starting out of position, because I don't think he should have retaken his 3rd position in the queue.
But that probably is a smaller penalty than if he started at the back of the grid, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that thing I know. They've been talking about in Formula 1 as well, haven't they? That you sometimes actually gain more by getting the penalty. Anyway, he's in 2nd on the road, but he probably won't finish there because it's only hundredths or tenths of a second rather than seconds up ahead of Gilles Clouet. But again, in the spray, they might struggle to see these boards, and if Robbie Watts doesn't realise that the driver behind him's got a penalty, if George Lyon is able to catch him, Robbie Watts might fight as hard to keep him behind, but we'll see what happens over the next 10 minutes.
No yellow flags at Woodcote now. They've replaced them with the caution boards to let the drivers know, and they've all seen the yellow flags on previous laps, and the car is there at the side of the road, the Kyle Wallace Formula Renault. So we've got 16 cars circulating in this race, or 16 cars that took the start anyway, and we've got here the battle for 4th position and the class lead as well.
Yeah, for the battle of the Mono F3 class for the pre-2007 cars. So you've got Dean Warren up ahead of Mark Harrison. Dean Warren's in the F305 with the Toyota engine, and Mark Harrison's in a similar Toyota engine car but slightly older, the F302. So they battle over 4th and 5th. They're a long way behind the newer cars, the 2008 cars up front. but they're having a good battle. And Mark Harrison, who couldn't keep up with Dean Warren in the damp, now it's fully wet, is able to take the battle very much to him.
Yeah, so this is the battle for the lead in the Formula 3 class, the Mono F3 class, and it's about nearly half a minute, nearly half a lap therefore behind the leader. A slow car pulling off the road there. That is the 65 car that is out of the race. That's the Paul Bailey Van Diemen RF98 from the 1800 class. He's pulled off onto the side of the road at Brooklands there.
Change the fourth into Luffield. Mark Harrison's gone through up ahead of Dean Warren. Immediately is putting some daylight between himself and the chasing car. Meanwhile, the top three are now only separated by 8/10 of a second as Gilles Clouet's done the fastest lap. Here they are, absolutely together, out of Beckett's once more, but perhaps that was due to traffic. Clouet into the 61s now. Such is the pace here. So Robbie Watts is under pressure, although the car immediately behind him has got this penalty overhanging George Lyne's race.
Yeah, indeed, but nevertheless they are sort of getting themselves together once again. The three leaders on the road. It's George Lyne trying to find some grip around the outside of Robbie Watts, who spins, and he takes George Lyne with him, and Gilles Clouet treads through it all to take the lead of the race. George Lyne into the gravel, onto the grass there. Robbie Watts looks like he's going to continue, but George Lyne may not be able to. It looks like he may be out of the race here. It was the moment for Robbie Watts, though, that started that, and that just sort of took Lyne with him. I'm not sure there was any contact as such. I think it was just as he was trying to avoid. Let's have a look at the replay, Josh.
Okay, so it was George Lyne going around the outside of Robbie Watts, who then, as they turned out of the corner, lost it, and doesn't appear to be any contact at any stage in all of that, does it? So it was almost synchronised spinning, because they started spinning at almost the same point, actually, looking at that in at a second time. But what it does mean is Gilles Clouet leads the way. At the start of the lap, it was by just 2 seconds, though. So Robbie Watts, despite a full 360, managed to get the gear and then get back going again without losing huge amounts of time. George Lyne has got back going, but is only in third place, 25 seconds behind. We see Malcolm Scott go through, Robbie Watts' long-time rival.
That's right. Samuel Harrison not in this race, by the way. It's a clutch issue, apparently. One of our viewers on YouTube tells us, so thank you very much for that. 6.5 minutes to go in this race. Gilles Clouet now leading by 3.2 seconds now that Robbie's sort of got back up to speed again.
And another fastest lap for the leader, which helped out.
Yeah, as well. He did a 1:01.461, so yeah, only about 2 seconds off what they were doing in the full dry, as you were saying earlier on, Joe. Well, not full dry, but the not full wet that we've got in this race. 6 minutes to go, so Chloe it is that leads from Watts, and then it's Lyne who is still third in actual fact, 26 seconds now behind the leaders, and about 5 seconds ahead of Mark Harrison, who still leads the Mono F3 class from Warren.
They're still tight together, so Dean Warren hasn't dropped away. At this stage, they are within 10 seconds of George Lyne, but I suspect Lyne's pace means that gap will be over 10 by the checkered flag when the results are calculated. But Dean Warren, now he's fallen behind Mark Harrison, seems to have some pace again and is right on terms with the car ahead of him once more as they turn their way out of Beckett's, but Harrison stays ahead of Dean Warren, and then Dean Warren will be sitting in all that spray, and then they'll be coming up to the lap traffic themselves that they'll have to deal with shortly, and that could be Dean Warren's opportunity to challenge. These two, by the way, are 10 seconds ahead of Mike Hatton, who's the best of the rest.
Yeah, and just looking at the championship situation, Phil Davis is leading the 1800 class by about 5 seconds at the moment from Julian Hoskin. So if he stays there, he will be confirmed as the 2021-22 Tiedemann Trophy champion. Wilcox is the only car that's running in his class in this race.
Cleo's getting another second faster. He's done a 1:06 now, so this is massively impressive. He's 7 seconds ahead of Robbie Watts, who I think has given up on any kind of chase. But even so, Gilles Clouet, now he's clear of the other two. He's able to push on in what is only his second ever car meeting.
Yeah, only 16 years of age, isn't he? And already done quite a lot of driving with different cars, testing in Europe ahead of this weekend. Was hoping to play a more active part in the WHT itself, but was ruled out earlier on today at the last chance stage. There's Phil Davis. He's likely to be confirmed as our champion in the next 5 minutes or so, and that's Julian Hoskins, who's second within that class. And then you've got the two cars for fourth overall, and leading the Mono F3 class coming through that. It is still the black car of number 10, Mark Harrison, ahead of the second Dallara of number 22, Dean Warren.
Yeah, it's a very good battle between those two. And as I was saying earlier, it's good to have so many Formula 3 cars racing with Monoposto nowadays. Obviously they don't have a home anywhere else, so what better place to come and race than in Monoposto, and hopefully these newer cars up front will perhaps have something incorporated next season. I suspect letting these cars in for these meetings here is a little idea of what maybe to do with those, because obviously there are the cars out there, people want to come and race them, as is shown here today. But for the main part of the F3 class, it's battle between Mark Harrison and Dean Warren. I think there was over 10 of these types of cars at Donington Park for the final round of the main championship, so it does seem to be people like getting out in these cars that probably actually they're coming down in cost, so therefore getting hold of them isn't as expensive as what it was when Formula 3 was still going as the category these cars came from.
Absolutely right. So there goes Harrison, and there goes Warren, just lapping Phil Davis now, who's in 9th position overall in the ex-Paul Presbrave's car. And we are into the final knock-ins of this race. Chloe's gap now 6.7 seconds. We'll have to look as these cars come through what the gap is between Line and Harrison now. It's 13 seconds, isn't it? So Line should be good for 3rd position overall, even with the 10-second penalty that will be added to his time for the out-of-position start. Warren is about 11 seconds clear of Mike Hatton, number 36, who is in 6th position overall and 3rd within the Mono F3 class. It's Garrison and Scott. Most of the rest of the classes just have one entrant surviving in them, with the exception of the 1800 class, which has got Phil Davis, Ian Hoskins and Nigel Howard as well, number 42. So back up the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands come the Mono F3 class leaders, Mark Harrison and Dean Warren, and if anything, I think they're a little bit closer together than they were a lap ago. There was about a second between them as they crossed the line at the start of this lap. They're going to come through probably with, well, maybe, probably 2 laps to go. Yes, 2 laps to go. I think, or maybe 3. Might squeeze 3 out of it, because the leader's gone through half a minute before them, or 3/4 of a minute before them. Actually, very nearly a lap ahead of them. So I think there will be 3 laps to go for these drivers, and 2 to go for the leader when he comes through.
Assuming they don't get lapped themselves.
Yes.
So they are lapping about 4 seconds slower than Chloe's gone faster again. A 60.5. In all the races I've seen Chloe do at Brands and here at Silverstone, this is the most convincing. Okay, the competition is perhaps what it is in the Formula Ford. It's a different style of car. Perhaps this is what suits his driving more with the aero.
Yeah.
And if he wants to go on to race sports cars, he's got to race aero type cars. So this isn't. This is a really good look, perhaps, to the future for another young. Upcoming star. We saw a lot of him with the Formula Ford. We're seeing it in the Monoposto as well.
And it's been really impressive how he's got his head down as well. Meanwhile, as Dean Warren heads up the inside for the Mono F3 lead, but he can't get past Mark Harrison there. This for 4th overall, and the F3 class lead as well. But no change as it happens. But yeah, Gilles Chloé just got his head down, hasn't he, since that incident earlier on with Robbie Watts and George Line both having spins. He did well to avoid getting involved in that, and having done that, he's just driven very maturely from what we've seen.
Yeah, that's right. He's 7.3 seconds ahead of Robbie Watts now on lap 14 of the race. The other classes, they're being led by Phil Davis, by Edward Guest, by Miles Casaldini, and by Will Cox, as well as Paul Bailey.
He's out. Is he still circulating? We saw him block at one point, didn't we? But I think he may have got going again, in actual fact.
Here is Chloé. See the Volkswagen badge on the front of the car, Volkswagen engined machine, I believe. Although it says Mercedes on one of the, perhaps it was Volkswagen originally, now Mercedes engined for Gilles Chloé. And like I say, it's great to have these F3 machines, and Gilles Chloé's driven so well in so tricky conditions. But for the F3 lead, it's side by side. Dean Warren got past Harrison, but Harrison's fought back through Luffield Corner, and back into the lead of the class goes Mark Harrison. These guys are going to get a full another lap, while just behind them on the road, Gilles Chloé will be shortly coming through to win.
Yeah, he will indeed. That is Chloé there, just coming out of Luffield, heading into Woodcut for the final time. Checker flag is going to be made ready, and it's going to be victory for Gilles Chloé in the final round of the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy, although he's in the invitation class. A very good drive that from him. But here's the fight for the Mono F3 class lead, and it's Dean Warren up the inside of Mark Harrison now into Beckett's for the final time. He's gone through now. Does he run too wide on the exit of the corner, I wonder? Yes, he does, and Mark Harrison comes straight back through at him. So fantastic racing right until the end of this Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy Championship race, and I don't think Dean Warren's done yet. He's going to try and get back alongside Mark Harrison as they come up towards the final corner. He's going to go around the outside at Brooklands corner, is he? He's trying it, he's just about failed, and I don't think he's going to do it now. Meanwhile, our second and third place drivers have come through. That's Robbie Watts and George Lyne. So Robbie Watts stuck at win number 69, and this for 4th overall in the Mono F3 class win is going to be Mark Harrison that takes 4th place in car number 10. 5th is going to go to number 22, and that's Dean Warren. Already having completed his race, a lap down is Mike Hatton in 6th. Wayne Garrison is 7th, Malcolm Scott 8th, Phil Davis 9th. He wins the 1800 class, and with that, I'm pretty sure that Phil Davis is going to be the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy champion for 2022. Many congratulations to him on that particular accolade. The Tiedemann Trophy having been won in previous seasons by Ben Powney, Jeff Fern, Roger Wright, Will Cox and Neil Harrison. So it's the first time that Phil Davis has won that championship, although he did also win the Mono 1800 class in both this year, 2020, and 2019 as well. A great drive that, though, from Gilles Cloet to take the overall victory. Sorry, behind Phil Davis, I should say, Ed Guest was 10th, Julian Hoskins 11th, Miles Castaldini 12th, Nigel Howard 13th, Will Cox 14th, and then Bailey and Patel, the remaining 2 finishers. So excellent racing from the Monoposto single-seaters. Very welcome addition to the Walt Hayes Trophy weekend, of course. And it's going to be Formula Ford 1600 action all the way from here on in, and hopefully the weather set fair as well for the next hour and a half or so to enable us to bring this event to a conclusion. But before Formula Fords, it's interviews with Josh Barrett.
So we're back down outside in much brighter conditions than earlier, and Gilles Cloet just got out of the race winning. Delara absolutely delighted after his first winning cars, and a great drive in those wet conditions. Second went the way of Robbie Watts, and then third went the way of George Lyne. Let's have a word with George first in 3rd position. George, a disappointing way for that to go, but avoided any kind of damage there with you and Robbie having that spin.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with that. I thought I was giving enough room, but obviously not quite enough, and a bit of a contact and spun around. But yeah, the main issue was we had a water hose bursting out, so I had a very hot bum for the whole race, so I was desperate to get out. But yeah, apart from that, the car was fine, but yeah, I'm burnt a bit.
I'll let you go and sort that out then. Well done on your day. So that was 3rd position to George Lyne. In 2nd position was Robbie Watts, who I think's about to speak to Alistair. So we'll speak to Jill, if that's okay. Jill, a great drive there by you. Obviously, the guys in front spun, but then you were setting fastest laps after that.
Yeah, but yeah, kept pushing, didn't want to lose the first place. Yeah, I felt if they didn't spin, I could have had them because I was fast enough. Yeah. The whole race, yeah.
And
happy overall. Yeah.
And in those wet conditions, obviously enjoying those in these cars?
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just loved driving in the rain, yeah.
And now looking ahead of next year, have you got a plan for that yet?
No, not yet. Still looking what we could do and all, yeah.
Are you thinking England or are you thinking mainland Europe?
Probably England.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We look forward to seeing you somewhere then. And a great drive there, brilliant win. Then in 2nd position was Robbie, so let's have a quick word with Robbie. A dramatic race there, you and George going for that spin.
Yeah, I'm not actually quite sure what happened and how it happened, to be honest, but yeah, it was a good close race up until that point, until I spun. I can't remember if I spun and George went round me to miss me or what. I don't actually know, I can't remember, but nice 1-2 for the team. Shame it wasn't a win, but it was nearly there, but yeah, see what happens next year now.
Yeah, George seemed a bit confused. Actually, watching our coverage, almost like you both spun at the same time, but they didn't actually look like there was any contact.
No, we didn't touch. I think we just both spun. I think we both tried to get on the power a bit too early to get up to Cops, and we both spun. And I think even Gilles had a little bit of a moment, I think, but he got the break, and I just couldn't reel him back in. Then that was all over, really. But never mind.
Hoping to race this car next year?
I hope so. Just depends on budgets and work and all the normal stuff, really, but yeah, we'll see.
And I guess this is a good demonstration, hopefully, for Monoposto now to include this into the main championship.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to, but it's a shame because there's 20 of these cars all sitting around, and it'll be very good to get them all out, really. It'll be, get the championship back up and running again.
Well, it was a great demonstration today, really good fun to watch. So there's our top 3 from our Monoposto race. Now we head back to the main event. We have our 3 finals to look forward to, all part of this big Formula Ford event at Silverstone.
So this, the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy Final. And Janet Cesar, as we said earlier, a former secretary of the Silverstone Racing Club, who was a keen supporter of the Walt Hayes Trophy. So after she passed away, sadly, in 2014, it was entirely fitting that a trophy be awarded in her memory, and it goes to the winner of this pre-1999 final. So this is for cars built between 1982 and 1999, and it's the first of our 3 finals. We've got the Carl Hamer Trophy Final for the older cars and the main Walt Hayes Trophy Grand Final car. We were due to have the Walt Hayes Grand Final at 3:15. That won't happen. It'll be later than that, but I'm sure now the HSCC will try and get these remaining races through just as quickly as we can. And it's good to have the camera there in the assembly area to look at these cars before they head out onto circuit. We saw Sam Street there, who is going to be lining up on the 3rd row of the grid, and I think that's George McDonald next to him on the 3rd row. We look back then, Joe Watts, you can see, we just saw his dad racing, Robbie Watts, finishing 2nd, and he is going to start on the 4th row of the grid in this Janet Cesar Memorial Final next to Andrew Schofield, who lines up on the outside of row 4, the South African driver, proudly supporting the South African flag. There's a gap there on row 5. That's Robert Wainwright. He's not there. He was involved in an incident in the earlier race, the semi-final. So Richard Higgins it is that we move back to on the outside of the 5th row. And there is Andrew Ames, the younger of the 2 Ames brothers, who are both back racing this weekend. And in fact, he's lining up alongside his older brother, Alex, for this race. And he came through brilliantly in the 2nd of the semi-finals earlier on, I think to finish 14th on towards the back of the grid. It sounds like engines are being fired up, so I think we'll have the cars released onto the circuit very shortly then for this 12-lap race for the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. And the grid for this race has been set by the pre-final race yesterday, so there's no separate qualifying session for these cars, because they all qualified as part of the main Walt Hayes Trophy itself, and then they therefore used the qualifying times that they set within the main qualifying session, set a grid for the pre-final yesterday, and that pre-final was won by Cameron Jackson quite easy by 4.8 seconds in the end in the 139 car from 143 Tom Bradshaw in 2nd, and James Clark completed the podium. That then sets the grid for this race. So on pole position it is Cam Jackson in the Van Diemen RF90 and Tom Bradshaw in the RF91. It's an all Van Diemen 2nd row of the grid as well, James Clark and Doug Crosby. The 3rd row is the first non-Van Diemen, that's Sam Street in the Swift and George McDonald in the Reynard. On the 4th row it's Joe Watts in the Van Diemen and Guy Skin in the Reynard. Andrew Schofield in the Reynard 89 FF, and Robert Wainwright not there as we saw on row 5. And it's more Van Diemens, Richard Higgins and Alex Ames due to be there on row 6. The 2 Ames brothers in fact together on row 6. Row 7, that is the car of Richard Davison, Nigel Thompson alongside him. Then it's Peter Lucas and Ted Pearson on the next row. And row 9 is Gareth Buckingham and the Mondial of Neil Hunt. Dave Porter is there on the inside of row 10 next to Neil Richardson. Then it's George Ditchfield and Tim Fitzgerald. Then Paul Tucker on row 12 should have Paul Mason alongside him. And the final few cars, some of these may be missing of course. You've got the George Bruce Connolly Van Diemen, we've got the Derek Palmer Swift, the Luke Rushton Swift, the Dieter Hackel Van Diemen and Richard Axel as well with the Van Diemen to round out the field. And Josh Barrett has made his way back into the commentary box.
And it looks like this is being classed in as the first lap of the race. So this lap under the safety car is the first lap of this 12-lap final. And just so you're aware, we won't be doing any interviews now until after the grand final itself, because obviously everyone's going to be very rushed, as there's a lot of competitors doing the next 2 races also in the grand final itself. But yeah, this should be the first look to how the Formula Fords are finding these very wet conditions, although probably actually not as wet as we feared at one stage.
Yeah, and I suppose this now is a time-saving thing as much as anything else, to save the cars having to form up onto the grid, which just takes some time, especially as we now are something like 40 minutes behind where we should have been at this stage with that long delay. So safety car still out there. It's going to do presumably one more lap and then we'll peel in. But yes, that is showing on our time screen as being the first lap of the race. So assuming the safety car peels in at the end of this one, it will then be 10 laps of normal green flag racing.
Yes, fingers crossed anyway. Looks like 27 got out. I think we had 29 on the latest grid, didn't we?
That's not bad, given some of the damage that we've had. So we know that Wainwright was one of the cars that wasn't there, because he was involved in that incident in the semi-final earlier on today. And the other one that's missing, we can try and work out as
Guy Skin.
Guy Skin, yeah, he was the other one involved in that incident, wasn't he? So 27 cars out there, that's not too bad, is it?
No, it's a good grid, isn't it? And these 2 historic finals have got lots of cars in, which is fantastic stuff. So the safety car lights are out. So going off of yesterday, Cameron Jackson, you'd think, is the favourite, but Tom Bradshaw, I think, is up for the challenge, and perhaps James Clark shouldn't be too far away either. So you've got 3 drivers that have done a bit of modern racing as well as driving these older cars. And it's all Van Diemen's at the front, isn't it? 4 Van Diemen's in the first 4 positions, all from very similar eras. And then the best non-Van Diemen, you've got the Swift of Sam Street and the Reynard of George McDonald behind. But we're about to get racing underway.
Yep, so this will be the end of lap 2, but the first green flag lap of racing about to get underway then. It's Cameron Jackson from Tom Bradshaw at the front of the field. And they will be turning their way towards Copse Corner, and the green flags are waving. So the race proper getting underway then. So it's Jackson making a pretty good start to the race, with Bradshaw in second, James Clark third, and Doug Crosby still fourth as they head through Copse Corner for the first time in this race. And Cam Jackson, who won the pre-final yesterday by the best part of 5 seconds, looks like he's already making a bit of a break here from Bradshaw in second.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This, particularly for Jackson, as he's fairly well up the Waterhays Trophy final grid, gives him good indication to what conditions are like as Bradshaw's out over the curb sideways. So that means James Clark can have a go to get second place up towards Brooklands, as he got enough momentum after Bradshaw went out over the puddles there. Well, it's still Bradshaw in P2, but James Clark looking to the inside, can't go through. Of course, Bradshaw's in a car that's won this race twice in the hands of Callum Grant. But Bradshaw now at the wheel, the driver who won here at the Silverstone Classic in the summer, former runner-up in the Formula Farm Rowdy Championship, is a spin further behind Ian.
That's Richard Higgins. The Riadro Racing Van Diemen has had a moment, but I think he'll get back into the race. It's another Van Diemen that leads then. That is the 139 car of Cam Jackson then. He's got the lead over Bradshaw, who is still there in second place. It's James Clark third in this car that was only finished on Tuesday. Hadn't raced, I'm told, since 1990. It's been rebuilt and prepared and finished only a few days ago. There's the 71 car of Sam Street. He's running in fifth place as we're watching the 2 second and third place cars right together as they head down towards Beckett's for the second time in anger.
Yeah, very much James Clark is putting the pressure on to Bradshaw. Again runs very wide out of Beckett's. Clark finding some grip on the inside line, but not enough to get alongside and ahead of Bradshaw. But there's Jackson driving away up front absolutely fantastically. But James Clark seems to have the better of Tom Bradshaw, who's very sideways again as he turns into Brookland. Lots of spray through there. But it is still then Bradshaw ahead as they turn their way through. They've got some understeer dialed into these cars, and then James Clark continues to chase him down as they come out of Luffield and through Woodcote.
Yep, and this is going to be to complete lap 4 of the race. 8 laps to go. Cam Jackson's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:11.261, and he's got a 1.7 second lead now over Bradshaw in second. James Clark in third place. who's come back to Formula Ford racing. He did some Clubmans last weekend. That off the road has been the number 60 car, which is Luke Rushton, is it not, down in 25th position. Doug Crosby still there in 4th, Sam Street 5th, and then it's George McDonald in the Reynard in 6th.
Okay, so most of the other positions all staying static, aren't they? Again, Bradshaw's sideways out of Becky's. I think it's happened on every lap out over the curves. So he's pushing on as much as he dares. Meanwhile, through the first sector, Doug Crosby's just set the fastest first sector of the race, and his Van Diemen RF89, who finished on the podium in this race in 2018, he's in 4th place, just behind this battle between Bradshaw and Clark. And I suspect we're going to see some quite spectacular pictures after this event, because now the sun's shining, it's looking... I'm sure we'll get some classic Jakob Ebrey shots after this meeting here.
All the photographers are available. As we watch Tom Bradshaw come through, who's the second in the Formula Palmer Audi Championship in 2008. James Clark, who, as I said, did some Clubmans racing last weekend. His first race of the season, I think. He's there in 3rd position. 4th is still Crosby, long-time racer in the Northwest when he can. And 5th, Sam Street in the Swift Cooper Run Swift, man that works in Aston Martin Formula 1 team. And McDonald's 6th, Joe Watt still 7th, but this battle for 2nd place is the one that we can't really take our eyes off at the moment.
No, James Clark sort of has progressed forward really since yesterday, hasn't he, when he was in that battle for 3rd, and he's trying so hard to get himself up ahead of Tom Bradshaw. He's just about staying in front. He's been racing the FIA Masters Sports Car Championship this year in a 2-litre car. He's been winning races almost non-stop all year, but as he said, he almost forgot how fraught Formula Ford racing is. And here he's under so much pressure from James Clark, who was a race winner in the Junior Saloon Car Championship when he started out in cars a few years ago. And then he's been, as he said, very successful in Clubmans, and was a front runner in the National Formula Ford Championship a few years ago, having his first outing in this RF90, but he can't get past Tom Bradshaw, and we're already into lap traffic.
We certainly are, and with plenty of traffic to deal with before the end of the race. Remember, this is for the Janet Cesar Trophy, and we've I don't think any of these drivers that are in this race have won it before, so we're going to get a new winner of the Janet Cesar Trophy, whatever happens here. Here is Doug Crosby coming up to lap the 148 car of Tim Fitzgerald. Oh, and Bradshaw's got even wider this time. Is that just too wide? No, it's not. It's still not. So lots of the circuit being used and a bit more, and it's keeping Tom Bradshaw ahead of James Clark.
Is it happening a bit too much from the officials' point of view? We shall see. We've seen track limit penalties over the course of the weekend already. So Tom Bradshaw will just want to be a little bit cautious about that on the exit of Beckett's going forward. James Clark perhaps frustrated not being able to make the move at this stage. Looking what drivers have done in this event in the past. Jackson was 3rd last year, but Neil Fowler and the team have developed this RF90 since then, and now it almost looks unstoppable as they head up towards Cops Corner once again. The lead gap is 2.7 seconds now from Jackson to Bradshaw, with Clark still getting a faceful of spray from Bradshaw up in front of him.
Yeah, Clark in that Enigma Motorsport prepared Van Diemen RF90 in 3rd position, looking a bit further back. The Ames brothers are together, 9th and 10th, although there's about a second and a half between them. Alex ahead of Andrew in that sibling battle. But we're still with Tom Bradshaw, who wasn't quite as extreme in his lines that time, and he's still ahead of James Clark. They're 2.8 seconds behind Cam Jackson, who's just been able to ease away at the front of the field here. Who's that heading into the pit lane? Just sort of brief glimpse of someone heading into the pits. We'll try and work out who that...
Bruce Connolly hasn't completed the lap.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he's got a little gear symbol next to him, which indicates he's in the pit lane. So he out of the race. Meanwhile, this fight for 2nd and 3rd as they come towards the end of lap 8, 4 laps to go, rumbles on.
Yeah, it's been race long, hasn't it? Not sure if James Clark's camera would have shown much other than a face full of spray during the course of this race, but this stage. He's not been able to get past Tom Bradshaw, but he has been able to set the fastest lap, a 1:10.9. Okay, only fractionally quicker than the two in front, but James Clark proving the conditions are getting a touch better, and he's quicker than the two that he's trying to chase down. How's Tom Bradshaw going to get on through Beckett's this time? Well, he brakes late. Obviously, this car is a winning car of this event in the past in the hands of Callum Grant, and this time he goes to the curb but no further.
Yep, okay, that's all fair enough there for Bradshaw. So Clark with that fastest lap now to his name in third position. The leader is just coming up to catch the 147 car now. That is Dieter Hackel in the Van Diemen RF85 that he's been campaigning over the past couple of meetings. I think he also raced an RF87 during the course of this season, but Jackson's gone around the outside of him now, and then the next car he's going to pass, I think, is the Rushton car as well. The sun now, the low sun reflecting off the tarmac, makes visibility in some ways a bit difficult.
Yeah, particularly with all this spray.
Yeah.
It might actually, from the cockpit, not be as bad as it is seemingly outside. This time it's Bradshaw who does the fastest lap, a 1:10.6, but now he's got the traffic on the exit of Cops Corner. A couple of cars here, which could be tricky then for Tom Bradshaw as he has to negotiate Heckel, the German racer, and if anything, actually, Bradshaw might have made a better fist of that than James Clark, although then out of the corner, Clark follows him through, as then they get past the second of the cars in that group there.
Luke Rushton, that, yeah, in the 60 car, who is running in 24th position.
Challenge for fourth behind him, because Sam Street, who's had a good event, I think, is challenging Doug Crosby for fourth place. It all started badly in his heat, didn't it, when he had an off on lap one, but since then Sam Street's had a good run. He's the best non-Van Diemen here in the Swift SC92. He was a regular at Castle Combe this year, had some good results there as well, and he's running inside the top five, which I think he'd be quite pleased with.
Yeah, I would think so, and they're just going past Dieter Hackel as well. So the leaders are now on to their penultimate lap of the race. 10 laps have been completed. 2.8 seconds the gap for Cameron Jackson over Tom Bradshaw. James Clark in third. And then it's Crosby and Street disputing fourth and fifth place. Here they are, out of Copse towards Maggots and Beckett's for the penultimate time. There's a few car lengths between them here. Too much there for Sam Street to try and make up on the brakes at Beckett's. As we look to the second and third place cars going through, still Clark has not really been able to do anything about Tom Bradshaw or race, although he's been quick. Bradshaw's now set the fastest lap of the race. Is Clark going to do anything in this last lap and a bit? It looked like he was poised there to do something on the way down towards Brooklands. Meanwhile, Street closing in again, I think, on Doug Crosby.
Yes, that battle continues. It's showing at this stage it's quite difficult to overtake in these conditions. Or is it potentially drivers not willing to risk all that they might wish to do later on in the Waterhouse Trophy final itself? But for Cam Jackson, he goes on to the last lap then. He leads by 2.6 seconds, but James Clark closer than ever to Tom Bradshaw as he comes up across the line. Bradshaw, though, turns into Copse ahead of Clark, but you just wonder if this last lap will be James Clark's opportunity to gain the place as Bradshaw run out wide again.
He has indeed, so there you can see the leader going through. Here's the fight for second, down towards Beckett's for the final time. Is the last of the late breakers move from James Clark? No, there's not by the looks of it. Now, what line does Bradshaw take? He goes wide, yep, up to the painted curb there, leaving the door sort of tantalisingly open for James Clark, but the two different lines seem to work equally well for the two drivers.
Yeah, that's right, but for Cam Jackson, he's clear. He won the historic final 2 weeks ago at Brands Hatch, and he's going to do a similar thing here for second place. Can James Clark have one last ditch move into a Luffield corner? I don't think he can, so Tom Bradshaw just needs to stay on the tarmac and he should be good for P2.
Yep, out of the final couple of corners they come then. There is Cameron Jackson, and he is going to win this race in his Van Diemen RF90. He wins the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy for 2022. First time he has won this prestigious trophy. Second place goes the way of James Clark. It's showing on our screen. In fact, Bradshaw's shown as the victor because Jackson has got a penalty, a 5-second penalty for Cameron Jackson. So it's Tom Bradshaw that wins the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. Well, that was awarded, that penalty, right at the end. So Bradshaw wins, Clark second, Jackson is classified third, Doug Crosby fourth, Sam Street 5th, George McDonald 6th, Joe Watts 7th, Andrew Schofield 8th, Alex Ames 9th, and Andrew Ames rounds out the top 10. Well, we were concentrating there on the kind of lines that Tom Bradshaw was taking. We didn't necessarily notice the kind of lines that the Cam Jackson was taking all the way through that race, but clearly he has done enough during the course of that race to attract the attention of the officials. It's changed again. Because Bradshaw's got a penalty, and that must be a... okay.
The same penalty.
They've both got the same penalty now, so it's Clark the winner now, from Crosby in second. So let's just have a look at what those penalties are. Bradshaw's got a 5-second penalty, and Jackson has got a 10-second penalty. I'm not quite sure how a 10-second penalty works, because it should be 5 and then 15.
Well, not if it was something different.
Unless it was for something different, maybe an out-of-position start. But anyway, all of that means, and Josh has been making notes of all of this, is that it's James Clark that's the winner of the Janet Cesar Memorial Trophy. Congratulations to him. Doug Crosby second and Sam Street in third, because Tom Bradshaw with those penalties fourth, Cam Jackson with those penalties in fifth. It's probably just as well we're not doing interviews straight after the race, Josh, because there'd be utter confusion down there in the pit lane. I'm sure you can see the drivers being waved straight through.
Yeah, I don't think Cam Jackson knows about this, because when he came across the line, he was applauding to his team.
Yeah.
So what a disappointment. He's not even on the podium, neither is Tom Bradshaw. We said Sam Street would be happy with fifth. He's on the podium now.
He'll be even happier with third place, won't he?
And James Clark, well, he tried so hard to gain a place. All that work to get that car ready, and it's all come good. He's won this race, which I guess is the main event for these drivers.
Kept his nose clean, didn't he? That's the main thing. I'll just run down the top 10 again, because it did change. So James Clark, the winner in his Van Diemen, from Doug Crosby in another Van Diemen in second, the Swift of Sam Street third, Van Diemen of Tom Bradshaw fourth, and another Van Diemen of Cam Jackson fifth. In sixth place was George McDonald in the Reynard. Seventh was Joe Watts in the Van Diemen. Eighth was the Andrew Schofield Reynard. Ninth and 10th the Ames brothers, Alex and Andrew, in their Van Diemens. And so that brings to an end the Janet Cesar Memorial Final. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from at least our race winner, James Clark, at a slightly later point in the afternoon, possibly after the grand final as well. But you understand, with the timetable being tight here at Silverstone now, with it already being around the time we should have been running the grand final, we're only now running the Carlton Hamer final in a moment, that we have not got time for interviews right now. So, the sun out now at Silverstone, the rain has gone through, and we are looking forward to the remaining two races on our programme, and we've got the Walt Hayes Trophy Grand Final coming up in probably 20 or 25 minutes or so, but before then we've got the final for the oldest cars of the weekend, and that in a few moments' time will be the Carl Hamer Trophy Final. And so is the Carl Hamer Trophy final that is up next. We've got the cars in the assembly area, and they're ready and raring to go, and shortly to be released on the circuit. There is the car that's on pole position. That was Neil Fowler before we lost the shot from the assembly area in the March 709. And it looks like the cars are being waved out onto the circuit. It looks like we're going to have the same situation with a start behind the safety car. So we'll have 2 laps behind the safety car, and then a 12-lap race, including those 2 laps, so 10 racing laps for that. We'll see if we can bring you the grid then for this Carl Hamer Trophy Final. Carl Hamer, as we were saying early on, known for being a tower of strength in the marketing department of Compton Parkinson, who were long associated with Silverstone and Formula Ford 1600 during the 1970s and 1980s. And this is for the pre-1982 cars, so cars manufactured between 1967 and 1981. And previous winners have been Richard Tarling twice, Ed Thurston, Ben Mitchell and Samuel Harrison. Here's how the grid lines up. They're not going to form up 2x2, but Neil Fowler, it will be on pole position in his march, and alongside him Matthew Wrigley in the Merlin. Second row, that's going to be Mark Armstrong and Ben Tinkler in Merlin and Van Diemen respectively. Then it's James Sweetenham in the Hawk and Ben Stone, a winner here last weekend in the Burkitt Relay, in the Titan. On the fourth row of the grid is Daniel McIntosh in the Merlin and Sam Mitchell also in a Merlin. Row 5 of the grid, Dominic Mooney in the Jamin and Ben Tilley in the Lotus 51. The sixth row is the Jake Shortland Lola and then Mike Gardner-Crosley. The seventh row, John Hayes-Harlow in the Van Diemen and Jeremy Kane in the Lola. The eighth row, Steve Deeks in the Crosley and Peter Hannam in the Nike. The ninth row, Bob Scanlon and Luke McShane, both in Crosley 45Fs. On to row 10, that's Alan Slater in the Nike and Ian Fernyhough in the Titan. Then we've got Ian Rowley and Rudolph Ernst in Alexis and Titan respectively. Before we get to Craig Curry in the Crosley and Joseph Ahrens in the Van Diemen, and Richard Tarling and Adrian Maynard should be at the back with Graham Gibson, although I don't think we will be seeing him. And again, Josh, we might have some gaps on the grid, and we're certainly not going to have them form up 2x2. They've already gone out into their 12-lap race.
Yeah, that's right. And an interesting field here for pre-1982 cars. The cars that race with the Historic Sports Car Club sort of week in and week out in their two championships. And interestingly, you've got 5 of the top 6 cars are all historic class cars for pre-1972 cars, and only one of the newer classic cars are within that top 6, which is interesting to see. But it's Neil Fowler who has starred this weekend in the March, the Ross Driver-owned car that has come over from Canada for this, well, a few years ago, and now running in this event. Neil Fowler, who won the first ever Waterhays Trophy in 2001, and he will be going from pole position. He did finish second in the Janet Cesar Trophy back in 2019. Behind him on the grid is Matt Wrigley in the Merlin, who finished third in the Janet Cesar a couple of years ago. He was a 2015 Classic Formula Ford champion. He's been a race winner in Formula 1 Masters and in Historic Formula 2 recently. Then we go back to Mark Armstrong, who finished second in this event in 2018. And a long time, Ian said earlier, Silverstone instructor. Then you've got Ben Tinkler in the Van Diemen RF80, one of the slightly newer cars. He finished second in the Janet Cesar in 2019 and in 2021, so he's a regular podium finisher here at this meeting. Then you've got James Switnam and Ben Stone, who are radical racers, driving very different cars. These Simon Hadfield prepared machines on the third row of the grid, as it were, but should make potentially some quick drivers a little bit further back, like Sam Mitchell and Ben Tilley, both multiple race winners, a champion. Sam Mitchell in Historic Formula Ford, Ben Tilley a champion in Classic Formula Ford and Classic Formula 3, so watch out for them. You've got Mike Gardner further back, and right near the back Richard Tarling should be quick as well.
Safety car is pulling in then, and so Neil Fowler controls the pace. Yellow flags for the moment, but they'll see the green flags on the start line, and we'll get racing underway then in this Car Hamer Trophy final. There's the green flag. The race gets underway then, and we can see that 24 cars, by the looks of it, taking the start of this race proper. And they're down at Copse Corner for the first one. The one we need to watch out for is Richard Tarling, who started right towards the back, and he already starting to make his way through the field.
Yeah, that was Mike Gardner gaining a place immediately into Copse, but for second, Mark Armstrong's putting Matt Wrigley under pressure. Ben Tinkler involved in that battle as well, but there is Neil Fowler out front and trying to go away early on. Sam Mitchell there's gone right round the outside of Daniel McIntosh to get 7th. Ben Tilley's 9th, so he's gained a place as well on the start of this race. So a couple of drivers there moving forwards. And for third place, Ben Tinkler comes around the outside of Mark Armstrong, but Armstrong on the inside. No, he can't hang on. Swooping around the outside was Tinkler to go third.
Yeah, okay, so they're making their way around Luffield now. And there, very deep into the corner goes James Sweetnam in the 39 car. You've got Daniel McIntosh next to him as well in the 77 machine. Making their way out, that is number 15 then, that's Wrigley in second position. Already quite a long way back, 1.5 seconds behind Neil Fowler. It's Ben Tinkler third, Mark Armstrong fourth, James Sweetnam fifth, Daniel McIntosh sixth, Ben Stone seventh, Sam Mitchell is eighth, Ben Tilley ninth, and Mike Garner is 10th. Richard Tarling is not come through yet by the looks of it. Yes, he's come through now in 18th position, so he's made up about 5 places.
Battle for 6th here into Maggots as Daniel McIntosh, who hasn't done maybe much racing, the teenager, as Ben Stone, the Burkitt Relay winner from last week, trying to go around the outside, and then the former historic champion Sam Mitchell involved in that battle. But it is Ben Stone who's got back ahead of Daniel McIntosh, who didn't make the best initial start, then did start gaining positions. Now he's back under threat as the field make their way here up towards Brooklands Corner. And a big moment there, that's a spin for James Sweetnam, and he's taken Mark Armstrong with him, so that's 2 of the same and Hadfield prepared cars have come into contact. One's got away with it a little bit, but the Hawk of Sweetnam, the car that initiated the spin, is still there spun.
Yeah, so Armstrong sort of got away with that. He managed to get back into the race, didn't he? There's the number 12 car for Mike Gardner in the GT Motorsport Crosley, the black and white coloured car. He's going well there. Oh, is that Armstrong getting out of the race? And there is the 39 car with damage, and he's certainly going to park up now. That is the car that was up inside the top few places of James Sweetnam, the former, or the current Magical racer, out of the race.
Yeah, that's right. So he didn't get away with it, did he? For Armstrong, a big spin there for Dominic Mooney in the car that Richard Tarling took to the historic Formula Ford champion, and Richard Tarling's just set the fastest lap of the race. What could have been if he didn't get involved in the incident yesterday?
Yeah, well, he's 14th now. He's 20 seconds behind the leader. He's doing 1:11s. He is lapping quite a bit faster than the sort of cars immediately ahead of him. He's certainly on for a top 6 or something like that here, I would suggest, if not even more than that. So they're making their way towards Brooklands for the 5th time in this race. That's Neil Fowler in the lead, Matt Wrigley in 2nd, Ben Tinkler in 3rd. There's a bit of a gap back to 4th position now. That's the number 77 car of Daniel McIntosh, the Speed Sport Run Merlin. And then Ben Stone is in 5th position in the number 37 car, the Titan. There's 2nd place Wrigley though.
Yeah, Matt Wrigley driving really well this weekend in this Merlin. As I say, he's been racing more powerful cars, coming back to where he started though in this Merlin that he's been racing for a few years and going really well here at Silverstone. On that lap he was going as quick as Neil Fowler was, but Fowler I guess is just pacing himself now. He's pulled out 2.5 seconds, no need to risk too much. But then the battle continues with Ben Tinkler in this Van Diemen, which I've not seen him race before. He's normally in a slightly newer car than this, but he's been going well this weekend. He's sliding about there through Beckett. He's in 3rd place. And then there's a big gap starting to develop back to Daniel McIntosh, the teenager having his first outing in the Classic Team Merlin Speed Sport prepared car. There he is in 4th place. And then for 5th place, it's side by side between Ben Stone and Sam Mitchell. We saw Sam's brother Ben have that big accident earlier on today, and Sam Mitchell trying to get himself up a position. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd place continues with Matt Wrigley still ahead.
Yeah, it does, and I think Wrigley's just looking a little bit more comfortable there, so perhaps we'll see if we can pick up the battle going on behind it over the next lap or so, because I think we're going to have a 3-way fight going on there between McIntosh, Stone and Mitchell. That is going to come down towards us very shortly. That's just hoving into view now. In fact, it looks like they've dropped Stone, doesn't it, in 6th place. And it's side by side for 4th position. No, it's not quite actually, so it's still McIntosh ahead of Sam Mitchell in the number 83 Merlin at the moment, but I don't think it's going to be much long before the Merlin goes through, which Tarling meanwhile has now made it up to 12th position, but he's not getting up the order desperately quickly. Side by side here again, McIntosh trying to fend off the slightly more experienced Sam Mitchell, who goes to the left-hand side, the outside line for Beckett, and he's trying to drive all the way around the outside, but he's off the road. He's taking an even extreme version of the Tom Bradshaw line there, and he comes back onto the circuit and he loses the position in the end to Ben Stone. So Sam Mitchell now with some work to do again.
He caught that pretty well though, because it looked like the car was going to have a big spin at one point. He had his hands all over the place. Sam Mitchell hasn't done that much racing over the last few years because he lived in New Zealand for a year or so recently, coming back hoping to do a full season of the historic Formula Ford Championship next year. and so learning lots in that car this weekend. But for second place, Wrigley, they're still ahead of Tinkler. They're 3.5 seconds behind Neil Fowler. Daniel McIntosh should be fairly safe in 4th place. There's Mitchell at that big moment. The 2013 historic champion is actually back with Ben Stone and Daniel McIntosh already.
He is indeed, so this is building up nicely. Who else is in that little group? You've got Gardner, Mike Gardner's there as well, and Jake Shortland too, not too far behind. So it's a building group of cars here.
And at the very back of it, it's Ben Tilley, the oldest car on the grid. There it is, the Lotus, the 1967 car. Then they're all being chased by Richard Tarling in the Royale, the SDC Builders liveried car that was raced by David Wheeler. It's featured in the programme this weekend. When he was racing that car back in the day, but it's Richard Tarling driving it today, and he's pushing on. He's got that fastest lap of the race. He's got to the top 10. If he can catch this group, Ian, it's quite possible he could pass them all.
Yeah, certainly could. Let's have a look. He's not far away now. We know he's got the best lap of the race. That was a few laps ago, though. He's been having to work a bit hard as he's been getting through the field, coming across quicker drivers. Richard Tarling started at the back. We thought there was going to be a good battle yesterday between Tarling and Neil Fowler, but those hopes were dashed at the first corner. That's the 74 car of Rudolf Ernst. He's in the process of being lapped. There's also the 505 car out there of Steve Deeks, just behind the J-Man, being driven this weekend by Dominic Mooney, the former MG midget racer.
Okay, so there's Deeks. He's in 12th place. Mooney in the car that Richard Tarling won the historic championship in the J-Man over the last few years. But I noticed Sam Mitchell's got himself already back ahead of Ben Stone and right onto the tail of Daniel McIntosh. So if we pick up on that, we'll see if Sam Mitchell's been able to make the move while those battles go on further back. There's Tarling, who has caught Ben Tilley already. So that gap, which was about 5 seconds 2 laps ago, he's caught Ben Tilley up with another fastest lap. There's the battle of a second. It's still Matt Wrigley ahead of Ben Tinkler. They're still 3 seconds behind the leader, though. Which is, of course, still Neil Fowler, who's just running at that pace consistently in the 2-minute 12s. And there's Tinkler then looking for another podium at this event with, 3 laps to go in this one.
Yeah, Neil Fowler, though, with that good lead, 3.5 seconds over these two, Matt Wrigley and Ben Tinkler. And it's a long way back then to 4th position, which is now Sam Mitchell. Off the road there has gone 129, the Tuckerman's livered car of John Hayes Harlow, but it is Sam Mitchell now in 4th spot. Daniel McIntosh down to 5th. 6th is Ben Stone, isn't it, in the number 37 Titan. And then 7th is Shortland, I think, in the number 93 car. And Tarling is up to 8th position, you can see now.
Yeah, he's got past Mike Gardner and Ben Tilley. Jake Shortland here going well in the Lola. He's a supercars racer, so he won't be affected by any bravery. There's Mitchell again out wide, but he's got past that group again. So Sam Mitchell's got good pace, seemingly. But he's a long way now behind the top 3, so he won't be able to get any further on pure speed, you wouldn't think.
Jake Shortland in the Lola there, looking to make a move on Ben Stone up the inside into Brooklands. Tarling is right with them as well, so this is 6th, 7th and 8th position. Stone goes quite wide there, but it's a line that seems to work well for him. Shortland and Tarling together, they're not far behind McIntosh either. Up to the line they come. This is to complete lap number 10. They're going on to their penultimate lap of the race now. What price Tarling for the top 6? He could still do this.
Yeah, he's nearly there, isn't he? He's right in the battle with 2 laps of this to go. He's on the inside of Jake Shortland now in the Lola, and he goes through. So Richard Tarling up into 7th place, a driver who won this event in 2019. And the 1999 Formula Fordsters champion Richard Tarling now alongside Ben Stone. He's into 6th place as long as he can get the car stopped into Beckett's.
Yeah, well, it looks like he probably will. He runs fairly wide on the exit, just a little bit wider than he probably really should be doing. But, well, that, in fact, was the car ahead of him, wasn't it? But he's still there, is Richard Tarling. That was the Mitchell car that we're watching going wide. So Mitchell still there in 4th, McIntosh 5th, and now Tarling into 6th position. Make that 5th position up the inside. He's made up 3 places on this lap, hasn't he? So he might even get past Sam Mitchell here. Ben Tinkler's too far up the road. barring any penalties, of course, which we saw implemented at the end of the Genesis Start race. Oh, no, Mitchell's off! Mitchell's thrown 4th place away! Through the gravel trap he goes at Luffield. He's not going to recover from that with only a lap and a bit to go. So that is Richard Tarling up into 4th position then. From the back of the grid, he's 15 seconds behind the leaders. He's lapped in a 1:10.967 in the race. The leaders have done no better than a 1:11.9 in the case of Neil Fowler.
It's been all rather too common to have Mitchell off the road during the course of this weekend, I'm afraid. Unlike Neil Fowler, who's absolutely starred this weekend. The gap's come down a bit, it's 2.6 seconds. He's a second slower through Sector 1 than Matt Wrigley. Presumably all is okay. Perhaps it was traffic induced, actually, because that gap's gone back out again. So for Neil Fowler, it looks like that's going to be good for second. Ben Tinkler has a little look, but I don't think he's going to go through. So it looks like Neil Fowler can continue, as long as he gets through Luffield okay, continue with this race win.
Absolutely. It's not going to be the last we're going to see of Neil Fowler this weekend, though, because he's in the grand final as well very shortly. But it's going to be Neil Fowler, the winner of the first Walter Hayes Trophy back in 2001, that wins the Carl Hamer Trophy in 2022. He crosses the line, he takes the checkered flag to win in the march by 2.2 seconds from Matt Wrigley, with Ben Tinkler in 3rd position there. 4th place goes the way of Richard Tarling, 13 seconds off the lead in the end. A great drive from him from the back of the grid to take that 4th place. 5th going the way of number 77. That's a good drive from the teenager Daniel McIntosh. Ben Stone, the radical regular, in 6th place in the number 37 car. Jake Shortland is 8th in number 93. Sam Mitchell, after that shunt, or that spin, or that off through the gravel trap on the penultimate lap, he gets 8th place. Shortland, by the way, has got a 5-second penalty, but I don't think it affects his finishing position that we just gave him as 7th. Ben Tilley in the Lotus is 9th, and Mike Gardner rounds out the top 10. Good drive as well from Joseph Arons. We didn't really pick that out. He came through from the back of the grid, had 2 engine failures yesterday, so dropped out of the pre-final early on, but he came home to finish 11th place in the number 24 Van Diemen R80, so a good drive as well from Joseph Arons. Congratulations to him ahead of Dominic Mooney and Steve Deeks. But Neil Fowler it was that produced a faultless drive, really. He won that race by 2.2 seconds from Matt Wrigley, who had a good battle for much of the race with Ben Tinkler, and a lot of the action was there from that man, Richard Tarling, who's just veered off the circuit there to give the thumbs up to everybody in the Grand Slam. Richard Tarling providing a lot of the entertainment in that race. He came through from the back of the grid to finish in 4th place in the Carl Hamer Trophy final. Daniel McIntosh 5th and Ben Stone in 6th position. We're not going to have the chance, I don't think, to hear from the drivers after the Carl Hamer Trophy. Hopefully we'll hear from Neil Fowler a little bit later on, possibly after the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final, which is the only remaining race of the afternoon there. We've had a tremendous day's racing here, dominated of course by Formula Ford 1600, but we've also had tremendous entertainment from the Monoposto Tiedemann Trophy with their 2 races, and the all-comers closed wheel race where we saw Chris Fox win in the Lola T282 as well. But it all builds up to the main event, of course, and we're bringing that to you very shortly. The drivers heading down the pit lane, getting the applause of the marshals as they come in, and the drivers in turn giving their acknowledgement to the marshals, and many, many thanks to all the efforts that they have made in sometimes horrible conditions during the course of today here at Silverstone for the Walter Hayes Trophy. And we are going to look ahead next to the main event then, the grand final of the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy. As yet, I can see that the grid for the final hasn't been released, so this brings back memories of last year when we had a long delay before the grand final because there was protests and there was appeals and there was all kinds of things going on that meant that the grand final was off rather later than we expected. But a reminder that what we're expecting is that we're going to have Joe Foster on Max Esterson, Joe Foster, yes, on pole position, because he won the quicker of the 2 semi-finals in his Furman RFR 20. As we can see, the course car having been sent out to do a lap of the circuit there. Just to check the conditions before the race gets underway. So the grid has now been released for the final as well, which is good. We'll bring that to you in just a second. But yes, the first of the semi-finals, that was won earlier on by Joe Foster from Tom Mills in second place. He had a great drive, and Julian van der Watt it was in third position. And then in the second of the semi-finals, which was slower because we had a safety car period, Max Esterson, the American it was, that took the win, keeping up his unbeaten run in the Walt Hayes Trophy of the last 2 years. He's won 5 from 5, looking to complete 6 from 6 with victory in the final here. He beat Josh Fisher and Rory Smith. The marshals there, just at the side of the circuit with their brooms, clearing off any gravel that Sam Mitchell in particular may have kicked up in that previous race, making sure the circuit is in perfect condition. The race was due off about 20 minutes ago, but we had that long delay with the rain over the lunch break and after lunch, which delayed the start of this afternoon's action. But we're blessed now with clear and bright conditions, which mean that we've probably got an hour or so more of daylight in, well, hopefully we don't need all of that, in which to get this Walt Hayes Trophy Grand Final in. But Josh has headed outside, so let's see who he's got.
So we're down here in the assembly area, ahead of the Waterhose Trophy final for 2022, with Joey Foster here on pole position after winning his semi-final. Let's see if we can have a word with Joey. Joey, different conditions now to all weekend. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
I'll let you know in about half an hour's time. It's so hard to say. I feel pretty confident in the wet, but then again, you know, Max has been so fast.
Yeah.
Even on the test day, he seemed very quick. So, got to do what I can to stay in front. And but then again, it's not easy to make a break around here, even in the wet. So I think we've got a race in our hands. There's no doubt.
Watching the 2 other finals, it looks like it's quite difficult to overtake at the moment. Some parts of the track are very wet, and other parts don't look too bad. That's right.
Yeah, I think even if you do manage to get a run and go down the inside, it's very actually hard to make that move happen because the insides are so slippery. So, you know, yeah, it is tricky, but I'm sure people will be trying.
Best of luck, Joey. Hopefully we'll see you in a few moments' time. So there's our pole position man, Joey Foster. Hasn't won this event for 17 years and is looking to win it today, as we've got 2 green flag laps just being told for the drivers. Let's have a word with Max. Max, front row of the grid, different conditions now. Looking forward to this?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's the same front row as the festival, so yeah, it should be a good race with Joey.
I think we're hearing it is going to be a standing start for this race, where we've had the safety car start to the other one, so I guess that's a good thing. We can try and get Joey at the start.
Yeah, I guess it helps, and it seems like the inside's been okay on the starts, so see what they could do.
Best of luck, Max. So there's Max Esterson. So just to reaffirm, the marshals there, I think we're just telling the competitors that we are going to get a standing start for this race, which is great news after the safety car starts previously. Then third on the grid, we've got Tom Mills. Tom, who was really quick earlier on, a bit wetter now. Tom, is that okay for you?
Yeah, I think we might be even stronger in the full wet, so I'll give it my all. It will be what it will be, but I'm glad to be up the front.
All the spectrums have looked pretty quick today. You're talking about those setup changes overnight. They seem to have worked for everyone.
Yeah, the whole team have been strong all weekend and even stronger today, so yeah, like I said, I'll give it my best shot. We've got Mike in there as well, Julian just behind as well, so there's 3 KMR cars up near the sharp end, so I think it can be a good one for the team.
Good luck, Tom. So Tom Mills will be starting third on the grid. Then over this side we've got Josh Fisher, who starts on the outside of the second row of the grid. Josh, I'd like to say to the other guys, a little bit wetter than you've been watching those earlier races to see what it's like out there.
Yeah, it's generally there's a little bit more grip in these conditions. So, but yeah, I'll find out in a minute.
And I guess it's just trying to move forwards because incidents might be happening which could cause pauses to the race.
Yeah, I think there's going to be carnage, to be honest. So I think if I'm lucky enough to stay out the carnage, you know, we've got the pace for a podium, but I think so. 12 or more drivers have got the pace. So yeah, it's going to be one hell of a race. It's going to be good to watch. I'll do my best.
Good luck, Josh. Hopefully we'll see you later. So there's Josh Fisher on the second row of the grid. Onto row 3 is where we get Julian van der Watt. So let's see if we can grab a word with Julian. Julian, wet, full wet conditions now, so a little bit different to earlier.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of standing water, a lot of spray around the track, completely different to this morning. So yeah, big setup change on the car. Let's hope it went in the right direction.
Best of luck, Julian. So the car's starting to be fired up. We got Michael Eastwell up next. Michael, a quick word. Looking forward to this.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's been so good. So far, so good. Yesterday was a bit up and down, but we're back in the right sort of position now. So hopefully we can have a good one from here.
Best of luck, Michael. So as you can hear, the engines are starting to be fired up. So I assume there's been some kind of penalty for Rory Smith for the earlier race. I'm sure Ian might have some more information on that, but we're starting to get the cars fired up. Let's have a little look down the grid while we're here. So we've got Lukas Romanek starting from P7 on the grid alongside him. The multiple winner, Michael Moores. If you look up into the up in the hospitality, we've got the Michael Moores fan club. They're always here for the Waterhays Trophy. And then a little bit further back on the grid, we've got Chris Middlehurst starting from row 5 of the grid alongside Robert Volk. Then outside the top 10, watch for people coming through. You've got Tom MacArthur, David McCullough. We heard from Tom Tragg earlier. James Peckerless. James, a quick word from you. Looking forward to this?
It's going to be an epic final. The Waterhays never fails to disappoint. So, yeah, really looking for this one. And I'm really pleased we're going to start the final from the grid. It's going to be a proper standing start. And let's have 15 great laps around Silverstone.
Thanks, James. So we'll look forward to this. We head back to Ian then in the commentary box, and I'll join him in a few moments.
Okay, thank you very much, Josh. Down there in the assembly area, the cars shortly be released out onto the circuit for the final of the Walter Hayes Trophy 2022. Well, Josh was saying I might know why Rory Smith is not on row 3 of the grid, and the answer is I don't know why, because there hasn't been, as far as I have seen, an amended result for semi-final 2 issued, which still shows Rory Smith being classified 3rd there, and the grid that's been issued does not explain why everyone from Heat 2 has been moved up, and I can't see. And Rory Smith is down there on row 8 of the grid, so I imagine he must have been given some kind of penalty, whether it's for track limits again or not, I don't know, after after the second of the semi-finals, but no official word on why that was. But we'll go through the grid as the cars will shortly be released from the assembly area for the grand final of the Walter Hayes Trophy. So it's Joey Foster on pole position in the Don Hardman Racing Furman, Max Esterson in the Ammonite Motorsport Ray besides him. Then it's the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum of Tom Mills on the inside of row 2, and the Wayneport Racing Van Dien. What a mix of cars we have on the outside of the second row. Julian van der Watt in the Magal and Michael Eastwell in the second of the KMR Spectrums on row 3. Then it's Lukas Romanek in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen, and Michael Moyers in the Simon Hadfield Motorsport Medina, new car for this weekend. Chris Middlehurst from Team Dolan is on the 5th row of the grid alongside the second of the South Africans, Robert Volk. Then it's Tom MacArthur and David McCulloch on the 6th row of the grid. On to row 7, and that is the Kiwi James Penrose and the American Thomas Tragg. Then it's Cameron Jackson, who we saw out successfully in the Janet Cesar Trophy not very long ago, until his penalty, of course, and then Rory Smith alongside him on row 8 for BM Racing. Then row 9 is another of the Team USA scholarship drivers. That's Edward Brzezinski. Sorry, not Edward, but Elliot Brzezinski and Jake Houghton next to him, the Canadian. That's on row 9 of the grid. Row 10 is Neil Fowler, who we've just seen out in the historic Carl Hamer final, winning that race. Vander McGurkin, who won the Janet Cesar last year, is next to him on the grid. Row 11, you've got Ian Campbell and Tim Blanchard, the Aussie. Row 12 is Felix Fisher, after his fight through from the last chance race, and the Canadian Kevin Foster. On to row 13 of the grid. That's where you find Tom Bradshaw, who was also penalised in the Janet Cesar race, and Luke Cooper, who had that broken steering in the semi-final. Row 14 is the double Castle Coombe champion, Adam Higgins, and Alex Ames next to him, switching back to single-seater racing this weekend. On the 15th row, Josh LaRue in the KMR Spectrum, and Sam Gornall. On to row 16, Sam Street, a podium finisher he was in the Janet Cesar race. In the end, next to him, Joe Watts. Row 17 is going to be George McDonald-Reynolds and Alex Voss, another KMR Spectrum. And the final row of the grid, it's a pretty strong back row, this. 43, Callum Grant, and 94, Oliver White. The 2020 winner of the Walter Hayes Trophy and the Porsche Carrera Cup driver from this season, rounding out this 36-car field which I imagine is still assembling because we don't yet have the cars being released onto the grid. So it's going to be a 15-lap final this when it gets underway, and I think the fact that we do have sunshine now over Silverstone helps because we have a little bit more daylight to run this blue-ribboned Formula Ford race. And I've still not seen any official notification on the reason for what I can only presume was a penalty for Rory Smith, but he has been bundled back from what should have been row 3 to row 8, so his tale of woe this weekend has continued. Looks like the cars, though, are about to head out onto the circuit. Josh Barrett has hot-footed it back into the commentary box alongside me. And, well, Josh, always a difficult one, but where would you be putting your money in this race?
Well, we've sort of said all weekend how Max Esterson has felt like the favourite. He's got the pace. So that feels like that way. We don't really like to put anybody on the spot at this stage, do we? And it was great to be down there. We saw the Michael Moores fan club are back in vengeance, aren't there? Lots of them down there. The BRDC grandstand full up. See, the overcast clouds are coming from the same direction as before, but hopefully we can get this race in before anything develops out. Hopefully it won't be too extreme if there is anything. But what we want is a good, exciting race. That's the main thing, isn't it? And Tom Mills, he's really showed in that second semi-final his pace, and he wondered, or he hoped, the car would be quicker still in these full wet conditions. So perhaps he could be on a charge, and perhaps somebody's got it right on these full wet conditions who might be quick. But it's great news, wasn't it? But we're going to get a standing start for this race, because that would have been a little bit of a shame way to start it if we had to have a rolling start, but that's not necessary.
Tom Mills winning would be a good story here, wouldn't it? Because it'd be a 6th win for the team, it'd be a win for his dad, which would echo what Peter Dempsey did for his dad's team, Cliff Dempsey Racing, as we've got Doug Crosby, who's joined the back of the grid as a reserve, I think, by the looks of things. So that would be quite a good story. He finished 19th in the final last year, Tom Mills. Didn't really appear anywhere in the heats and semis. I think he had an issue in his heat from memory last year, and he had to come through and take a relatively modest position in the final, but he's looking for something better this year. Joey Foster has come so close on so many occasions since he won the event last in 2005, the 3rd of his victories. Max Esterson, as we've said, has looked unbeatable. He's been unbeatable this weekend. He was unbeatable at the festival. He was unbeatable at this event last year. He's just generally quite hard to beat. So I think if he is beaten today, it will be a bit of a surprise. Josh Fisher, again, been 2nd and 3rd. And there or thereabouts so many times you wouldn't write him off, and I think he's expecting some carnage and some chaos and just hoping he's not part of it. And then on the 3rd row, Julian van der Watt, well, we're looking for a 6th different nationality to win in the Walter Hayes Trophy. That will be for South Africa if he can do it, and Michael Eastwell is going to be the driver next to him on the 3rd row of the grid. Can he take a win for England on his return to racing in the United Kingdom? It's going to be 2 green flag laps then. They're just coming towards the end of that first green flag lap, and we will then be having a standing start, so a proper standing start, not the rolling start that we've seen for the previous 2 finals, for the main event, the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final. And this extra green flag lap, Josh, gives them a bit of a chance to assess the grip levels out there as well. Yeah, that's right, because like the drivers were saying to me when I was out there in the assembly area, they could watch the other races, but they don't know how much grip is out there, and sometimes there is more grip in these full wet conditions, and we saw particularly in that last race how quick Richard Tarling could be, pretty much as fast as anybody had gone all weekend, in of course an older car, so there should be decent amounts of grip out there. But how much grip is there offline where you want to make the overtaking manoeuvres, and that is what those who don't make the best starts will be looking to do, coming through the order. But there's Joey Foster. That would be a really good story, wouldn't it? After so many years not winning this event, after 17 years being up there but not winning this event, if he could manage that, that would be absolutely fantastic for him. But he admitted, didn't he, that Max Esterson's a bit rapid this weekend, so he knows he needs to get ahead and then try to stay in front. I think whoever wins this event is going to be a great story. And we do have, I think, all of the previous winners that entered this event on the grid as well, which is good. So we've got Foster, got Moyes, we've got White at the back, we've got Fowler there as well. So he's going to be, White of course right towards the back, so he's going to struggle to make much impression. I sense that he's struggled a little bit with that car this weekend, because we know he's a very quick driver. There's a couple of the Team USA scholarship drivers coming through, 21 and 22, so that's Budzinski and Schrag, and they are lining up a bit further back than they would have liked to have done. Budzinski on row 9, Schrag on row 7 of the grid. The Team USA scholarship drivers haven't really made the impression this weekend that they have in the past.
But both, like they were about telling me earlier, both have been quick. They sort of ended up in it, some kind of incident, and they know where they are on the grid, means they're only going one way and they're pushing forward. There's no need to sort of be circumspect about this. See where they can get to. Like you say, the back of the grid, you've got the multiple historic champion Callum Grant and the former winner Ollie White. That's quite a remarkable row there, right near the back of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And Doug Crosby is who gets in as the first reserve. I'm not sure who it is, therefore, that we're missing.
Well, there was nobody between the two Team USA drivers, and Rory Smith should have been there, and Cameron Jackson.
Yes.
Two people who might be fed up after what happened earlier to them.
Possibly, yes. Both might have reasons to be less than cheerful here. There's Ollie White with the Duckham's livery on the Furman. And, of course, he won this event a couple of years ago, did Ollie White. You're looking at gaps.
Looks like Rory Smith is there, but not Cameron Jackson. So whether he's trying to argue his case to get that win back from the earlier race, potentially. But, yeah, I think it's Cameron Jackson who's missing.
OK, so if he's the only one missing, that explains why we've just got the one car at the back, which is Doug Crosby. So Marshall's doing their best to get these cars shepherded into positions. There is obviously a short delay before the race gets underway with such a big grid, 36 cars, 36 Kent engine Formula Ford 1600s lined up for the 22nd time for a Walter Hayes Trophy final. Of course, the first time it was actually just a single race. The first two times it was actually just a single race, but I guess the 20th grand final we've had of the Walter Hayes Trophy. The first grand final winner is the driver on pole position, and that is Joey Foster in the number 277 Furman. Alongside him in the number 1 car, the Ammonite Motorsport Rage GR18, is the winner from last year, the winner of the Formula Ford Festival as well. That is Max Esterson. We're ready for the off in the Walt Hayes Trophy. The red lights go on and they go out, and the race gets underway. 36 cars head down towards Copse for the first time. It looks like it's a good start from Max Esterson from closest to the pit wall. He goes into the lead of the race. I think it looked like Josh Fisher was going to try and squeeze up the inside of Joey Foster as well. There's one car already off, but it is Max Esterson that has the lead, crucially, as they head out of Copse for the first time. But here comes Tom Mills alongside him. Tom Mills for the outside line for Beckett's. Is he going to make it work through there in the spectrum, the Kevin Mills Racing 1 car? No, he's not. So it's Esterson leading, Mills in second, Foster is third. Josh Fisher has been shuffled back to 5th position.
So not a good start from Joey Foster. Again, pole position, maybe not the best place to start today, but it's Mills who's really putting Esterson under threat, possibly the two quickest drives we've seen. Here comes Foster down the inside of the pair of them, so he knows he needs to try and challenge early on, but none of those moves came of anything. So it's Esterson that leads from Mills, again trying to get alongside, and then the second of the spectrums coming through is that Michael Eastwell, who's made a really good start. He's up to 4th.
He is indeed, so round Luffield for the first time out towards Woodcote Corner, and Max Esterson leads at the end of lap 1 of this final, which got underway 35 minutes later than it should have been. Yellow flags there with that car that was off at Copse on the first lap. We'll try and pick up who that is in a moment, but it's still in second place Mills, in third place Foster, 4th is Eastwell, and the car missing is
Adam Higgins.
So the double Castle Combe champion. It's not been a particularly happy weekend for the Higginses, because Bob, his father, had a big accident in testing on Friday and was unable to take part in the event this weekend. But in the grand final, it is still Max Esterson leading from Tom Mills in second place. And it's a bit more of a lead now for Esterson this time. Joe Foster still 3rd, Eastwell 4th, Fisher 5th, Lucas Romanek 6th, Julian van der Watt is 7th, Michael Moyes 8th, Chris Middlehurst 9th, and Robert Volk completing the top 10 at the moment. But is there a sign here that Max Esterson might be getting away?
Not sure. Let's have a look as they come out of Brooklands. Not huge amounts anyway at this stage, but then it wouldn't be really, would it? You can't imagine anyone would quickly get away. But yeah, there's a couple of car lengths there. That's right, Ian. Lucas Romanek's going with them, isn't he? And there's a collision behind. 57 is Ian Campbell's Ray that was involved in that as the field come through to complete lap 2 of 15.
Yeah, it was around Blanchard at McCorgan, so possibly one of those who were also involved as well. But here comes Esterson then with a lead of half a second at the end of 2 laps, and there's some dicing going on further back down the order between Van der Watt and Robert Volk, the 2 South Africans in their Megals, getting themselves together. Good drive this from Volk. He's made up more places during the course of this race already. There's Tom Mills though in second place, half a second, and it's in his mind it's very difficult to work out what to do. Try and attack because he needs to stay with Max Esterson, or does he try and defend from Joey Foster?
Yeah, well, it's only Esterson getting away. You were right about that, Ian. It was Tim Blanchard, the Australian supercars racer, that was involved in that incident with Ian Campbell. I don't think he's got back going as the 6 leaders turn into Brooklands, which potentially could be a yellow flag zone. It is, with Tim Blanchard's car off the road there, returning to the UK after being the runner-up in the 2008 British Formula Ford champion. But off now for Tom Schrag, who hasn't had as good weekend here at Silverstone as he had a couple of weeks ago at Brands Hatch. So out of 13th position, Schrag will drop to the back of the pack at the end of 3 laps. Esterson's lead is coming down.
It is, and Michael Eastwell did the fastest lap of the race there in 4th position, a 1:09.830, and there he is. He's right with Joey Foster now. Joey Foster, the 3-time winner. Michael Eastwell, who last raced in this event in 2019, coming back to it this year in the Kevin Mills Racing Run Spectrum. And the Spectrum's going here very well with just 2 cars ahead of him. Tom Mills, son of the team boss, just ahead. Hopefully we don't get into a position where there's a battle between the 2 teammates. That could get messy, but it is encouraging from the point of view of the neutral to see that they are catching Max Esterson here.
Remember, Mike Eastwood was well off the road in his heat, so this is quite a comeback from him. Have we got a challenge for the lead, or is Mills defending from Foster? Well, a bit of both potentially. They go line astern into Brooklands, as was shown in the historic finals. It isn't easy to overtake in these conditions at the moment. So it's line astern into Luffield. They're starting to drop Josh Fisher and Lucas Romanek as they turn their way out of Luffield. So it's kind of turning into a 4-way battle at this stage. And there's Eastwell. He's right on the gearbox and Joey Foster as they come out of Woodcote to complete lap 4 of this race. Another fastest lap from Eastwell. So the Spectrums are coming good here on Sunday on the Waterheats Trophy. So we've got lap 5 we have started of this 15-lap race. But where can Eastwell find a way past Joey Foster?
It's not going to be easy. The Cornishman has driven hundreds, if not thousands, of laps of the Silverstone National Circuit in Walter Hayes trophies alone. They are, as you say, getting away from Fisher and Romanek. There's Esterson. The gap between them was about the same at the end of lap 4 as it was of lap 3, about 0.4 of a second. But you sense it's just good. He's broken the toe a little bit more now, away from Tom Mills again. Tom Mills still there in second, then Foster and Eastwell. Robert Volk is 7th, so he's now ahead of Julian van der Watt. Michael Moyes dropped to 9th, and the Kiwi, Penrose, is there. James Penrose is in 10th position. We'll continue, though, to watch this 4-way battle for the lead of the race. And Michael Eastwell now and Joey Foster were sort of halfway alongside one another through Brooklands. And actually, Josh Fisher's got back into this, hasn't he? He might be back with them before very much longer, because they're possibly slowing each other up here. They're coming through to the end of the 5th lap. It'll be interesting to look at the lap times this time through and to see who might be quickest, and also what the gap is between the lead two. So that was 0.4 of a second, it's now 0.6 of a second. Esterson's done the best lap of the race.
Okay, so he's going quickly, the race leader Max Esterson, with the fastest lap after 5 laps of racing. So only a third of the way into this, and wide there goes Fisher and Mills, but for Tom Mills, or was it Foster who went wide in that group, because he's the one under pressure from Eastwell. Certainly Josh Fisher was out over the curve, but he's still in 5th, ahead of Lucas Romanek, and a car off at Cox Corner is the Canadian there. That was Kevin Foster, who we heard from a little bit earlier on. So he's had that moment. There's the field working their way out of Beckett's and up towards Brooklands. Again, Joey Foster has a look to the inside of Tom Mills. But it's Eastwell who dives to the outside of Joey Foster. They're wheel to wheel as they come up towards Luffield Corner, and Michael Eastwell's gone down the inside. He's gone through, he's up into 3rd.
He certainly has. Joey Foster's not finished on the podium for the Walter Hayes Trophy for a very long time, and now he's out of the podium positions for this one because he started on pole position, but he's been shuffled back by Max Esterson, Tom Mills, and now Michael Eastwell as well as they come through to complete lap 6, getting up towards the halfway mark in this Walter Hayes Trophy 2022 Grand Final. Max Esterson's lead came back down again that time to 0.4 of a second. Eastwell got the fastest lap of the race at 1:09.3, and someone who's fast further down the order is Luke Cooper in 18th position. He is making up ground. He started back on row 12 and he's made up there from about 6 places during the course of this race.
And he's caught Felix Fischer, his long-time rival at Castle Combe, and they turn their way out then. So what is going to go on here between the two teammates at Kevin Mills? Because Michael Eastwell is quick at this stage, setting the fastest laps of the race, but it's Tom Mills who's ahead of him at the moment as Esterson brakes for Brooklands. A car skittering about there, sliding around on the brakes. So it's very slippery still here at Silverstone, and Tom Mills looks a bit closer lap on lap now to Max Esterson once more. Certainly Esterson, although he's had this little gap, isn't dominating like we saw yesterday.
No, absolutely not. It was 0.4. I think it might have gone out again, so it is a bit elastic between about the 0.4 and the 0.6 per second mark. Over the line they go, and it's between 4 and 5 per second this time through. No improvements on the lap times there for anyone other than the 5th place driver Josh Fisher, who did a 1:09.357, so that's his personal best lap of the race, and he took 0.2 out of Joey Foster that time. So there's now only 0.4 per second between them, and it is definitely a 5-car battle for the lead. Lucas Romanek certainly has been dropped. He's in no man's land, and the two South Africans were nearly side by side over the line for 7th and 8th that time as well.
Esterson turns out of Beckett's on lap 8 of 15, so we're halfway through this now, and Joey Foster trying to fight back. The setups in this longer race could mean some cars get better as the race goes on, as the track perhaps gets a touch drier, and Joey Foster's going down the inside of Michael Eastwell, but he's decided against that, so he's back behind the spectre as Esterson runs very wide. So Tom Mills draws up alongside, and it's side by side for the lead, it's side by side for 3rd. Mills tries to come around the outside of Esterson, they touch, and Tom Mills is pushed off into the gravel.
And I think that is he's going to be race over. I think there's damage to his car there. So Esterson, robust. He made that mistake at Brooklands, but he didn't want to be passed by Tom Mills at Luffield. Esterson continues to lead then at the end of lap 8 of the race. It's now Joey Foster 2nd, Michael Eastwell 3rd, Josh Fisher 4th, Lucas Romanek 5th, and Tom Mills made it across the line, I think, in 6th place, although whether he headed into the pits or not, I'm not quite sure, but he did at least set the transponder off on his way past wherever he went.
He's still there.
He is still there. The 4 leaders then down towards Beckett's for the 9th time in this race, and now it's Foster piling the pressure on Esterson once again.
Remember, he was 4th a lap ago. While the incident was going on in front, he did get past Michael Eastwell, and now Esterson, who's starting to make mistakes at this stage of the race. Perhaps different tyre pressures maybe that aren't working now towards the end of the race, and here comes Joey Foster around the outside of Esterson. They're both sliding about on the brakes. So spectacular, these Formula Ford 1600 race cars, and it's wheel to wheel, but it's Esterson on the inside line ahead of Foster, then Eastwell, then Fisher. It's these 4 that are battling for the Walter Hayes Trophy currently. We're on lap 9 of 15, 6 laps to go, Ian.
Yeah, and you can see Josh Fisher there as they went onto the Wellington straight, gesticulating to Michael Eastwell, come on, we've got to stay with them. We've got to go with them, because Josh Fisher still thinks he can win this with 6 laps remaining in the Walt Hayes Trophy Grand Final of 2022. It's the American Ammonite Motorsport Ray of Max Esterson leading. It's the Don Hardman Racing Furman of Joey Foster in 2nd place, and it's Michael Eastwell in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum in 3rd. Josh Fisher 4th in the Wayne Poole Racing with RHE Van Diemen. Down towards Beckett's for the final time. Here comes Joey Foster, tries to go around the outside of Esterson. Esterson is going to drift a bit wide there, not wide enough because Foster can't find a way through. These 4 about 3.5 seconds clear of Lucas Romanek in 5th place. Then it's Tom Mills still there in 6th, so he's hoping at least to get back to P5. Robert Volk 7th, and Julian van der Watt's dropped down the order to 10th place now.
Max Esterson is under increasing pressure, and Joey Foster's trying to go right round the outside. Esterson tries to block him, and he's just about managed to do that. That's allowed Michael Eastwell to go right round the outside of Joey Foster. I think Foster had to get out of it, or there would have been contact with the race leader, Esterson. We haven't seen this all weekend, Ian. Max Esterson's having to defend, and defend quite hard.
Yeah, he's been pretty hard pressed here by Tom Mills and Joe Foster, and now Michael Eastwell up into second place. He's 1/10 of a second behind Eastwell at the start of the lap. He's got the fastest lap to his name from earlier on in the race, a 1:09.3, but that's just gone to Luke Cooper. No, to Luke Cooper, 1:09.1 in 17th position. But here's the lead battle.
Foster's gone round the outside of Eastwell. Yes, and everybody's trying to go round the outside of Esterson as well. That would be an amazing move from third to the lead, but he can't quite make it. But he has got past Eastwell, so Joey Foster's back into second, who's looking very quick at this stage of the race, unlike the leader.
Luke Cooper's going to be frustrated, setting great lap times down in 17th position, going with Felix Fischer, but he's not going to even break into the top 10, I don't think, as we've got side by side for the lead of the race down to Brooklands Corner. It is still Max Esterson ahead. He runs a bit wide again. Joe Foster to the outside of him. They're going to be overlapping as they go into Luffield. Foster's run very far out wide there. Esterson keeps the lead. That means Eastwell leaves the door open for Josh Fisher now to get up into third position as they come through Luffield Corner and head towards Woodcote for the 11th time. 4 to go.
Tom Mills can't be damaged because he's got past Lucas Romanek, and now he's going after the top 4. Okay, he's 3 seconds behind, but he is quicker as the cars in front are battling. He is, half a second faster. He maybe needs to be a little bit more quicker than that, but he could be there at the end. And dropping down the order on that lap was Brandon McCall, can I see a little bit further down the order. Cooper 15th now. As the battle for third, Josh Fisher trying to get alongside Eastwell, who looked like he might have locked up a little bit there. So has Michael Eastwell kept on the road? He has. And it's Esterson then that leads as they come out of Beckett for the 12th time in this race now, and go up towards Brooklands. Max Esterson is giving the toe off to Joey Foster, who's going to try again. He has a little look to the inside of Esterson because he knows this is where the leader seems to be struggling a little bit. And then into Luffield. Can Foster challenge? No, he has to tuck in behind the race leader once more. Josh Fisher's dropping away.
Round Luffield they go with just over 3 laps to go in this race. Fisher, as you say, falling back and struggling a little bit with the handling of that car now, it seems to me. He was wide over the curve there, it was a bit sideways. I'm not sure he's going to get back into contention here unless there is some kind of incident between the top 3, and you certainly wouldn't rule that out in these last 3 laps of the race. It is still Max Esterson leading, somehow clinging on from Joe Foster and Michael Eastwell, about 1/4 of a second between first and second as they went on to this anti-penultimate lap of the race. It's still the Ray from the Furman and the Spectrum as they round Beckett's.
Esterson's found some more pace, and he just set the fastest lap of the race, the first person to get into the 8s during the course of this, so that's interesting, although he still only leads by a couple of tenths of a second. But can Joey Foster challenge again, or has Esterson been able to pull the pin here right at the end? Well, this suggests not, because Joey Foster has a look to the inside, but he can't get the Furman through at this stage then. So Esterson continues to lead, Foster second, who takes a wide line there into Luffield. Eastwell there in third. Remember, Eastwell hasn't finished on the podium on the road all weekend, and he's currently there in third place.
That's right, so can he get a podium finish in the final itself? Can he go even better than that? They're going on to the penultimate lap now. Max Esterson leading by about 0.6 of a second. There's best part of 0.3 now between Foster in second and Eastwell in third as well. Off the road has gone number 17. That's Tom MacArthur. He was in a strong position yesterday in the BM racing car, and he's tumbling down outside of the top 17.
Here come the leaders then for the penultimate time into Beckett. There's Josh Fisher, who's dropped away from the top 3, as we were saying, and for Max Esterson is 0.6 ahead of Joey Foster. So Foster needs to get closer if he's going to have a challenge on the last lap of this race. And the Furman chasing down the Ray, and here he looks to the inside, but he can't quite do it. I don't think a Furman's won this event before, so Joey Foster trying to do that here then as he gets up alongside Esterson. No, he can't make that, but he's got another lap to try it again.
Yeah, one more lap to go in the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final. At the end of this one, there's yellow flags there now coming out of Woodcut Corner. I think that's for Tom MacArthur's car that may have pulled off onto the side of the circuit. But the gap between the top two is down to 0.3 of a second because Joe Foster's done the best lap of the race at 1:08.857 now. The Cornishman has not given up, Josh.
He's sideways though into Copse Corner, and could that be the undoing? No, it's Esterson who runs wide in the end, so they've both sort of had a mistake there into Copse Corner, but possibly Foster's was a little bit more costly because Esterson's got a bigger gap as they go up towards Beckett, but Foster's throwing everything at this. He brakes as late as he dares. Can he get through Beckett? Yes, but not close enough, it would seem, to Max Esterson as they head up towards Brooklands. Esterson's just got to get through the final complex, so without a mistake, surely Foster's too far back.
Yeah, he's going to need a mistake surely now for Max Esterson to lose this race and prevent him regaining his Walter Hayes Trophy title, or retaining his Walter Hayes Trophy title, into Luffield for the final time. Joe Foster pushing on in the firm, and they both go quite wide there up to the edge of the circuit, which has been the racing line all the way through. Foster powers his way, slides his way through Luffield Corner, and he's not quite going to do it. That was the last throw of the dice for Joe Foster, but it's going to be Max Esterson who wins the Walter Hayes Trophy for 2022, crossed up over the line as he was. He's done another perfect weekend of heat win, semi-final win, and win in the grand final as well. He did that at the festival 2 weeks ago. He did that at the Walter Hayes Trophy last year as well. Max Esterson the winner, from Joe Foster in second, Michael Eastwell in third, Josh Fisher fourth, Tom Mills fifth after that incident with Max Esterson when battling for the lead, Lucas Romanek in sixth place, Rory Smith up to seventh, so some consolation for him. He got ahead of Robert Volk, who was eighth. The best of the Team USA scholarship drivers, Elliot Budzinski, in ninth position in the end, and 10th place going the way of number 25, Michael Myers, as the fireworks, as is traditional, are let off in sight of the Beckett's corner, and the drivers come through on their slowing down lap. There you can hear the applause at the Brooklands grandstand for Max Esterson, the American who has retained his title in the Walter Hayes Trophy. He holds the Hayes and the Festival title as the two most illustrious prizes in Formula Ford 1600 racing at the same time. Joe Foster, well, that's his best result in the Walter Hayes Trophy for a very long time. He had a fourth place in 2013, so he's improved on that. Of course, he had those three wins in 2003 and 4 and 5. And Michael Eastwell, well, that's his best result in the Walter Hayes Trophy final. He was sixth last time he raced in 2019 and third on his return to racing. A fine reward for his efforts. Luke Cooper got the... no, he didn't in the end get the fastest lap, although the caption on the screen says that it was Joe Foster that got the fastest lap. You can see the cars, the winning cars, being pulled into the garage there, so they'll be in parc fermé conditions at the end of the race. There's Max Esterson getting an embrace in celebration of his victory for Ammonite Motorsport, the team that runs his Ray GR18. You can see Foster and Eastwell stepping out of their cars as well. Michael Eastwell going straight over, patting the winner on the back, and Eastwell and Foster congratulate one another as well on their podium finishes. A very close and exciting race that for the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final. There's Jakob Ebrey getting all the pictures as ever, and Esterson will head out. He'll get his Red Bull hat on, no doubt, and he'll be heading out for the podium celebrations, the interviews. He's going to hear the national anthem of the United States ringing out around Silverstone in a few minutes' time to mark his success in the Walter Hayes Trophy for the United States. Josh Barrett, I can see, is down there. We'll hear from him very shortly. A rundown then on the results of that race. Then it was a win for number 1, Max Esterson, by 0.8 of a second in the end from 277 Joe Foster in second place. So it was Ray from Furber, and then Spectrum for Kevin Mills in third place, Michael Eastwell. Josh Fisher, the Wayne Paul Racing Van Diemen, was fourth. In fifth place, it was Tom Mills in the Kevin Mills Spectrum. Sixth, the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen of Lucas Romanek, then Rory Smith, Robert Volk, Elliot Budzinski, and Michael Moyers completing the top 10. But let's head down to Josh Smith, not to Josh Smith, to Josh Barrett.
We're down here in Park Ferme with our race winner, a Waterhays Trophy winner, Max Esterson. Max, so much pressure in that race, but you managed to hold on. You had Tom, then Michael, and then Joey at the end.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, it was an amazing race, especially with Joey at the end. I mean, he's just so good in the wet. He's been at it for so long, and it's still just so good. Then, yeah, I don't know, I had one good lap probably when he was right on me, and then had a bit of a gap and just looked forward and, yeah, just pushed the braking zones a bit more and seemed to find some pace at the end.
Yeah, the conditions look so sketchy. You were sideways into Brookland on the brakes almost every lap, I think.
Yeah, it was so sketchy, just right on the limit. That's how Tom almost got by me the one lap. I ran wide a bit onto the paint and lost the traction, but managed to stay ahead.
What a run you've had in these Formula Ford cars. You had the clean sweep here a year ago, the festival last month, and then here this weekend. What a run that is.
Yeah, it's been 9 straight wins in Formula Ford. I mean, just can't thank the team enough. Just so good every time. Just so good.
It very much makes it worthwhile doing these 2 events at the end of the year.
For sure. And I guess I have to come back again to try to go 3 in a row this time.
Are you planning to stay in Europe for next year?
I think so. Still in the works, but it's looking like it.
Well, best of luck with all that, and congratulations then to Max Esterson, our winner of the 2022 Waterhays Trophy. Let's see if we can grab a word with Joey Foster. Second there, Joey. Looked like the start you dropped back, but then towards the end of the race you really came strong.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think our car definitely came on sort of mid-period. Frustrating not to be on the top step. But it was a great race otherwise, you know. Always close racing in Formula Ford, so, you know, I was happy to be part of it and fighting for the lead. But the last few laps, Max just really got into his rhythm and he's setting fastest lap. And I couldn't quite keep with him. But had to go on the last lap, but not quite enough.
It looked like Cops, you had a big slide that just sort of lost you a few car lengths.
Yeah, I was cursing in my helmet when I did that. It was just a little bit of a slide on the way in, and obviously then you spend the rest of the lap just trying to catch it back up, and it wasn't quite enough to get me into the fray for the last couple of corners, but means I have to have another go.
So close again. Well done on second. Then in third place, Michael Eastwell. Michael, your first time down here on the podium. The weekend got better and better.
Yeah, it was not looking so amazing yesterday. It was a bit up and down, and yeah, just really happy to come back today. Like, we started the semi in 13th, ended up third, and then to finish third in the finals. Awesome. I mean, obviously, would have loved to have won it, and honestly, the pace was great. So huge thanks to the Kevin Mills Racing team for that. But I think in an ideal world would have been a couple of grid spots higher at the start, and maybe that would have made a slight difference. But honestly, super happy with third. Waterhays Trophy has never been super kind to me when I've been here in the past, so to come away with a third feels like a real good result and a nice way to end the season.
Especially after not doing that much racing after the last few years.
No, I've been out of it for 3 years, so it's literally just doing the last couple of meetings to try and, you know, get rid of the rust, as it were. But yeah, no, that's really enjoyable result to end the year on, so big thanks to all the guys.
Bit more now next year?
I hope so, but sadly I'm probably going to end up back in Australia doing some photography stuff, so it'll probably be later in the year again, and try and do a couple extra test days and stuff and really give it another good go, so I'll be back.
Well done. So there's our top 3 for the Waterhays Trophy itself. Max Esterson, the winner. If we catch up with some more people, we'll come back down to us, but for now, over to Ian in the booth.
Yep, thank you very much indeed, Josh, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you coverage of the podium ceremonies as well, which will be taking place shortly. We've given you the top 10 before we went down to Josh with the interviews. 11th place to Julian van der Waart in the end, so his weekend went in sort of the opposite direction to Michael Eastwell, in that it got worse as the weekend went on. He won his heat, was third in the semi, and could only manage 11th in the final, losing out to his teammate Robert Volk. Chris Medalhurst down in 12th position in the end in the number 16 Team Dolan car, and he's usually inside the top 10, but was 13th in the event a couple of years ago, but we didn't see too much of him in that race. To be honest, we didn't see too much of anyone apart from the leaders, such was the battle that they were involved in. 13th, that went the way of David McCulloch, who adds that to his Northern Ireland Championship that he won earlier in the year. And in 14th position, that was Luke Cooper, who had a stronger final than he did semi when he had that broken steering. Had the fastest lap for quite a bit of the race, did Luke Cooper, on his way to 14th position. And he sort of made his way through the field with Felix Fischer, who beat him to the Castle Combe Championship this year, taking 15th position overall in the grand final of the Walter Hayes Trophy. 16th place went the way of Brandon McGuckin in the number 96 car, the second of the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen's. 17th, that was Thomas Schrag in the end, so he was the second of the Team USA Scholarship drivers classified. And then in 18th position, it was Josh LaRue in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum. Now, the first of the pre-99 cars home, that was it was Tom Bradshaw in number 143 in the car often driven by Callum Grant, and that was in the Van Diemen RF91, which means that he wins the Neil Cunningham Trophy presented by JXley Engineering for being the highest placed driver in a heritage Formula Ford car in the overall competition. So Tom Bradshaw, with 19th position overall, wins the Neil Cunningham Trophy, given in memory of the late great Neil Cunningham, who was such a legend racing here in the Walter Hayes Trophy itself for many, many years. So it's Bradshaw that wins that. Sam Streets, though, not too far behind him in 20th position. Then we've got some drivers with penalties. So there was a 10-second penalty for James Penrose, the New Zealander. So that cost him quite a few positions, I'm afraid. Dropped him out of the top 10 potentially and into 21st position. Jake Cowden, the Canadian, was 22nd. Joe Watts was 23rd. Doug Crosby, who only got into the race as a reserve, he got up to 24th position ahead of Callum Grant there in the number 43 car. Then it was Kevin Foster, the Canadian, who we saw have dramas during the course of the race. He finished the race in 26th position ahead of Neil Fowler, who was the only Carl Hamer class, the historic class car, into that race. So Neil Fowler took 27th place. That was ahead of Alex Ames. Then it was George McDonald, who got a 5-second track limits penalty. He was 29th. Alex Voss in the KML Spectrum was 30th. Then it was Sam Gornall. Ollie White, 32nd winner here 2 years ago. And then the final finisher after a spin, and which also involved another driver, that was Ian Campbell, last driver to be classified. So he wins the Ron Collins Pint, named for Ron, who was a lifelong enthusiast of motor racing, spending lots of time here at Silverstone, and always waved to all of the drivers on the slowing down app, and that's why it's Ian Campbell as the last classified finisher who gets the Ron Collins Pint. And the three non-finishers, Tom MacArthur, Tim Blanchard, who we saw have that incident with Campbell, and Adam Higgins, who didn't even complete a lap of the final. They were our three non-finishers. But 33 of the 36 drivers, Josh Barrett, who's back in the box with me, did make it to the end. And your reflections on that race?
It wasn't really the carnage that some of the drivers were anticipating. As you say, 33 of the 36 took the checkered flag, and we had the full green flag race, which was fantastic to see. It wasn't the full-on slipstream infest that it would have been in the dry conditions, but it made an interesting race. A very different type of race, perhaps, to some of the other Walter Hayes Trophy finals, with Max Esterson leading every lap. But as I alluded to him when we spoke to him a few moments ago, he had, I think, challenges from 3 different people over the course of the race, and the Tom Mills one I think might be a little bit question mark. I saw Tom Mills head into race control with his onboard camera, so I think that means at the moment perhaps a little bit of a delay to the presentations, but it was sort of side by side, wasn't it, with very little grip, so that's pretty difficult to tell from what we saw. But then, yeah, Joey Foster really come on strong, because he looked like he was losing places, and with that longer race, with the conditions changing, they set up so important on the cars when you've got the pace. But those top, 6 drivers were really in a class of their own, weren't they? A long way ahead of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I was really pleased for Michael Eastwell as well. I mean, as he said, and you said to him, his weekend got better as it went along. I mean, if there's another race after this, he'd have won it, I'm sure. But 3rd place in the grand final is a great reward for Michael Eastwell there. Going back to racing in the UK, and as he says, heading back to Australia, where he does his photography work. Fantastic work it is too, if you ever get the chance to check it out. But he says he'll be back for next year, so that's good. We'll look forward to seeing what he can do with an extra couple of test days under his belt. And then Josh Fisher, again, there or thereabouts, another 4th place finish for him. Just looking back at his recent finishing record, he was 5th last year, 7th the year before. The previous time he was in the final, he was 8th. So he's steadily improving. He's gone 8th, 7th, 5th, 4th in the last few finals. But yeah, not quite where he wanted to be, I don't think, Josh.
Yes, it was sort of earlier than that when he was on the podium.
Yeah.
But like you say, he wanted to be right at the front. And then I guess Tom Mills is probably the most frustrated driver in that top 6 after that incident. which saw him go through the gravel trap while battling for the lead. And then Lucas Romanek had done a good job, although he didn't look like he was going to win the race at any point. Romanek has proved to be quick this year and ended with a good result in the Waterhouse Trophy final in 6th place. Looking at the rest of the top 10, Elliot Budzinski came through well, didn't he? He started 17th, got to 9th. He was the best of the Team USA drivers. And just behind Robert Volk, who really made big progress from yesterday, didn't he? Because he was well down in the heat. Not sure if he was any incident or whatever caused that, but the most experienced of the South African racers came out on top of that sort of little inter-rival battle. Him there in 8th position, just ahead of the best Team USA driver, Elliot Budzinski.
Yeah, it's been good to have so many people watching the live stream as well, and thanks to everybody for their comments, which have been mostly complimentary about the coverage during the course of the weekend. So thanks to all of those of you that have enjoyed the coverage during the course of today, although they've disappeared now, the old comments from my screen. I think there's been a fair bit of debate possibly about the incident involving Tom Mills and Max Esterson. That was in that battle for the lead of the race, so maybe we'll catch up on some of those comments earlier. But really, the only thing that matters now is what the people in race control are saying about that.
This delay for the podium, wonders if that is a potential reason, because certainly I say Tom Mills had his GoPro in hand and was heading in that direction. Luke Cooper, would be interested to find out what happened in his semi-final, because he was up there on the grid. He dropped way back at the start and he had lots of pace, but it looks like we are ready now for the podium presentations.
Yeah, absolutely right, and I suspect we're probably getting the presentations for the earlier races first. So we've got Neil Fowler. Yep, he's coming out to take up the top step of the podium for the Carl Hamer Trophy final. Neil Fowler was the winner of that from Matt Wrigley and Ben Tinkler. So those are the 3 drivers that we can see on the podium there after the Carl Hamer race, and they'll be having their photographs taken as well. Jakob Ebrey, you can see up on the podium, and there's trophies to be handed over. You can see James Beckett in the background there having a word with circuit commentator Alistair Douglas, and also Jakob Ebrey as well about what's going on up there.
What a superstar performance from Neil Fowler this weekend in that March, because it's a very unusual car. It's a car that doesn't race in the UK very much at all, and how much he dominated that race, really, didn't he? And way up the order, what did he finish? We did drop in the end to 27th, didn't he, in the main final, but a really good performance. Matt Wrigley, he'll be pleased with 2nd place, I'm sure, because I think that's probably the best I've seen him go in the Merlin. And then Ben Tinkler having the RF80 for the first time, and again on the podium in one of these historic finals, usually in the slightly newer car, but always right up there.
So there we go, getting them all up onto the top step of the podium. Jakob Ebrey's got one of his colleagues down there at ground level to get that particular shot. We'll get one from closer quarters. So that's the Carl Hamer Trophy. That's for the pre-1982 cars, and it looks like Neil Fowler's going to have a word possibly with Alistair Douglas after his victory in the Carl Hamer Trophy final. And we'll leave them to that. I imagine next we're going to see the presentations for the Janet Cesar Trophy as well, which was the pre-99 final.
So I wonder if there was still a few question marks about that, because obviously we had that race first, and then we didn't have Cameron Jackson come out in the main final.
Have we got the result for that now published? We've got a grand final result published as well, I can see.
But not the others, which is...
Okay, well, let's see what the grand final result says. I mean, it says what we expect it to, I think. It's showing Oliver White not classified.
Yeah, he was in the pit lane early, so I think that might have been the reason.
Okay, so although he was showing 32nd on our time screen, he didn't actually make it to the end of the race. So actually 4 non-finishers then, but for the grand final confirmation, then it was the win for Max Esterson from Joe Foster and Michael Eastwell. And the podium now being set up for the Janet Cesar podium ceremony, which that then is going to be 3rd place for Sam Street in the Swift Cooper Racing 1 Swift SC92, waving to all of his fans there as he makes his way onto the podium. Next to him, Doug Crosby, who also made it out into the final as well, so he's had a busy afternoon, Doug Crosby. And up onto the top step of the podium then, rather unexpectedly, James Clark, after penalties at the end of that race, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, for Cameron Jackson and for Tom Bradshaw, who were both ahead. But James Clark obviously keeping to the rules of Motorsport UK regulations. And we always saw how much tighter he was, didn't we, through Beckett's corner, for example. And what a good drive in a car that was put together and very quickly and late in the day, and a car that hasn't raced for a long time. And James Clark, probably the biggest win of his career. He's won sort of national Formula Ford races, he's won Clubman's races, he's won junior saloon car races, but now he's won one of the big events here, part of the Walter Hayes Trophy. And now for these types of cars that get more and more of these 80s and early 90s cars coming out, which is great to see, because that is, particularly the 80s, I guess, is when Formula Ford 1600 was at its strongest.
Well, yes, up until the point that the ZTEC engine was introduced in the early 1990s. That's why sort of 92, 93 is the cut-off, and the driver's getting off the podium there. Looks like James Clark's going to have a word with Alistair for the circuit commentary, and for all the spectators you can see gathered underneath the podium there in expectation of the main podium for the grand final, where we're going to see Max Esterson crowned, and we will, of course, hear the national anthem of the United States as well, ringing out over the circuit PA. Hopefully we'll be able to pick that up as well for you with our effects mic, and you'll be able to hear that as the Star Spangled Banner is played here at Silverstone to mark the victory in the Walter Hayes Trophy Grand Final for the second time in a row for Max Esterson. So we're still at just 5 different nationalities to have won it, and we've now got 3 multiple winners of the Walter Hayes Trophy. Joe Foster and Peter Dempsey have won it 3 times each. Michael Moyers twice, Max Esterson twice as well. And it sounded like Max was going to come here to try and make it 3 next year, didn't it?
Well, he certainly would like to do that, obviously depending, I guess, what his main campaign is, and if make sure that didn't clash or anything like that. But he obviously enjoyed Formula Ford racing so much, and it's very rare, isn't it, to have somebody of his calibre who's trying to move up the ranks come back down to Formula Ford to the level which he raced at in the past. But it's so important, this category and these events, particularly the Walter Hayes Trophy here at the end of the year, because it's so competitive. You learn so much in terms of racecraft. You don't have somebody sitting on your gearbox like that in a Formula 3 race, for example, lap after lap, do you? It's a very different type of racing, but you learn so much from it. And Max Esterson has proved that, as it looks like we're getting our overall... no, we're not getting our overall winners.
Is going to be
Ian Campbell.
That's Ian Campbell, I think, with the Ron Collins point, as he was the last classified finisher in 32nd position. So yes, that's the second year that's been awarded. Joe Watts won it last year in memory of Ron, who was such an enthusiast, not just for motor racing, but also local railways and local sport as well. So I think we are going to get the trophies laid out now. We've also got an order, I don't know whether we've had yet the Neil Cunningham Trophy, which is going to go the way of Tom Bradshaw. And certainly someone has been called up to the podium, and it is Tom Bradshaw. So this is for the Neil Cunningham Trophy for the first driver of a pre-93 car home in the final.
Ian Flux there to present the award.
He certainly is. And so it's going to be Tom Bradshaw that wins the Neil Cunningham Trophy. That's previously been won by James Tucker, Ben Mitchell, Tom Brown, Callum Grant and George MacDonald. And everyone getting up on the podium for some photographs there. So that was a win for Van Diemen. In the overall race, that was a win for Ray. That was their 8th victory in the Walter Hayes Trophy. So they're now 3 ahead of Spectrum in the battle of the manufacturers in all-time wins. It was the first win in this guise for Ammonite Motorsport, which is the team that has sort of evolved out of Cliff Dempsey Racing and Low Dempsey Racing, but first win under this name for Ammonite Motorsport. So they've become the 11th different team to have won the Walter Hayes Trophy. The team with the most wins is Cliff Dempsey Racing with 6, Kevin Mills Racing have 5 wins so far.
And just to show the different chassis that can be successful in these races, top 4 were all different, because we had the Ray, the Furman, the Spectrum and the Van Diemen at the front, and that is what Formula Ford is all about. and that's something that isn't the case in any other single-seater category anywhere throughout the world where it's all single-mate racing. This shows you can have multi-chassis and have fantastic racing, and there were other cars up there. The Medina was up there, the Miguel was up there as well, Swift as well. So many top manufacturers here this weekend, all battling for the win.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's the great thing about Formula Ford 1600. It's why we all love it. It's why people put their lives into it. It's why people build websites about it as well from time to time. And it's why nearly 120 competitors and hundreds more supporters head to Silverstone every year to put on this fantastic event that's been organised for so long by James Beckett. He's been doing this for more than 2 decades now, putting on this event. He invests so much of his own time and effort into it. And now we're getting our top 3 onto the podium. There is Michael Eastwell, the Englishman, now residing in Australia, takes 3rd position for Kevin Mills Racing in the Spectrum. 2nd place to the Cornishman, Joe Foster, for Don Hardman in the Furman. But we're now going to have the main winner of the World Taste Trophy onto the podium for the 2nd time in a row. That's Max Esterson, and any moment now we'll hear the United States national anthem ringing out over Silverstone. Max Esterson, the winner of the 2022 Walter Hayes Trophy here at Silverstone. His 2nd win for Ammonite Motorsport and for Ray. And he is going to be presented with his award in a moment. But first, Michael Eastwell, 3rd place for him. Great drive, progress throughout the weekend. Joe Foster, well, he did well winning his heat and his semi-final, but someone's perfect record for the weekend had to give, and it was Max Esterson that, as he said, 9 wins from 9 in Formula Ford, and he is presented with the Walter Hayes Trophy for 2022. Many congratulations to the American for his success here at Silverstone this weekend. The final photographs of the weekend are about to be taken at the end of this great weekend of racing here at Silverstone. Josh Barrett, you've been alongside me all weekend. What's been your memory of the weekend?
It's just been great to be here, really, because first time covering the Walter Hayes Trophy. I've been here before, but it's just been great to be here and be able to bring it to everybody around the world. I guess Max Esterson's driving over the last few weeks. The end of the Formula Ford Festival, that was all a little bit controversial. So it's nothing he did wrong, but obviously the situation around it here, he's shown why he won that event. He won every race. He came under lots of pressure. He managed to repel the pressure in both ways, in the right way. Obviously that one incident, but it didn't feel too bad to me at the time. Incidents happen, don't they, in Formula Ford racing, in slippery conditions at Silverstone. And he and Joey Foster had a great battle, and I'm really interested to see what Max Esterson does next, because it feels like he's going to be the next Team USA scholarship driver that we watch build his way up. Can he be a professional racing driver? Can he be a champion either here in Europe or like Joseph Newgarden did not long after racing here at the Waterhouse Trophy when he won the IndyCar Championship. And it always feels like, I don't think just for you, Ian, I expect it probably does, when you've seen them race here, you always then follow the rest of their careers through. And now there's more people, not just from Team USA, we've got Team Canada, we've got the Australian, we've got the New Zealand, the South Africans as well. So good luck to all of them in the future. Because I'm sure we'll be watching to see what they do, single-seaters, sports cars, maybe touring cars around the world.
Yeah, and I'm sure many of them will be back next year for a crack at the 23rd Walter Hayes Trophy, masterminded by James Beckett. He's done a fantastic job of putting on this event with nearly 120 entries this weekend. Historic Sports Car Club have been our race organised this weekend. It's been promoted by Silverstone. The live stream has been brought to you by Luke Austin and the team at Alpha Live. But for now, from Josh Barrett and myself, Ian Saban, from all of us here at Silverstone, it's good night.